All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let's get a round of applause just to make sure our mic is working good. All right, so we are now in the first fight of the evening. That is the first round that we had just witnessed right now between Borshchev and Camilo. So, all right. Now moving into the second round. All right, everybody around the world, tap in, like, and subscribe. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Shout out to Marty Miller, my man, Victory. And the part of the world that we are in right now to witness these fights is New York City. Obviously, the center of political controversy, which, by the way, if you are tuning into this channel right now, you are at a channel that is not shy in talking about this. So we're going to get it cracking tonight as we are witnessing UFC NYC 322 double championship opportunity for Islam Makhachev. Let's get it cracking. Obviously, a new wave in New York politics as of late. We're going to talk about that as well. Zoran Mamdani is now the mayor of New York and will be sworn in sometime in the beginning of the year. And yes, here we are, the greatest city in the world, as they say, right? But to some people, it's quite dirty. I mean, at least that's from the experience that I got out of it. I'll tell you what, as a West Coast guy, now I'm a West Coast guy, growing up in the East Coast, the one thing that I can tell you about the East Coast is that everything seemed old. You understand? Like, everything seemed old. It was like an old world that you were dealing with. So, all right, let's get some timestamps going right now. So we are introing into this 38 minutes into the live stream, and now it is Borshchev versus Camilo, and Camilo has taken down Borshchev right now in the second round. All right, looking for a rear naked choke here. So yeah, that is the politics that is going on in New York City right now. Obviously, what is this Mamdani guy proposing to everybody? Well, obviously, one of the things that he's proposing is free transportation. Now, is that realistic? Is that something that he can implement? And if so, at what cost? Also, there's a lot of conservatives right now that are sort of leaving New York, right? And you got to kind of worry about their economic prosperity moving forward at this point, right? And very interesting stuff as we are covering UFC 322 in NYC while all these things are going on in New York at the same time. Very interesting stuff, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You are now tuning in to UFC 322 live stream. And unlike most UFC channels, right, the most that they're going to do is obviously talk about the fights, which we can. Right now, it is round number 2 with Borshchev versus Camilo in the first fight of the evening. But we're also going to talk about the politics in New York, because can you imagine if, let's say, Islam Makhachev was greeted by Mamdani? Imagine the politics that we'd be behind that. I mean, everybody is already getting at them for having affiliations with Ramzan Kadyrov. Even worse if it was Mamdani right now. Ooh, there's a good knee right there by Camilo. So let's not forget, this fight is headlined by Islam Makhachev and Jack Della Maddalena. Now, what is up with homegirl Tracy saying that She didn't even know who was headlining the card. So you knew you were fighting on this card, but you didn't know that it was Islam Makhachev. Is she just trying to take a dig at him as a way of dissing Islam Makhachev? Or is that really genuine that she had no idea who the headline was? In fact, a lot of people don't even know who Jack Della Maddalena is. I mean, really, they have no idea who he is. That's the crazy work about this. They have no idea who he is, yet he is the champion. But it is Islam Makhachev, honestly, who is the A side of this whole entire mix. By the way, speaking of which, right now, Borshchev is the A side of this. But it seems Camilo seems to be getting the best of him a little bit, at least on the wrestling side, from what I've seen. So it is now just less than 60 seconds into round number 2 right now, into this first fight of the evening. I honestly do believe that is genuine, that Tracy Cortez did not know that Islam Makhachev was in this card, because there are a lot of UFC fighters that are not really tapped into the schedule the way that we are. For example, why am I tapped into the schedule more than the average person? Well, because I know that I have to be on live stream during this day. I have to make a story about this particular news cycle that is going on in MMA. I have to understand what is going on. So it's a little bit different, right? But when you are a fighter, sometimes all you really worry about is just yourself. And that may be something that's hard for a lot of people to comprehend. I knew that when I was fighting, one of the things that I really just worried about was, all right, if it was me or my friends fighting or anybody else, and maybe a few favorite fighters of mine, but that was about it. And a lot of other fighters, there's some that really don't care about fighting at all. And all they care about is just, their own career, right? There are some that are like that. So I would take that into consideration as a reality from Tracy Cortez. So yeah, this is the face-off with Islam Makhachev and JDM during this week. Obviously, the iconic scene that they have going on in NYC, as rightfully so they should, right? Have an epic scene like this in order to sell the fight to its, to its highest potential. And they said that, by the way, this card is looking to break the gate of Alvarez and Conor McGregor, which was back in 2016. I'm like thinking, how are they going to do that, especially with the inflation that is going on today? But who knows? Let's see how all of that is set to work out for sure. All right, so now just waiting round number 3. All right, 1 minute into round number 3 already, 3:39, 3:38 between Borshchev and Camilo right now. All right, so there's Borshchev right now doing a little bit of a peekaboo style as he is walking Camilo forward. Amek says, how much time still for the fight? Well, you are witnessing the first fight right now. I am currently covering the first fight right now between Borshchev and Camilo. By the way, guys, check out my new video that I did regarding Tom Aspinall and John Jones. Also, a few things that I've been implementing lately was some radio-style podcasts that I've been doing. So I did 2 episodes of conference calls so far. Obviously, we reacted to Dana White talking about how he says he's not political, but he is a big supporter of Donald Trump. Also, in regards to all the scandals that are surrounding Donald Trump right now, and just the Epstein files and all of these crazy shenanigans that's going on in Washington, D.C. So, yeah, man, John Jones, we did talk about. I did have a video of this right here that I was talking about. Title stripped incoming by Tom Aspinall, perhaps maybe refusing a fight against Cyril Gahn. And then we obviously were covering this week for UFC 322 fight week coverage, and here we are now during fight week. Fight week it is. Video that I had sort of going off right now with Khabib saying he's going to retire from coaching. At what circumstance? Find out on that video. All right, so it seems Camilo is maintaining a top control position on Borshchev right now. All right, now Borshchev with a little bit of some scrambles. Now he gets right on top, reverses the position, gets right on top of Camilo right now. All right, so that is the end of the third round right there. We will find out who the winner is between Borshchev and Camilo. I think Camilo won this one right here. Okay, let's take a look at the highlights between these fights. There's a body kick right there by Borshchev, but then here comes Camilo now finally taking down Borshchev. A few times he was able to reverse him. Okay, here comes Camilo again with another takedown. Takedown after takedown. There's a body kick right there by Borshchev. A little bit of some hooks to the body. Okay, throwing some bombs right there. Camilo forced to, sort of exchange bombs with Borshchev. There's a hook right there to the face of Borshchev. So Borshchev honestly won this fight, but by what judges' scorecards, well, that's up for them to decide. I would give it about 29 28 easy win for Camilo. Look at this. Significant strikes between them, though. Borshchev has 64 and Camilo has 38. Distance attempts 17.4, 11.1. 0 takedowns for Borshchev. 24 seconds of control time and 3 minutes and 22 seconds of control time for Mateus Camilo. Yeah, this is a win for Camilo, regardless, nonetheless. All right, on to the next fight. And check out this new video that I have out on Khabib retiring, perhaps maybe after this event. I want you to understand what I'm. Khabib is literally on the verge of retirement. And I'm not surprised. I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm not surprised. Number one, this game is very limited. Yes, as a fighter, not just as a fighter, but also as a trainer. He's going to retire completely. I want you to understand what I'm trying to convey with this particular message, right? Because this is not mixed words or anything like that. This is literally a person that is going to retire from coaching. Khabib Nurmagomedov, yes. Now, what is the reason behind that? Well, part of the reason is because you guys have to understand this game is very limited. You got people like Don King, you got people like Bob Arum, people like even Eddie Hearn, who has been in the game for a while, but is also on the verge of retirement as a promoter at some point. Dana White has been at it forever, and I think he's going to continue that job until the day he passes away. I can almost guarantee it. He's not going to do anything else. Maybe some sort of position in TKO or maybe some sort of position in the UFC that is not the president, but is somewhat of an active figure within the business. Okay, but he will be in there forever. As for Khabib, this man is going to be in there for a very short time. And I can understand it from an Islamic point of view. You see, this life is very temporary, okay? And we've seen that in regards to his father passing during the, what do you call it? Well, I don't want to say it. You guys know what the word is. It's a word that we are not allowed to use because we will be flagged. But on any regard, that was the unfortunate incident of Khabib's dad passing away. Life is very short, right? So what did he do in the process? He decided, I'm going to retire right after this fight with Justin Gaethje. Well, now, here we are, fast forward 5 years later. Where is Khabib at right now? Well, I'll tell you where Khabib is at right now. He is about to Islam Makhachev for his second belt this weekend, or this coming weekend while this video is being recorded. Then there's Umar Nurmagomedov possibly going after Merab, maybe getting a win over Merab at some point of his career. Maybe not. Merab is just looking too good right now. And then Usman Nurmagomedov, who, by the way, is going into the UFC after a big Bellator run he's got going on. So there's a lot going on here before Khabib actually hangs it up as a coach. What I will say is that as a competitor, he is completely done. You will never see him come back, and he promised his mom for that reason that he will never come back and fight.
Well, I want you to put this in perspective. You are in a game where it is literally about what have you done for me lately? Take a look at John Jones's stats right here. First, it was John Jones, greatest of all time. Next thing you know, oh, you're ducking Tom Aspinall. They said the same thing about Khabib. Oh, you're ducking Charles Oliveira. But Islam, with the way that he beat Charles Oliveira, sort of put those notions of the possibilities of Khabib even losing to him, right? Or maybe Islam Makhachev is just the better fighter overall. Either way, yes, after John Jones, it was Tom Aspinall, then the Cyril Gane fight, and all of a sudden what happens? Eye poke, all of a sudden, Tom Aspinall, you're a bitch. You're no good. You're not the man anymore. You could have never beaten John Jones, even though they never fought each other at all. I mean, that's the reality of this game. So that is why sometimes you got to learn when to get out of the game when you still can, right? And there are many examples that have done this, at least not on just the coaching side, but obviously the fighter side of things, right? Take a look at Joe Calzaghe, who I've mentioned over and over again in this channel. Floyd Mayweather. Lennox Lewis, similar to that. George St. Pierre, what do they both have in common? They beat everybody in front of them, and anybody who's beaten them, they came back to beat them. So maybe that's what he's going to plan on doing when Omar finally beats Merab, if and when that actually happens?
I think he still has time, but it's very limited, and we all have to understand that. All right, well, with that in mind, guys, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
Hey guys, it's Father Andy Carvalho here from the Fathers of Mercy, and we're here with another episode of Man Fully Alive.
All right, a very highly unlikely commercial there, but nonetheless, we are here right now. Next fight, Susurkaev versus Mcconico. All right, Susurkaev versus Mcconico. We're about to get this thing cracking right now. Susurkaev. All right, round number one. Round number one. Let's see how this fight goes, considering the fact that a lot of people were saying this guy was a whole lot better than Khamzat. At least that's what Khamzat says. Well, that is what a good training partner says about their other training partners. Look how calm he looks. A little bit of a Masvidal type of stance to him, where he just looked kind of relaxed and really looked frantic. And then Mcconico right here sort of really imposing his will straight away into the clinch position, using his head to try and control this position right now. Looks like Susurkaev is just looking to reverse. There it is. That's why he looked very calm in that position. He knew that he had the best case scenario to try and reverse him right here. So there it is. All right, man. Everybody around the world, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are at fight number 2 right now. Fight number 2. I was going to say fight number 3. No, it's fight number 2. All right, maintaining this position right now. Top to bottom, this is probably the best card of the year. For sure, man. I'm just having goosebumps right now, even with this fight between Susurkaev and Mcconico. It's kind of hard to say his name. You got to really slow down, because you can't say Mcconico or Mcconico or a little bit of a, what do you call it, a slide slur into that, right? You got to really say it like Mcconico. Mcconico is how you pronounce his name. Either way, Mcconico is being clinched up right now. Reverses, backs up Susurkaev in the fence right now. A little bit of a clinch wrestling that is going on right now. Oftentimes, what a lot of commentators and content creators of MMA don't often notice is when there is a clinch wrestling position going on. If you notice, I do try to call it out. Like, for example, the Wizard and the underhooks that Susurkaev is trying to go for right now. So there's a Wizard right there that he tries to wrap up but doesn't quite get it. It's very fast, right? It is a very fast motion that is going on, especially when there's scrambles going on. But for the delight of the striking fans, they are back into the striking position right now. There's a 1-2 shot right there by Mcconico.
All right, faking a bit of a head movement right there. Good head movement by Susurkaev. While looking also very elusive, Susurkaev is also looking very relaxed. Like he feels as if he knows what is going to happen between every single position in these exchanges. To the displeasure of the ignorant New York crowd, they are booing between the clinch exchanges. And the reason why they are booing to the clinch exchanges is because they are not educated in the wonderful sport of mixed martial arts. So that is why they are booing these exchanges. Yeah, I would understand if they are booing at it. But you listen, guys, you got to understand something, right? I make no bones about it. A lot of Muslim MMA fans are casuals, and you will see that in the comment sections of UFC chats. You could probably even see that in the MMA Guru chats, right? The channels that are a little bit bigger. Yeah, man. So here it is, man. Just some body lock positions for Susurkaev. Maintaining that position right now with about less than 50 seconds, 35 seconds now into the first round. 30 seconds into the first round. Oh, there's a spinning back elbow attempt right there by Susurkaev. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Susurkaev, switching stances while doing it. 1-2 shot with those entries right there. And that is the end of the first round right there. Hard round to score, to be quite honest with you. Let me know what you guys think. Who won that first round right there? A sign of respect between both men. They knew they were in on a hard fight on that one. All right, now we are headed into round number 2 between Susurkaev and Mcconico. There's a leg kick right there by Mcconico. Overhand right by Susurkaev, followed up by a body kick. Yeah, very good kick by Susurkaev right there. Yeah, very good counters in these exchanges right now. One-two shot by Susurkaev. There's a body kick by Susurkaev right there. 1-2 shot as he's going in the entry. So not only is he throwing the 1-2 shot. Oh, there's a low kick right there, and the action stops. Timeout. All right, so he was throwing an overhand right, and Mcconico had the instinct of throwing a low kick. Yeah, so a blatant ball kick. The judge is instructing him to take his time after that. Joe Rogan is advising all fighters to use a tie cup instead of a regular cup that everybody else uses. All right, they're back at it right now. All right, so now just back at it in the clinch positions between Mcconico and Susurkaev right now. Oh, there's some good knees right there. All right, now he goes and takes him, tries to take him down. Oh, good elbows from the top right there. This is a much tougher fight for Susurkaev than what he would have imagined. Man, some hard shots going on here. Man, he might be hurt right here, man. All right, now he's got him clinched up against the wall. All right, that is the end of round number 2. A highly competitive matchup, a whole lot more competitive than what I would have imagined. Okay, 1-2 shot right there by Susurkaev. Man, really tough fight for him. A whole lot tougher than what he would have expected, really. Wow, and out of nowhere, Susurkaev gets a knockout. Wow, man. A very close fight. Out of nowhere, he gets a knockout. That was awesome, man. Look at his sick right hand right there. Boom, straight right hand right into it. Wow. Awesome knockout, man. And some style points. Look at this. Boom, steps back. Boom. Conor McGregor style, really. Looks like, Alvarez versus Conor McGregor. Wow, man, that was an insane knockout. Look, he was honestly losing that fight until he wasn't. And then next, he decided, you know what, man, I'm going to go hit him with this counter shot. And next thing you know, man, great knockout win, man. Great knockout win for sure. Yeah, and he said that he's still learning in the sport. Okay, quite new, man. It was like, what is this now? 8 or 9 fights in his career. Yeah, very interesting. By Singer Susurkaev is how you say his name. All right. Well, next fight coming up is Angela Hill versus, who is she fighting here? Let's see who she's fighting. Okay, so Angela Hill versus Fatima Kline coming up next right now. All right, here we go. All right, in the meantime, let's check out this this video right here. I got a video regarding why Tom Aspinall should be stripped. So let's talk about that in this video that I got right here. Hold on just a second. Let me play this for you guys. Francis Ngannou is the linear, undisputed heavyweight champion of MMA, regardless of whether he's in the UFC or not. However, Tom Aspinall is about to get stripped off of his title. And guess what? We're going to talk about all of that and the details regarding that particular matter. Okay, so first of all, how did we even get here in the first place? Okay, how did we get here? Well, first off, before we continue on, I'd like you to hit the like and subscribe button. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Hit the comment section and let me know what you guys think about this potential of Tom Aspinall getting stripped. And let me tell you how we got here. So as I mentioned, the Ciryl Gane and the Tom Aspinall fight happened in a very lackluster manner. There was no definitive result. It was a no contest. He got his eyes poked out. As I told you, Francis Ngannou is the lineal heavyweight champion of the world right now, regardless of Jon Jones. How did we even get here? So obviously, Francis Ngannou, in his last UFC fight, which was against Ciryl Gane, who, by the way, seems to be popping up in every single match, in every single story that is involving the UFC's linear. So he beats him. By the way, storyline, the fact that they were former teammates, on top of the fact that it was Francis Ngannou's last contract and he was trying to fight it out in order to get his freedom and in order to get the matchups that you have seen him with the likes of Anthony Joshua, the likes of Tyson Fury, regardless of their result. Then in came Jon Jones, because guess what? Jon Jones had to go in there and fight Ciryl Gane. Well, now he beat Ciryl Gane, made it look very convincing. Now we have a real heavyweight champion of the world. What does he do in the process? What does he do with that? He goes and fights one more name, and that name of Stipe Miocic. All the while, all of this is going on. Guess what is happening? Okay, he decides Tom Aspinall was defending as the interim heavyweight champion of the world, not the undisputed, but the interim heavyweight champion of the world. So what happens? Jon Jones beats Ciryl Gane, makes it look easy, takes him down, right? Had a little bit of a striking fest going on, takes him down, chokes him out.
to the disbelief of Ciryl Gane. But what happens with Ciryl Gane in the process? Ciryl Gane is still a big star in the UFC. What is indicative of that? Well, take a look at all the Netflix appearance that he's had. The Cage. And then on top of that, he did one movie on Netflix where he played a former UFC, well, not UFC fighter, but just a pro MMA fighter in France that unalived someone. And as a result, he had to go help the family of which he unalived because he had some gang ties going on in Marseille. A crazy story. Nonetheless, one of those types of movies, at least on the French side, that really put Ciryl Gane over. So what happens after that? Well, I'll tell you what happens after that. Okay, just before the Ciryl Gane and the Aspinall fight, Jon Jones gets stripped of the title while he was in Thailand and while UFC Azerbaijan was going on. So as he was living in seminars, okay, hanging out with the boys, okay, making history with the first Muay Thai and MMA, guess what happens? They strip him and they decided in August in an Abu Dhabi card, okay, that we're just going to have these guys fight it out and maybe get Tom Aspinall an official undisputed defense under his belt. Lo and behold, what happens? Lackluster ending, gets eye poked. And now, here's the story, the real kicker of all of this. Best life, while we talk about Jon Jones being the last heavyweight champion before Tom Aspinall, while Jon Jones really made it look easy against Tom Aspinall, and while we were set to see Francis Ngannou and Jon Jones at some point, all of a sudden, Francis Ngannou leaves after Ciryl Gane, and then next, you know, now we have Ciryl Gane once again back in. Why am I so adamant that they are going to strip Tom Aspinall of this title? Well, let's get a round of applause first before I go into that. All right, so here it goes. The reason why they're going to strip him of the title, it's really this simple. Number one, he doesn't want to fight Ciryl Gane anymore. He feels that it is detrimental to his career, and perhaps he may eye poke him again. Could it be the possibility that he is a bad matchup for Tom Aspinall? Absolutely. Let's take that into high consideration. However, Tom Aspinall is taking a business decision. This is something a lot of you guys have to understand. He is taking a business decision. However, while taking that business decision, it may not be favorable towards him because for whatever reason, he may have ruined the plans of people behind the scenes. And as a result, they are looking to punish him. How are they going to punish him? Strip him of the title. Ciryl Gane's going to go and fight somebody else right up next into the rankings, maybe against Volkov. Imagine that. Those two guys had a very close fight. Two guys that lose and then come back and then lose and come back, more so with Volkov than with Ciryl Gane. And many people thought that Volkov had won that fight. But on any regard, no matter what happens next with a heavyweight division, for as unbeknownst and unknown to the linear path of who the real champion is right now, you better rest assured that just like how they did Francis, they stripped them. Just like how they did Jon, they stripped them. And just like with Tom Aspinall, if and when he refuses a rematch against Ciryl Gane, they will strip him. And that is all that I have for this one right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, so here we are back at it with Angela Hill and Kline right now. It seems that Angela Hill has been getting dominated here, right? Very good wrestling and grappling exchanges on the part of Kline. I didn't expect her to have the wrestling exchanges in the upper hand in that department, but she is. So, yeah, you know, shout outs to her on that one, man. Yeah, I think she's winning this fight right now. First round so far.
Good front kicks by Angela Hill. Oh, man, there's some 1-2 shots right there by Kline. Oh, spinning back kick attempt by Angela Hill, and then gets taken down. Wow, now Angela Hill's getting pounded from the top right now. Kline right now maintaining this top position on top of Angela Hill right now. Yeah, Angela Hill looks like she's trying for an arm triangle here of some sort. All right, so here's Kline right now in a half guard position. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Oh, wow. Here's some sharp elbows right here from Kline. Half guard position. Wow. Yeah, Kline definitely won the first round. That was a clear round for Kline to win right there. So New York City, home of Mamdani. I wonder, man, he should have been pulling up in the fights tonight, right? What do you guys think? Right? Imagine if Mamdani pulled up for the fights. I mean, that would have been grand, honestly. He's got to put on for New York City, man. Why should Mamdani not show up, right? I don't know. Maybe he's not an MMA guy. You know, but then again, it's kind of odd, isn't it? Like, what Muslim guy doesn't like MMA? He would be one of the unusual ones. But anyways, round number 2, guys. Here we go. All right. Oh, there's some 1-2 shots right there by Andrew. All right, so now here's Kline right now, maintaining this grappling position on Angela Hill. All right, here we go, man. Oh, there's a front kick right there by Kline. All right, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Shout out to everybody around the world tapped in right now. All right, there's a shot right there by Kline. All right, the coach of Angela Hill telling her to go back to the middle. Or I'm sorry, I think that was Kline's coaching staff that was telling her to do that. Yeah, man. We're live for these fights right now, man. Streaming coast to coast. Awaiting the main card. Coast to coast. Yeah. Original there never will be. We button from coast to coast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Original they never will be. Good clinching exchanges by Angela Hill right now. No. All right, man. Live UFC NYC right now in the prelims. All right, so there's 2 rounds down right now. Angela Hill is probably down on both of those scorecards, and on to the 3rd round. She's got to, really haul ass to, get a win in the 3rd round here. All right, so here we go, guys. Round number 2. Obviously, next week is Doha, Qatar. Dan the Hangman Hooker taking on Arman Tsarukyan. And then obviously we got Ian Gary taking on Bilal Muhammad. Interesting fights. Interesting fights we got going on here. All right, so Angela Hill looking really calm. Striking exchanges right here, as she should. All right, good right hand right there by Angela. A lot of movement going on in this fight right now. All right, so more action going on right now. There's a takedown by Kline right now. Yeah, good trip takedown by Kline here. Fatima Kline maintaining top position right now in that stat guard position with a minute left into the third round right now. With less than a minute now, 30 seconds left, there is Fatima Kline hammering away at Angela Hill, really trying to put an exclamation point into this last round right here. Wow, yeah, not much time with 13, 10, 9, 8, 7 seconds left. There's Mark Goddard right there trying to prevent any type of shenanigans with feet on the cage. And there it is. There's the last of that one right there. That is the end of the fight. Wow. Man, hits a back fist on the way up, man. There it is. Yeah, you got to give that one to Fatima Kline to win that one. Fatima Kline won this one by decision.
A video just like this, not some.
Okay, we're now reacting to an enemy of a fighter. Oh, let me lower this volume right here just to make sure that I don't get any copyright strikes on this thing. Okay, so obviously Angela Hill lost that one by decision. We are now just watching the reaction to Islam Makhachev. Let's see what. Okay, there's still music playing going on right now. Let's sort of cut that down. I don't think that's real music. That's probably AI music that Will Harris is making on that one. So, all right, what do we got here? They got him at the press conference. So it's just the press conference that they are showing. Okay, so let's see what they are showing here. There's during the press conference just this week. Sean Coe, that's right. Yeah, they keep calling him John Pork. Obviously, a sort of like, a diss to his name. Obviously, because, Muslims with pork and that whole entire thing. But yeah, anyways. But he seems to get a huge standing ovation this week, right? It seems that Jean Pork, or yeah, as they call him, seems to be, you know, a bit of a start these days. But so these are the fans that showed up this week. So now they're about to have the face off. This face off is where it got really interesting right here, guys. Right, the face off got really interesting right here. Obviously, they you know, sort of grilled each other down right here, right? But still kind of friendly though at the same time, right? It wasn't like this, I don't know, like mean-spirited style of you know, hey, F you, or you know, this, that, and it was none of that, right? It was just, you know, all right, man. So we got Pat Sabatini coming up next. Hold on, let's all right, so right now we have Pat Sabatini versus Mariscal while we are reacting to this one. So yeah, they are about to set to fight in just a few minutes right now. But before Pat Sabatini and Chipe Mariscal get in the cage, yeah, before they get in the cage, yeah, let's get back to this one right here. Right, so okay, Chipe Mariscal taking on Pat Sabatini, coming up in less than 2 seconds right now. So here it is. This is the time slot for Pat Sabatini taking on Chipe Mariscal while we are still reacting to an enemy of a fighter in the last episode heading into fight week. So here we go.
Man, even a lot of times, but Madison Square Garden, this is different. This is high level. One day, I will come.
There it is, man. Madison Square Garden right there. Let's shut off the music on this one. Okay. So this is West 79th Street, New York. That's not too far from the Trump Towers. Let's hear what these guys are talking about.
We wait here, base security in US now. We will see nobody bother our guys.
What's up, brother? Good to see you. Hello.
There it is. There's a boss right there, Hezbollah.
These guys.
Hezbollah is their #1 security. I believe him. Dangerous dude, man. Dangerous little dude right there.
#1 security. This.
There's Ali Abdelaziz. There's Islam.
Brother, I need a chair. Give me a chair.
Tell.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Just tell me where. 2-3 years. Forget.
There's Islam jump roping in the background. Really sad music that they're playing while the weight cut is going on.
This is you can put that without voice. You can punish.
Yeah, really sad music. But you know what, man? It's not so sad. It's not as hard as when he used to go down to 155, as you would imagine, right? It's not that hard. Yeah, a lot of sad music, to be quite honest with you. Let's hear what Khabib said. Okay, doing the little, Bruce Buffer impression there. And we are live. Okay, so now we're at the yesterday. Islam Makhachev with his snow-like, what do you call it? Snow-like camouflage that he has going on here. And then makes 170 as official 170 yesterday.
Islam, that's over. How you feel?
Feel good, ready to eat something.
Says, all right, feel good, ready to eat something, to be continued. And obviously the to be continued is culminating today in what you are seeing right now. So what does Islam have to say before he goes into battle?
Biggest fight in my life. And one more night, that's it. And I'm gonna make happy all my fans around the world, inshallah.
All right, man. Well, shout outs to Anatomy of a Fighter on that one. So here we go, man. Back at it. Here we go. All right, man. So yeah, next fight coming up. Obviously, we have Chipe taking on. We got Chipe taking on Pat Sabatini. Good card, man. Listen, only hardcore fight fans can appreciate this card. Look, in all honesty, is this probably the biggest pay-per-view ever? You know what? It's not, but it should be. But if you are a hardcore fight fan, you will absolutely appreciate the ish out of this card. And everybody that does is tuned in and tapped into this one. And yeah, man, we're going to get it cracking for these fights, man. So here we go. Like what Victory said, man, top to bottom, this is probably the best card of the year. Pat Sabatini and Chipe are contributing to that notion right now. All right, Dan Mergliato set to referee Chipe versus Pat Sabatini. Pat got the green shorts going. Pat Sabatini got the blue. We're on and cracking for round number 1 right now. All right, good little bounce for Pat Sabatini. Yo, shout out to you, my man. Shout out to you, Mark Hayne.
All right, man. So some good action going on right now. Oh, wow. There's an ankle lock attempt right there by Chipe. Pat Sabatini on top right now. Mark Haney says, big UFC card tonight. This has been a big combat sports weekend. For me, I just got back from my son's wrestling tournament. Okay, man. Shout outs to you on that, man. You know, shout outs to your son in his wrestling tournament. Hope you guys did an awesome job. But nonetheless, you know, it's always great experience getting in there, competing, and getting those rounds in are, you know, absolutely, you know, important to, you know, the youth's confidence and also to the future of the sport. You know, whether that is the single compository sports of wrestling or just any sport that is involved with MMA in that particular matter. So, yeah, man, big ups to you on that one. Yeah, man, everybody around the world, man, is tapping into this fight, at least with the hardcore fight fans, right? I think you would have to be a real hardcore to really tap into this one. And at the same time, too, it does have a certain star quality type of fight about it. You know, make no mistake about it, man. Islam Makhachev is a huge star in today's market, right? It wasn't like, you know, back in the days where he was Khabib's second right-hand man or something like that. You know, he is his own man right now. You know, speaking of 50 Cent, obviously 50 Cent walked out Chris Eubank Jr. today, right? It is not like a Tony Yayo, Lloyd Banks, 50 Cent situation, right? Because Lloyd Banks and Tony Yayo, for as decent of a rappers as they were, they never took off in the way that 50 Cent did. Well, what you got going on with Islam and Khabib is literally making 250 Cent together, making $1. So that's Islam Makhachev in a nutshell. Islam Makhachev is a dollar maker. You know what I mean? To say it, you know, out loud and short, and to, you know, throw a lot of pun into it. He is a dollar maker because him and Khabib are literally the 250 cents that, you know, sort of bounced off each other. All right, you were the star. Now I'm going to be the star. But you know how it is, unfortunately, in the G Unit side of things, that never really fell through for, you know, for Tony Yayo and Lloyd Banks, at least not in the way that you would expect, you know, his career to turn out. But on any regards, all right, so now they are back up from that grappling exchange, or that scrambling exchange on the floor with Mariscal and Sabatini. And now they are up right now here in the first round. Swing and a miss right there. Now they're back into the clinch wrestling position right now, right up against the fence. Sabatini with a wizard on Mariscal. Spinning back fist attempt by Sabatini and misses. Oh, wow. And late head kick on that one. Wow. Man, busted up right now, man, is Pat Sabatini.
All right, guys. So here we go, man. Round number 2 it is. Pat Sabatini and Mariscal. Hard round to score. I'd probably give the first round to Mariscal. Let me know what you guys think right now as we are streaming coast to coast live on this one. Not just in the East Coast, but also in the West Coast and every coast around the world. Worldwide, baby. Let's go, man. Real international fight week feeling right here. All right, here's Pat Sabatini going for these takedowns, really going for it frantically. Mark Haney says, my son did well. He got a pin in one of the matches and scored 19 points on the others. All right, man. All right, and as you were saying that, here's Pat Sabatini scoring wrestling points on Mariscal right now. Really looking to try to turn this around. But yeah, he is bleeding all over Chipe right now, I believe, from the cut in the previous round. Yeah, looks like a real good day for your son's outing today, huh? You know, and yeah, you're right, man. Good way to, you know, like cap it off with some good UFC fights at night. You know, I wish we had UFC that was that prominent back in the days, right? Imagine, you know, I go to a wrestling tournament on Saturday, do really good, and then come home and watch some UFC fights. But, you know, that wasn't the case back in the days, not like the way it is today. So, you know, a lot of combat sports opportunities for all the young guys that are coming up in this particular field right now. So, yeah, nice spin from Sabatini on the scrambles. Yup. All right, and there it is. Now he takes him down right there, and Chipe is fighting for his life on the bottom. There's some shots right there looking to get some kind of triangle, but there's no arm control in order to do that. Oh, man, good shots right here by Sabatini right on top. Yeah, forehead cuts and bleeds like a faucet. Facts. Yeah, it definitely do, man. But not allowing these cuts to affect them, really trying to dominate in the wrestling exchanges here. But Chipe gets right back up. All right, there's some good knee up the middle right there. Says, right, I used to have to find a Dusty Pride Bushido DVD to watch fights back in the days. Lucky to get a pay-per-view for the UFC fights. Yes, man. For real, for real. We definitely, you know, for a lot of us old timers, you know, we're definitely a lot more spoiled now with the combat sports consumption that we can get on a weekly basis, right? I just think that it's only the younger generation or the newer fans or a combination of both that sort of feel this fatigue of oversaturation. But you know how it is, man. Every week, whether it's an Apex card, whether it's a Nashville card, right? Trying to sound like, you know, Charleston White in that one. Whether it's a Nashville card, whether it's a Alabama card, whether it's an Atlanta card, whether it's a goddamn Abu Dhabi card. We're going to watch all the goddamn cards, damn it. You know what I mean? Like, that's because that's what we do as hardcore fans. We are going to watch all of it. And yeah, we definitely are lucky nowadays to be able to have that. So, all right. Pat Sabatini's corner is really giving him the right mental edge right now, saying him, hey, listen, you're fine. Just breathe, go out and fight. Because look, this cut right here is so bad, right? There's a time to be honest with your fighter, and then there's also a time to really try and uplift him, right? This is one of those moments where you really have to try and uplift him, right? And how do you uplift him? Well, you tell him, hey, look, you got 1 round left. What is 5 minutes going to do with this bad cut that you have right under your eye, though? It's right under your eye. The cut is so bad. Victory says, what fight are we on? We are in the Pat Sabatini Chipe Mariscal fight, Marty. All right, so from what it seems like is that Chipe was digging right into the eyes of some sort. Very... So here we go. Round number 2, Pat Sabatini straight away goes for a takedown attempt. Marty says, gotcha, can't wait for the Bo fight. Masvidal said he trained a lot with both guys, and Bo is going to have a real tough fight. Is that right? Wow. So Masvidal trained with both guys, huh? Really interesting when you do get to that part of training with both guys and being friends with both guys that end up fighting. You know, I know a little or two about that. It does get interesting, but you know what? You as the person in the middle, you can really take a lot from what they are learning to prepare from each other, and also the after fact. Did it work? What was good about it? What was not good about it? Did he overtrain? Did he train enough? Did he train just right? Or did he undertrain or underprepare? Right? So Mark Haney says, Sabatini is bleeding like it's that time of the... Yeah, man, really bad. Really bad. Really bad. But you know what? I think he's allowing the grappling to sort of mitigate the dangers that come from the cut that he has going on. That is why his corner was telling him, hey, listen, go out there and don't even worry about it. Breathe. Meaning they're trying to give him the every 5-second rule routine, right? What exactly do I mean by that when I say the every 5-second rule? Well, what that means is that every 5 seconds, do something new, do something to improve your position, do something to dominate a position. That's exactly what Pat Sabatini is doing right now. That's exactly what he's doing. Victory says, not sure if he was talking about training with them in this camp. I think he meant in the past. Okay, so he's had experience training with both guys. Okay, that makes more sense, right? Wouldn't think that he would train with somebody that is going to be in the path of Bo Nickel within the, you know, most recent times, that is. Right, doesn't seem right, but yeah.
So Pat Sabatini is really maintaining this grappling exchange with Mariscal right now. Here it is. Now he's got a mount position right on top of him right now. Mount position coming up, man. All right, man. Well, that is the end of the fight right there. I think that it's safe to say we can give this fight to Pat Sabatini. I think that he did enough. He got cut bad. There was that one good shot that Chipe got, but overall, Pat Sabatini's control time and single leg shots that he took on him, the trips, the body locks, also just the takedowns and the trips, and just the constant ground position that he was able to maintain on him, I think ultimately is what won him this fight. So on to the next one. Ronda Rousey is going after Joe Rogan. She's also going after Khabib. And as a result of that, everybody in the MMA world is making videos about her, talking about why she doesn't think Joe Rogan is an MMA expert. On top of that, talking about why it is a fan. And I want to be very accurate about this, right? She mentioned that in the WWE, everybody reveres their legends. You ever notice that when they have a washed-up pro wrestler, everybody gives them love? They say, you deserve it, pop, all of that, right? They give them all types of love. All right, so let me let you in on some harsh realities in the world of MMA. They don't care about any of that. Yes, it is all about what you've done for me lately. That's what it's all about. You, as an MMA legend and as a champion, former champion at that, have nothing to be ashamed of. You have nothing to be ashamed of losing to Holly Holmes. You have nothing to be ashamed of losing to Amanda Nunes. None of that. You've done something that most human beings were not able to do, but your time was up. And as a result of that, they are giving somebody else the attention today, right? That's just how it goes. You have to understand that. Now, yesterday, it was John Jones. Today, it's Tom Aspinall. And in the recent times of all these eye pokes going on, and by the way, just the recent ones that have happened in the Garcia Onama card with Waldo versus, by the way, of Tom Aspinall, which is anti-Delegia, which, by the way, is sort of very poetic justice. Like, you know what I mean? Waldo got his butt whooped, got TKO finished, and because officials ran it back, taking a look at the video, they noticed, hey, there is an eye poke on here. Let's restart. What happens? He gets knocked out. That is the poetic justice of this whole. Now, people are trashing Tom Aspinall even more, and that's just the reality of business. It literally is what have you done for me lately? This is not a business that allows has-beens to continue on for, years and years while taking spots from the younger talent, which is literally what they do in the WWE. Now, here's something you got to understand about Ronda. Okay, she went after Khabib. She said that Khabib is not the greatest of all time, that people are DIC riders of Khabib or this, that, and the other. Maybe she's right. Maybe she's wrong. I can't really decipher which fans she is specifically talking about, nor could we even really measure the reality of that concept. But here's the thing. Khabib did retire, and he did retire undefeated. That is something Ronda wished she could have done. Let's take a look at some old footage of Ronda saying that she was going to do exactly that.
Yeah, I was trying to find a way out already. What I learned from pro wrestling is that retiring undefeated would have been such a selfish goal to be able to accomplish, because I would have taken all of that equity with me and no one would have respected the rest of the women that I left behind. And so, nobody retires with the belt in WWE. You have to give it away. Yeah. And so I kind of learned that through WWE, which kind of helped me to get through a lot of that stuff and process it when it's like, it's about the division,
It's very therapeutic.
Which brings us back to Khabib. Now, she won.
All right, as we continue on, we got Chris Daukus, or at least the brother of Chris Daukus, one of the Daukus brothers, taking on Gerald Mershot. Man, what a stat card we got going on right now. All right, back to the video.
Wanted to retire undefeated like Khabib, ride off into the sunset, right? Well, now that she didn't, she realized that going into the WWE in a world where everybody loses, and by the way, Kurt Angle was close to not signing with the WWE because he told Vince McMahon, I want to win every match because I'm a gold medal Olympic winner and won it with a broken freaking neck. Vince McMahon said that's not how this business works. But in the world of MMA, in the world of boxing, it does work like that if you allow it and if you have a plan and a strategy like Khabib, like Floyd, like Joe Calzaghe, and all the other names that I've mentioned who are undefeated in the past, right? Like Rocky Marciano is another one to throw into that list. Well, now, that's not her path anymore. She lost to Holly. She lost to Amanda following that loss to Holly, 2 back-to-back losses that put her out of the world of MMA. Well, now she thinks that going into the WWE, it was sort of therapeutic, right? Well, not really, because guess what? She had a lot of issues with a lot of the female talent in the back saying that she would beat all of their asses because all of this is fake. Totally showing disregard and disrespect to the sport of professional.
Round number 1, Gerald Mershot taking on Kyle Daukus, not Chris Daukus. Kyle Daukus obviously is the brother of the Philadelphia police officer. But yeah, this is the brother nonetheless. But okay, all right, here we go. Round number 1. Very interesting matchup. I told you these two guys have, like, I would say a 50-50 record, sort of like journeyman-like fighters. But at the same time, man, both of them together would make this fight very competitive. And look, what is Gerald Mershot already getting knocked down? What is this? Darce choke. Did he just get submitted? Is he about to get submitted? He tapped. Wow. He tapped. Wow, dude, that was so quick. I can't believe how quick that was, man. I can't believe how quick that was. That was so quick. Wow. Very easy submission win. All right. Back to the video. Let's read these comments first. Okay, Victory says, Ronda is just really unlikable. She tried saying that everyone couldn't stay on top is hated because Khabib, LOL, not even close.
Yeah, I think there's a part of her that is jealous Khabib is undefeated. That's what I think, right? I mean, it sounds pretty plausible, but let's see what Kyle Daukus here did. He had a 1-2 shot. He hurt him. As soon as he hurt him right here, he got the choke. He was just open right there, right? Gerald Mershad was just open for that, and there it is. That was all she wrote, man. Great job. Great job for Kyle Daukus right there. Yeah, facts, man. Ronda's just a crybaby overall, man. But back to the video. Wrestling, because guess what? One of the things that you do in the world of professional wrestling is you put the talent over. She didn't do that, did she?
What's the thing? It's not a fucking promo. It's not an act. I'm not going out there and doing their fucking act anymore. They can say it's part of the act to kind of try to save face to everybody else, but it's not an act. I'm going out there and doing whatever the hell I want, and they can explain it away however they want, but fuck them.
Now, to add even more insult to injury, listen to this part right here, okay? Remember how she said that everybody shows respect to the legends in the world of professional wrestling? This is how she shows respect to the world of professional wrestling right here. Probably worse than Roger Jackson did to Psycho Stu. Oh my goodness. Okay, not that worse, but close to it. Take a look at this.
Everybody, WWE Universe included. I meant that I'm going to disrespect the sport that they all love so much. Oh, don't break kayfabe, Ronda. Wrestling's it's scripted. It's made up. It's not real. None of those bitches can fucking touch me. The end.
All right, so it's safe to say Ronda Rousey is a narcissist, right? She will speak for what is good for, let's say, her interests, but will speak against yours if it, I mean, look, you understand what a narcissist is, right? Let's take a look at the definition of what that is. While keeping in mind of watching this video, I want you to read this definition. Or admiration. And none of these bitches can touch me. Okay, that it's fake. I can do what I want. They can explain it how they want. So in other words, you don't care about anybody else but yourself. Yet you want everybody to cheer you if you were to show up at a UFC event. You want everybody to give you that admiration. You want everybody to give you that same respect that they give to Khabib. But here's the thing. Khabib did the right thing by retiring on time. You see, the Betch Kohea fight, which, by the way, was her last and final victory before she had rode off into a disgraceful ending. Okay, she could have just ended it right there. You want to know why? Think about this. Holly Holmes was the new and evolved version of women's fighting at the time. She was a boxing world champion. On top of that was a kickboxing champion. And now coming into MMA with an evolved MMA game, trains with John Jones, trains with Greg Jackson, one of the best MMA teams in the world. And they figured out her game plan. Look, here's the thing about Ronda that you guys have to understand, right? This woman comes from LA, born and raised, right? Like, we're talking about born and raised in LA. Not in Compton, not in Long Beach, not in the bad parts. Obviously, in the affluent parts. Her mother was a doctor. Okay, and not only that, a judo champion. She was also raised to be a judo champion. There's a lot of narcissism that's developed with a person that comes from that environment, that comes from that background. And on top of that, it doesn't help that she became an Olympic medalist. You know, you're probably wondering, well, why didn't that help? Well, look, if you're an important person, very likely you're going to express that the better that your life gets. And then it elevates you. And not only that, it enables you. And now you think you're better than everybody else. You come into MMA where it was underdeveloped for women's fighting. She was tearing through people left and right. Left and right, she was tearing through people. Okay, and then all of a sudden, guess what happened after the Betch-Correia fight? As I mentioned, the Amanda Nunes and the Holly Holmes loss. Okay, and then after that, she never wanted to talk about MMA, train MMA, or do anything with MMA. And then here she is. The other conflict here is that she's saying Joe Rogan is not an MMA expert. Here's a shocker that you guys don't want to hear. He is. You know who else is an MMA expert? MMA guru. Even though he never trained, even though he never competed. You want to know why? All the hours and hours that Joe Rogan puts into commentating, watching the fights, analyzing it, while also training on the side as well. Look, I'm sorry to say he's more of an expert than most fighters who have had a fight. Dylan Dennis had 2 MMA fights, okay? Was a world jiu-jitsu champion, had 1 MMA fight, or at least I think a couple MMA fights, 3 MMA fights. But does he really watch MMA on a daily basis? I don't know. Let's assume he doesn't, at least not to the level that MMA Guru does or to the level that Joe Rogan does with all the fights that he covers, right? Doing the sport does not make you an expert. Watching and observing the sport and learning the sport and being a student of the sport 24/7 makes you an expert. It only means you are more experienced. Being experienced doesn't make you an expert because there are things that you don't know about. There are things that you don't see, and there are stats and figures on certain fighters that you may not know as a fighter yourself. So therefore, that makes MMA Guru and Joe Rogan more of an MMA expert than that of Ronda Rousey. So that's really all there is to it. Now, look, here's the thing that I really need you guys to understand, okay? Ronda Rousey hate Khabib? I don't think so. I don't think he has anything against Khabib. In fact, I think they were friends at some point, or at least they were very cordial with each other, right? There was no beef or animosity whatsoever, other than the fact that Ronda Rousey has hung out with the Diaz brothers before, and you know, Khabib is not exactly a big fan of the Diaz brothers. But other than that, there really is no beef between them. But what she said was distasteful. But not only that, it sort of revealed who she was, who she is, and the type of person that we're sort of uncovering, right? We're sort of uncovering this about her. Look, remember when she was champion? It seemed like everything was great. Everything was phenomenal, right? Everything was nothing to really criticize. Not the head movement, not the lack of takedown skills that she had. Nothing. There was nothing that you could criticize about her. And people, she was nice to a lot of fans because guess what? They were nice to you because you were winning. Now, all of a sudden, that you're not winning, you want the same admiration from these people. And this is a life lesson that I need everybody to understand, right? These people out here, you don't owe them anything, and they don't owe you anything on top. That's what you got to understand. That's just how the world of MMA goes. And if you don't understand that, then you're going to be bitter just like Ronda Rousey. That is my video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And oh yeah, stay tuned right now. Bonus content. Let's talk about UFC Fight Night, Garcia Onama. Little rundown of the this night. Okay, so let's just a little quick recap. Obviously, Steve Garcia gets the first round knockout by David Onama. Violent in the way that he fight. Went after him, got the knockout, and that was all she wrote. Little stats right here. 53% significant strikes, threw 70, 43 of them landed. Onama only threw 2 punches in this whole entire fight. Wow. How about this one? Controversial. Ante Delija coming in here in the UFC. Everybody expected this guy to be the heir to Tom Aspinall's throne, right? And in fact, Tom Aspinall spoke about not what do you call it? He spoke about not continuing on to defend his belt if this guy gets to get on top. Now we don't have that problem anymore. He eye pokes Waldo, okay, and Waldo comes back and knocks him out. We thought that it was a knockout because he eye poked him and then he was able to finish him off. And then guess what? The referees restarted the whole entire thing. You guys know, I told you guys this earlier in the video. That was all she wrote. Waldo then calls out Tom Aspinall. I mean, he just says the champ, but not really. But yeah, Jeremiah Wells gets a decision over Garimbo. Takedowns on Jeremiah Wells. 6 takedowns for Garimbo, but still Jeremiah Wells wins. Once again, a common trend in MMA where takedowns really don't mean much. Submission win by Del Valle. Another submission, a lot of submission wins tonight, right? Charles Radkic has a submission win over Daniel Frunza. Catchweight submission. Alan Nascimento gets a submission over Cody Durden. Okay, now to the prelims we go. Okay, and then we'll cut off the video from here. Billy Elikenta gets a submission. More submissions of the night, right? Over Christian. Billy Elikina over Kevin Christian gets a submission over him. Decision win. Timmy Kawumba versus Lee. Now, Lee was doing very good in the first round. In the second round, Timmy came back. The third round, he came back, out-grinded him, out-grappled him, won the entire fight as a result of that by decision. Dante Johnson gets a submission over Cedric Dumas. By the way that he had it on didn't seem all that anyway. Caitlin Vieira loses to a decision to Norma.
Ronda said about Joe Rogan, he's not an expert, he's a fan with an audience. Everybody hates me. No, they don't. Nobody's even thinking about you. The only thing real is
So, breaking news, Khabib's gym has been raided by the FSB security forces in Russia in response to what had happened during the terrorist attack that had happened in Dagestan, which left a Catholic priest or an Orthodox Christian priest unalived based on getting his throat and a whole bunch of different synagogues getting blown up and things of that nature. So, very tragic in that end, right? And obviously, one of the people involved was a supposed alleged member of Khabib's camp, in which Khabib later proclaimed that he was no more than just a person that came to the gym, that trained, that did his camps there, which, by the way, let me explain in mixed martial arts context, okay? A lot of guys train in different gyms. There's a difference between training at a gym and being an actual member of a particular team. Now, let's say, for example, I'll give you some experiences of mine in Team Alpha Male. Okay, so Uriah Faber, Chad Mendez, and you can go back to the days of TJ Dillashaw, Cody Garbrandt, Joseph Benavidez. The list goes on and on. Now, Andre Feely, who, by the way, is fighting today at UFC 303, that's Team Alpha Male. Now, are there guys that have came to Sacramento to train at Team Alpha Male? Yeah, 100%. It doesn't mean that they are members of Team Alpha Male. This is the same story that we are dealing with this particular guy that has supposedly done horrific things in the name of whatever cause that he's trying to, I guess, do it under, right? But Khabib even came out and said, this is something that is condemnable, right? Like, why would I not condemn this? Is it even a question to condemn these horrific actions? And he goes on to explain that he was a guy that just came and trained a couple of times in that camp. He was a 2-0 fighter, by the way, right? And the Russians had decided to go and raid him now. Would the Russians do this if they were, would the America do this if it was Khabib in America having a gym here and things of that nature? My answer is no. Look, we have a different set of laws here that they do in Russia. I'm going to put it plain and simple. They operate out of emotions, and here we operate out of objectivity, evidence, and burden of proof. None of that matters in Russia. You see, all they know is that, hey, you know what? Khabib, this guy, they known each other, but at what extent did they really know each other? Just like what I had just mentioned to you about the Team Alpha Male situation, or most MMA gyms around the country. Most people train in different gyms. It doesn't mean that they are members there. There's guys that are not members of Greg Jackson's camp that will literally go there and train for maybe a couple of weeks or something like that. George St. Pierre, I don't think he's a full-fledged member of Greg Jackson's camp, but he has done camps there. There are people that go out and train with Faraz Zahabi up in Montreal, but it doesn't mean that they are part of the TriStar gym, nor will Faraz Zahabi walk them out to their fight. This is the same situation. This guy has never been cornered by Khabib in the 2-0 fight, the 2-0 fights that he has. Has Khabib, Islam, or any of the Team Eagle guys that are recognizable to the public ever walked this guy out? And the answer is no. So why is it that the Russians are raiding Khabib? Well, this is a reason why you're here, is for me to discuss this. Obviously, one, he's Dagestani. If you don't know what that means in Russia, that's literally being black in America. Because obviously there was a time where the Muslims of Russia had a conflict with mainland Russia, okay? And a lot of that hatred stems from those particular historical events that took place with their conflict going on from the 1800s. You can go back to the 1600s and so on and so forth, right? There's a vast history of Muslim and Christian conflict within that region. And obviously over the years, when Khabib became a big superstar in Russia, it didn't really matter as much, at least not in the mainstream level, to where you would see Putin invite Khabib just after Khabib had defeated Conor McGregor. And the same thing with Islam Makhachev, the same thing every time Khabib won a UFC title fight. He would come back after the Dustin Poirier fight, after the, the Justin Gaethje fight. So it kind of showed, you know what, there's Russian unity amongst Muslims and Christians, right? And that's not fake. Let's be honest about this. Nothing about that is fake, okay? Because Abdul Manap has trained guys that are not Muslim. He's trained with different Russians. He's trained with different nationalities. So they're not these guys that are, let's say, Muslim only and don't mess with anybody else. Obviously, Khabib comes out here in the United States. He trains in Northern California. He trains in San Jose. He trains different fighters from America. He helps Bilal Muhammad, who is American. Yes, he's Muslim, but he's American, even though he's American with a Sunni Muslim background, just like Khabib. Nonetheless, understand this. I don't think that it was called for with the reasons that the Russians had to go out and raid Khabib. But at the same time, I hope that they do find out that, hey, there is nothing going on. This man is a sportsman. He's never involved himself in politics in any kind of way, other than the fact that Islam Makhachev in the recent times has called out to people for, let's say, being aware of what's going on in Palestine. right? That's the most political that that team has ever gotten. And really, on a mainstream level, there's really nothing outrageous or radical about that. Even myself, I'll tell you, as neutral, not neutral, I'm not going to say that I'm neutral on the subject, but I will say I understand if you are an Israeli soldier and let's say your family gets kidnapped, captured, bombed, or things of that nature, and you want to join the IDF to counter that. On the other side, I could understand if you're a wannabe Hamas member, first you're a wannabe Hamas member or not even thinking about Hamas at all, then all of a sudden a bomb drops down in your home, kills your entire family, and now you want to go do something about it. Now here comes these guys, Hamas, who will offer that to you, and this is the reason why you are where you're at in that hypothetical situation, right? So I understand both sides. However, the fact that I will go out and say, yeah, you know what, care for the Palestinians, aid the Palestinians in their hardships and this and that, that alone, you would be surprised how many people get at me, whether online or even, let's be honest, right, online personalities that have serious issues with me taking that particular side, right? Or not even taking a particular side, because let's be honest, unless you're actually in that war, you're not taking any sides. Sure, you can favor one side or the other, but the reality is you're not really doing anything, right? You're just sitting in the sideline. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not encouraging or telling anybody to go one way or the other. I'm just saying that that's really what it is. So for Khabib, when you say that he's sort of in that same light, yes, is there conflict in Russia amongst Muslims and Christians? You have Ramzan Kadyrov, who is the leader of Chechnya, right? He was appointed by Vladimir Putin. His father, Akhmat Kadyrov, the father of Ramzan Kadyrov. Him and Ramzan Kadyrov were both former jihadist revolutionaries who became state-sponsored rebels or state-sponsored rogue militants and what have you, right? So in other words, Putin gave them a position and now they control Chechnya, which that in and of itself is a conflict, an inner conflict amongst the Chechnyans and the Dagestanis. But they have to listen to Ramzan Kadyrov. They have to be on his side. They have to support him, because just like anywhere else in the world, if you don't do that, you know, bad things happen to you, right? So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that Khabib has been neutral this whole entire time. Hasn't had any particular quarrels with the Russian government, other than, of course, the taxes that he was charged with or something that I don't know the full details of it, but obviously from what we know within public information, it's really him not paying $3 million worth of taxes. It's no different than the Wesley Snipes situation or any Hollywood or athlete that believes they don't have to pay taxes or this and that, or somehow just miss out on doing it for whatever reason because they were too busy doing other things, a whole multitude of reasons, right? Now, I think to myself, does Khabib have a sense of quarrel against the Russian government for doing that? Sure. But there's levels to quarrelsome with governments, right? It doesn't mean that you want to do extreme things. And once again, take a look at the live stream that I did regarding this particular subject with Khabib. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't a live stream, actually. It was a video that I did regarding this particular topic. So I had to get back here and do this video again because apparently the Russians did raid his gym. Now let's get on to the subject of Conor McGregor. He goes and says, I was right all along. And weirdly enough, Tommy Robinson shares the tweet of Conor McGregor. And I've mentioned in this particular channel before, I have a video of Tommy Robinson and Conor McGregor, where Conor McGregor was talking about how he wanted to run for public office in Ireland. And the response that he had towards the migrant crisis going on, where they had some
illegal immigrants stabbing local Irish people, and he wanted to say something about it. And so obviously it became a Tommy Robinson situation. For those of you that don't know who Tommy Robinson is, he is an anti-Islamic activist in England, former or current soccer hooligan. And yeah, he's within that mix of that political sphere of things. So I urge you to check out that video. There's a lot that goes into that video that sort of relates to what is going on in today's time frame and what's happening. But anyways, Conor McGregor is using this as a low-hanging fruit to try and antagonize Khabib. He's got after Ali Abdelaziz for supposedly being on a plane during 9/11, and for whatever reason, I don't know what he's trying to incite with that. I don't know what he's trying to imply with that. I don't know if he's trying to say that Ali Abdelaziz was one of the hijackers, or if Ali Abdelaziz was involved in 9/11, which is crazy enough to say. But you have to understand and read between the lines. Just because Conor McGregor says it, it doesn't mean that it's true. Everybody's having this hashtag saying Conor was right, Conor was correct. Well, what exactly was he correct about? That somebody on his team committed an act of terrorism? Look, you got to understand there's 6 degrees of separation that we have as human beings, meaning that who I know, you may know at a mutual level based on the mutual friends that they have. If you understand what I mean by saying that, and if you don't, just rewind back 20 seconds from this particular video and analyze what I just said. 6 degrees of separation. In other words, everybody knows everybody. You're going to run across people that are some of the worst human beings in the world and you don't even know it. You've ran across some of the worst people in your family, in your workplace, and even just passing by at the subway or some public transit, or just being in traffic in the middle of LA or in the middle of Sacramento or whatever. You run across some of the worst people in the world. And some of them you'll actually interact with, and some of them you won't. And then some of them will actually be in your gym and you won't even know it. You won't even know what they're about. You ask anybody that is an expert in terrorism, one thing that they will tell you is that you just don't know when something is going to clack off, right? You don't know when something is going to go down. You just don't know if somebody has an intent to harm you in any kind of way until they actually do. And once again, just like in the last video, I've said there's really nothing that you can solve out of this. I try to solve every issue in every video. I try to give a detailed breakdown. I try to give, let's say, a ribbon wrapped into this story as a present to you, right? And not only that, with conclusions. Sometimes there's just not any conclusions to anything. Sometimes some things are just ongoing. But I have a feeling this particular story won't be the end of it. Why? Because the Russians don't operate like America in terms of due process. So in other words, when they go out and investigate, when they go out and do raids, it's not done out of reason or evidence or anything other than historical significance, which, by the way, you could see that in Vladimir Putin in the way that he talks about wars, in the way that he talks about certain regions and taking it over and bringing it back to the old glory of Russia. So yes, this is the type of terms that they talk under, not the terms of what is going on right now or what is happening in the current moment of time, but rather their own feelings and their own subjective opinions rather than objective facts. So that is all that I can offer you right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
All right, guys. So there it is, man. While that video was going on, I was watching the WellMaker fight versus Ewing. And you know what, man? Listen, Ewing coming in here with a short notice
was supposed to lay down for Malcolm WellMaker, right? But for whatever reason, I mean, he's giving him a very tough fight, as he should. As every fight that you have in the UFC should be very tough, right? But obviously, he was the heavy favorite to go into this fight. He had that great Ariel Helwani interview, very interesting biography that he has going on. Obviously, coming from being a construction worker and going into the world of fighting, I will tell you, there is a certain strength that you sort of build from being a construction worker, right? Because there's a certain level of consistency that you are putting forth an effort or carrying a certain amount of weight or being used to having a certain amount of weight or building your grip into the type of strength that you currently have. Obviously, Islam right now considered one of the strongest grip artists in MMA according to the PI metric numbers. But what has that contributed to? Well, maybe it's the way that they train, right? They train the way that, let's say, construction workers train, right? So in other words, when they are doing heavy lifting, there's not really like heavy lifting all the time that is per se going on in their training session. But what is going on is just this consistency of 70%, right? 70% lifting or 70% into your efforts, right? And when you're working as a percent every day, because if you do go 100% every day, then I guess there's some injury factors that may come with that. All right, let's see here. Just okay, so that's the end of the round right there. Now going into round number 3. Yeah, very close fight, to be quite honest. Never would have expected it to be this close because obviously Malcolm WellMaker has the interesting story. As I told you guys, the Ariel Helwani interview that he did, a lot of people, really started resonating with him because of that. Oh, there's a good spinning back elbow right there. Very similar from John Jones to Alexander Gustafsson, right? He had to really pull that one spinning back elbow to keep him in that fight. And the other interesting story about Malcolm WellMaker is that he is also a Muslim convert. So a correlation to the Khabib story that I was just telling you about, being that the Russian forces raided his gym due to the fact that there's a historical conflict there with Muslims and the native Russians. So yeah, a whole lot of pressure right now for Malcolm WellMaker to really put a lot of effort into this fight to win. All right, good body kick there by WellMaker. Ooh, there's some shots right there going off. Oh, nice spinning back kick right there by WellMaker. Good combinations. Okay, good jab right there. Really long jab, the way that he timed that one. Oh, showing a little bit of some Philly shell right there. Very good defense on the part of WellMaker, showing some of his boxing defense as well. Yeah, here we go, man. Okay, good knees right there by WellMaker, right in by that clinch position. Wow, Ewing just stuffed those takedowns right there, man. Malcolm WellMaker is trying in different positions right here. He went and stuffed those takedowns, and now they are clinch fighting right in the close range right now. Just about 1 minute left into this fight right now, 15 minutes. Oh, wow, man. Some good knees right there up in the... Wow, good scrambling exchanges between WellMaker and Ewing right now. All right, and that is the end of that one right there. Man, that's going to be very difficult to score right there. All right, so the winner by unanimous decision. Oh, wow, I can't believe it. Wow, Ewing wins. Wow. I can't believe Ewing wins. Ewing wins. That is unbelievable. I can't believe it. Wow, and there was so much hype going in with WellMaker. Wow, man, that was insane. Yo, I can't believe it. Madison Square Garden coming out with a win. He said he believed it and knew that he was going to come in here and win, man, in New York City. Wow, look at these knees right here. He said it's time to get home to his family and attend to his crops. Wow, amazing debut for Ewing right here. You know what's ironic about this, right? His name is Ewing, doing it in Madison Square Garden, home of the New York Knicks legend Patrick Ewing. Wow. Well, how about Dylan Dennis, right? Let's go back 2 years ago when I discussed Khabib versus Dylan Dennis up until now. One of my underrated videos right here.
This is just a grudge match. And with anything that deals with a grudge, you're going to use any low-hanging fruit to say whatever it is that you want to say to get under the skin of your opponent in order to get them to react in a result that you desire. Now, unfortunately, sometimes that works out in a multitude of different ways. For example, you take a look at Dylan Dennis's training partner, none other than Conor McGregor, which, by the way, this today, as this is being recorded, is the anniversary of when that fight between him and Khabib went down on October 6, 2018. Till this day, probably one of the highest pay-per-view events in the entire company's history, if not most of combat sports, at least within the top 3 or top 5 of the entire list of all-time pay-per-view sales. But you look at how that ended. Dylan Dennis was on the receiving end of someone's wrath once again. And you got to ask yourself, what is it that this guy is doing that allows other people to get the best of them and get out of their character and do things that otherwise would be uncharacteristics of who they are? Now, would you put it past anybody that Paul would go out and sue somebody for leverage, for the possibility of being able to have one-upsmanship, especially with an upcoming fight going on? Although it is still quite strange that one fighter would sue another fighter prior to a fight, right? Because usually if two guys are signed to fight each other, it's usually within terms of a business agreement rather than more of somebody that is your enemy. Or in other words, you have some sort of Geneva Convention that is somehow getting in between this conflict or warfare you have going on in a sanctioned manner, meaning that you're agreed to not hit below the belt. You're not allowed to go out and take out innocent civilians or something to that extent. And then this is where the ethics of MMA, boxing, and prize fighting all go into this question of, well, what is the right thing to say in terms of promoting a fight, and what are the limits? Was religion the limits when Khabib took on Conor back in October 6, 2018? No, it wasn't a limit at all. In fact, Conor went there. He went there to the point where he tried to offer Khabib, a known religious, devout Salafi Muslim who doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't do anything. By the way, on a side note about Khabib, just for you guys to understand in full context and great disclosure, someone asked me, they saw a picture of Khabib leading a prayer full of Dagestani fighters, and obviously most of them were Dagestani, but mostly Muslim fighters of different fighters from around the world that trained in his team. They asked, hey, is there a reason why Khabib is leading the prayer? You know what my answer was? My answer was, for the same reason why he's leading the prayer is for the same reason why he is world champion. And what do you mean by that? I explained to them what exactly I mean by that is that in order for you to lead prayer in an Islamic prayer or in a mosque or in a congregation, it's agreed upon that within that group of men or women, the man that has the most knowledge in terms of Islamic education and in terms of understanding the Quran, understanding the Hadith, the history of Islam, and things of that nature, gets to be the one that leads the prayer. So he asked me, so you mean that there's a reason why Khabib is world champion? Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Now, that's another thing you got to ask about this whole Dillon Danis thing, right? He's marking into a territory of two unknowns. Number one, being the first fighter in the entire history in the sport of boxing to be sued before a fight. That's number one. Number two, he has to also contend with the fact that, yes, he is an absolute monster world champion in the sport of jiu-jitsu, but he's walking into a boxing ring. Now, granted, the other story of that is it's not like Logan had this marvelous career of a Floyd Mayweather resume or even as much of a Tony Bellew to that extent. But the one question, other than the technicalities and the fighting resumes of these men, is the code of ethics that I think a lot of people are debating upon this fight, which is the reason why it attracts a certain type of attention that it does. Now, I'm not going to try to get into this whole manosphere red pill conversation that these other guys do. I'm going to let them do that. That's their specialty. But it's worth noting that is it morally correct for Logan to approach someone like this at his time of his life versus her time of her life, and coming into this situation knowing all these past occurrences, and he's okay with that? And this is one of the things that I wanted to comment on when him and Jake had that Better podcast with him and his buddies, Jake and his buddies, and then Logan was the guest and whatnot, which is recent within this week of October 2023, right? The one thing that was significant was the cognitive dissonance that they had going on, right? I had noticed Jake mentioned something to the effect of, well, these days, a lot of people are not in it for the long haul. He's talking about like a relationship or a marriage. And I'm thinking, okay, you know what? This is for the same reason why people are attacking you for this infraction of a moral code, is for the same reason that you're also sort of supporting it through allowing your brother to go through this particular arrangement with Agdal. So it was quite interesting to see the dynamic of that, because the thing is, like I said in the beginning of part one, right? There is no right or wrong between these two guys because they're both immoral in their own way. Dillon Danis happens to be the type of guy that can provoke a wrath out of the best of us, out of the most calmest of us. If you've remembered what Khabib did.
All right, here we go. Tracy Cortez versus ERIN Blanchield going on right now. All right, I'm going to let this video play, finish it through, and then comment into the fight, okay? So ERIN Blanchield and Tracy Cortez about to fight right now. I'm going to let this video finish, and we're going to comment right into the fight. Let's get it rocking, cracking, and everything in between. UFC 322 fight night, and we are here for it. Jumping out of the cage and doing an eagle stomp on him right after the entire fight with Conor McGregor, all because of the buildup. And then the possible alleged. All right, round one between ERIN Blanchield and Tracy Cortez. I had predicted ERIN Blanchield on this one, so here we go. Let's make this official. Racial, or I'm sorry, religious bashing that he made towards Khabib in the fight, in the lead up, and during the fight day, all at the same time. So once again, this is a great lesson for people to understand, is that when it comes to the many scumbags that are involved in the fight game, and I'm not saying any of these guys are that or the other, but you guys out there are making up your mind as to who is what and who isn't. So either way, you have to understand that when you see this with other fighters and other storylines and other conflicts from around the world, whether it would be small or whether it would be from an actual warfare point of view between countries or between rebels, insurgencies versus an actual state and things of this nature, or just a sanctioned prize fight situation that we're witnessing or talking about in this particular moment of time. Either way, there is no good guy or bad guy. There are only interests, and there are only decisions made by what is best for you and the people that are on your side, and forget everyone else. Literally, forget everyone else, because I'd like you to like and subscribe. And forget everyone else, but first and foremost, like and subscribe. All right, so there we go. Continuing on with this fight, 315, 314, Tracy Cortez versus Blanchield. Low kick right here by Blanchield. Tracy Cortez got the type of cornrows that looks like you could build a map around it. You know what I mean? Like one of them type of things. Oh, good hook right there by Tracy Cortez. All right, man, we got to cut that volume down a little bit with DC in the background. All right, Tracy swinging wild right here. Mario Dillion says, WellMaker hype job is dead. Damn, bro. Bro, I to be honest with you, I was very gutted for that job. But you're right. There is a lot of hype going into that, right? He went into the Ariel Helwani podcast while he was there. He had a good story behind him, right? Bill, sort of like this main character. Look, man, you got to believe in yourself at some point, right? But then you started to kind of see, all right, there is a main character syndrome thing going on there. But again, you do have to believe in yourself. So I'm not saying that's right or wrong. That's just an observation based on, you know, an unbiased journalistic point of view. America's only hope is Sean Brady. And on top of that, I really liked that WellMaker had a story about him being a Muslim convert. I mean, oh, man, that Ariel Helwani stuff was, you know, was awesome for sure. All right, let's see what some things that he was talking about in the Ariel Helwani interview, right? While the ERIN Blanchield and Tracy Cortez fight is going on. Because we are still dead on surprised of how that, you know, shifted the whole entire fight. But all right, let's check it out anyway. Let's see. Man, yeah, he had a lot of hype behind him going into this. Check this out right here.
When you walked in the office and you had on that white welding cap, what was that conversation like? Was your boss like, all right, I already know what's about to happen, we don't need to have this conversation? Or was he like, hey man, thank you for coming and working for me every day, putting in the time? How did that conversation go?
Yeah, it wasn't, I didn't really have to explain myself too much. I literally had on sweatpants and a hoodie. You know, everybody else is wearing their hard-toe boots and everything. And I sat down at the table. I stopped and grabbed biscuits on the way to work. And they knew, you know, everybody that was at my job was supporting me. They watched the fight. They knew what my aspirations were, and they knew what position I could be in if I got the bonus. So we literally sat at the table for about an hour. I mean, they stopped work. We had a good farewell. We talked about all the memories. We talked about what's next. And I rounded up my tools and went home. You know, it was a very positive experience.
When you walked in.
And now, I don't even want to say it. You guys are probably going to say it to make fun of him, but I'm not going to say it. But yeah, nonetheless, still, you know, a very interesting story nonetheless, man. Let's see what else here. Yeah, this one right here. Says, I think Morales chins Brady, though. You know what, Nick? I think there's a good chance of out-grappling Morales. Speaking about grappling, how about ERIN Blanchield right now getting tied up by Tracy Cortez here?
So far, my career has been great, but like the cherry on top, if I get to fight Morale while he's the champion, while we're both the machine, while we're from different Georgias. Like,
by the way, keep in mind, right? This fight tonight that he just fought was at 145. He was originally set to fight 135, but on any regard, Ewing was set to come in here 2 days' notice. So I don't know what to say.
You know
man.
what I mean? Like that's
Yeah, that's right.
That's the
Georgia
fight, bro.
versus
Like
Georgia.
that's the dream
Right.
fight.
His name is the machine.
You and I'm like, oh my god.
no.
So he walks me to my dorm or my apartment, and he say, "You can either give me permission to search it, or we just gonna go through the processes, and the dean is gonna give me permission to search it anyway."
So yeah, this is him talking about his experience in college, getting
you can sit here and wait
shaken
for
down, and yeah, man,
a couple hours.
had a lot of hype going into this fight, bro.
Even most recently watching Corey, like, bro, Corey did so good. Like, there was so much Corey did right. He got up every single time he got taken down. I mean, you know, to the last bell, he had that fighting spirit. Like, he did so much I admired.
You know what? He did have that fighting spirit for this fight too, though. You know,
That made me
WellMaker.
say,
Shout
like,
out
how
to
did I
him.
end up in this position? Especially when, like, bro, from my childhood days until 3 months before my kickboxing debut, because he told me to, I was living a lifestyle that's like counterproductive to this. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, it's crazy, man, to see myself in this position when it's people like him who just gave they all to the sport since they was a kid, you know.
What he meant by counterproductive was that he was living a life where he was just smoking cigarettes, drinking, you know, this, that, and the other. So now, obviously, look, this is the biggest win that WellMaker. The biggest win that he got out of this was that he changed his life for the better. He may not have won tonight, but rest assured, going to have plenty of nights where he's going to have plenty of chances to win big. All right? Like this didn't happen to McGregor. Like as if this happened to Michael Chandler, and we still watch these guys. What are we talking about here? You know what I mean? So we'll still watch it. We'll still watch them. We'll still watch them. But at the same time, tonight just wasn't his night. He's still an interesting guy. Okay? He still won. Because remember, he was that fat kid that was just trying to stay in shape. Okay? Staying away from cigarettes, staying away from alcohol, all the harmful things. And now he's doing that. But now he's doing it at a high fitness level of being a UFC athlete. So, in the end, he still won. But he just didn't win tonight. And that's completely okay. You understand? So let me say that again. He may have lost tonight, but in life, he still won, and that's completely okay. Let me get another hand clap on that one. He said, Mario said his cardio was kind of sus. Oh, wow. Speaking of sus, as we were saying that, wow, ERIN Blanchield with the finish. Wow. ERIN Blanchield with the finish straight away. ERIN Blanchield with the finish. I knew that she was able to out-grapple her right here, but with a finish. Okay, so let's see what she does here. She gets the takedown, drags her all the way across the cage. As soon as she gets a takedown, she takes the back. And as soon as she takes the back, wraps her legs around her. Look at this. Gets the neck. Doesn't even get the body. Almost sort of like in a crucifix position, wrapping her arms around. Man, that was amazing performance by ERIN Blanchield. Amazing performance by ERIN Blanchield for sure. Man, what a great night of fight, guys. This is DJ EZK. Having a little bit of that Long Beach Snoop Dogg sound. You know what I'm saying? 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2. Yeah. What's my prediction? I think JDM is going to lose, so he got to protect his neck. So who do I think is going to win? Second round submission, Islam Makhachev. All right, ladies and gentlemen. ERIN Blanchield. All right. So how bad has Conor McGregor's loss to Khabib affected him after all these years. Well, let's take a look at a video that I did 9 months ago of Conor McGregor spitting at a Khabib fan for saying, "Let's go Khabib."
Yeah, you know, for all those that passed in LA. As somebody that supports Khabib, I can actually sympathize for what Conor McGregor did, and let me explain why. For one, you got a guy that is purposely trying to antagonize you. Purposely. What do you think it means when you say, "Hey, let's go Khabib"? It is a point of agitation and a point of transgression that you're committing towards a person who is probably one of the most dangerous people on earth. Considering the fact that he's also on drugs, he's in Las Vegas, you don't know what he's liable to do. All you know is that, hey, this is Conor McGregor, and I'm going to walk up to him and I'm going to say, "Hey, let's go Khabib." Although, on the other hand, and this is something that you have to understand, I'm going to look at both sides of the equation, and the other equation of that is the simple fact that he was just saying, "Let's go Khabib," but he was agitating him. So we have to take both sides into serious consideration. Now, this is what I got to say about the whole entire subject. Conor McGregor needs to control himself. At the same time, other people...
All right, guys, before we go back in time 9 months ago, reacting to the story of Conor McGregor spitting at Khabib, let me just remind you, Robocop versus Kopylov is going on right now. So they are about to enter the cage. We're going to let this video play. And yeah, let's wait for Kopylov versus Robocop to head on right now. So, man, can't wait for this fight coming up right now. But first, on to this video, and then on to that fight. And then right afterwards, that is the prelim main event against Bo Nickel and Rodolfo. And then the main card. Oh, man, we're here for all the cards. I told you guys, just as advertised on the title, full event. We started from the beginning of the fight all the way to the end of the fight when we culminate to Islam Makhachev finally defeating Jack Della Maddalena. Inshallah, let's see if that happens. All right, back to 9 months ago.
Really need to watch your P's and Q's in how they behave towards other people, and in particular, celebrities. Many people look at celebrities as almost not human. In other words, as some kind of playable character that they see in a video game. It's a very dehumanizing situation because you're looking at this guy who you know is famous, but you're not looking at him as a human being that has problems just like everybody else. And I think that's the real problem that we are missing in this whole entire conversation. A lot of people out there are going to say Conor McGregor did a very horrible thing, and it's very hard for me to disagree with them. There's other people out there that agree with what he did, and I understand that too. And that is the reason why I started the video exactly the way that it sounded, was to basically point out that this man should not have been out there provoking Conor McGregor. But on the other hand, Conor McGregor has to be the bigger person. And I got to tell you, being the bigger person means more ways than one. In other words, let's say if you're the biggest guy in the room, right? And there's something that pops off. The cops are going to look at the big guy right away because the big guy of the room, whether that guy is super big in terms of width or super big in terms of height or both, they're going to look at him and say, that guy should have known better. He should have de-escalated the situation, use his size, in order to enforce good rather than encourage the chaos. In other words, like, I'll give you a side story to that example. Kevin Garnett, former NBA player, former Timberwolves, and I believe he retired as a Boston Celtic. During his high school days, he witnessed a man die in front of him because there was a fight going on in school, and a kid got slammed to the ground and was unalive. They look at Kevin Garnett, 6'11", and they're saying to themselves, you know what? This guy right here, he should know better. He's the biggest guy in the room. He's 6'11". He could have de-escalated the situation. And even worse, probably may have used himself as the weapon in this whole entire subject. In other words, he should have known better. Well, Conor McGregor is sort of placed in that same category. Even though he's not 6'11", his lack of stature in that matter, still, there's an overcompensation for the magnitude of his superstardom that he brings. So let's try and understand that dynamic, right? In other words, he's the bigger star, he's the celebrity, he's the world champion fighter who should know better. But what about this guy? Should he have known better? Well, I got to tell you, I'm going to talk to the fans because I can't talk to a famous UFC fighter and begin to pretend that I can sympathize with what they go through in terms of interactions with different human beings out there, and sometimes the weirdness that comes with that. And even more so amplified with the likes of Conor McGregor, who is now a billionaire, an actor, a multi-world champion, and even more than that, a celebrity, and maybe even some would argue a political figure in his home country of Ireland. So the matter of this situation is very complex, and also keep in mind that Conor McGregor mentally is a very complex person. And as a result of that, you don't know what you're going to get. And if you're a fan like this guy, who I'm talking to right now, I'm talking to all the fans, because remember, I said I can't sympathize or empathize with what it's like to be a superstar, but I know what it's like to be a fan and to see these guys and even train with some of these guys in person and how you should act and behave. This guy probably did not understand that. It reminds me of the time when I ran across this guy named Jake, right? I worked with him at, well, I'm not going to mention where the place was, bad enough I mentioned his name, but again, there's a lot of Jakes. So this guy, obviously, he was a Conor McGregor fan like everybody else back in 2015. At the time, I trained at Team Alpha Male with Chad Mendes, Uriah, TJ Dillashaw, all these guys, right? And when Conor knocked out Chad Mendes that following Monday, he kept trying to stick it to me. And let me just say this. I had to remind him. Brought him somewhere in a dark room, somewhere where nobody could see what we were doing or nobody could hear what we were talking about. But I'll tell you, just in layman's terms, what I said to him. This is not a sport. It is a sport because there's winners and losers, just like there is in football games and basketball games. But you're a casual MMA fan. You don't understand the MMA culture. You don't understand what it takes to get in there. And for you to make fun of a guy who is a former title challenger, a top tier 145er at the time in Chad Mendes, I think it's highly disrespectful, especially when you're in front of me. Right? And That's a lesson that I think a lot of people need to understand, is that sometimes when you bring up past losses, you're opening yourself in the world of combat and conflict.
All right. So Roman Kopylov and Robocop are set to face right now. All right, let's go. I'm going to continue the video while this fight is about to go on.
Where these guys are in. Now, Chael Sonnen made a video about this particular topic, right? You guys have already seen the video. I don't need to make a replay or react to it. I just rather shoot this video right now and talk to you guys about it. Chael said that Conor had been given PTSD by Khabib. Is that correct? Probably, because it shows in his actions, it shows in his behavior, it shows in the way that he conducts himself. So it is no wonder. It is no wonder that Conor McGregor is behaving the way that he does when somebody brings up Khabib. Because he's obviously wounded by that whole entire process. But a lot of people out there, you guys really need to understand, you cannot say anything to anybody and not expect consequences to come your way. It's impossible.
All right. So round number one between Kopylov and Rodriguez, Robocop Rodriguez, going on right now. A little bit of some bounce into the step of Roman Kopylov right now. Showing some really good good footwork right here. Rodriguez looking to really release his power right here. And by the way, really known for the tenacious power that he has going on, right? Really looking to get a knockout power right here. Look, indicative of those strikes that he's throwing right there. Rodriguez. Body kick shot right there by Rodriguez. Rodriguez. Also known as Robocop. Body shot by Rodriguez. High kick right there by Rodriguez. There's he's shooting in for a single leg right there. Now they lock up into a clinch position in the middle of the octagon, right in front of the Monster Energy drink part, the center, literally the center of the cage. All right, another hard body kick by Rodriguez. Rodriguez with a hard body kick. No. All right, sort of pairing each other's shots right here. Going from one man unorthodox, other man in orthodox position. A lot of interesting parries that sort of happen when you have an orthodox positioned fighter and a non-orthodox positioned fighter as well. Oh, good knee right there by Rodriguez, Mr. Rodriguez. Robocop. Oh, that is a nice judo hip toss by Kopylov. All right, and that is the end of the round right there with Rodriguez and Kopylov. Round number one. I'm going to have to give that one to Rodriguez. Kopylov did good. It's a very hard round to score, but I'm going to have to give that one to Rodriguez. The corner of Kopylov is advising him to go first for whatever that may mean. Oh, man. Hey, Zane, what's going on, brother? A shout out to Zane, my man. Did you get the link, bruv? Yeah, come on and slide through, man. Yeah, hit the link and slide through if you're ready. All right. Oh, wow. There's an ankle lock right there by Rodriguez out of nowhere. Okay, but Kopylov is fighting it off. Very good. Very good. He fights it off.
Yes, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. I can hear you loud and clear, man. So how was the Eubank versus Conor fight? Are you
What a
surprised
fight!
by the result?
What a fight, bro. Bro, a little bit surprised because I didn't think Conor would beat him so convincingly. You get what I mean? It was a whitewash. Literally, it was a really, really uncompetitive fight compared to the first one. You know what I mean? I reckon if there was one more minute in that fight, Conor Benn would have knocked him out. You get me? Because Eubank was lucky the final bell rang whilst he just got up, you know? Because had there been one more minute, Conor Benn would have knocked him out, bro. The legs weren't there at all, bro. That was a very good ending to a very, very important fight that goes down in history in boxing due to their fathers, Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank Sr. It was a massive, massive event, man. But wow, what a fight, man. What about you? Did you enjoy it? Did you think that would happen?
Yeah, you know what? I was expecting Eubank to win, right? And
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. But I do see his age sort of showing overnight.
Right.
That's what I think happened. His age literally showed overnight. And
Yeah.
sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes it doesn't happen with all opponents. But for
Yeah.
Conor Benn, with the type of
Yeah.
style he has, the frantic, the constant movement, and the constant attacks, and now
Yeah.
mixing that with a much more mature boxing pace, it really proved to be problematic for Eubank. And
for sure.
I think he was not fully recovered from the previous fight. I think he was still shell-shocked.
Yeah, for real, man.
And his pride and ego would not allow him to take the proper rest that he needed. Because here's one thing that I think is really important that people need to understand about in combat sports, right? A win doesn't always mean it's a win for your body.
Yeah.
In other words, you can be in a war of a fight, you still win, but you leave a piece of yourself in there.
Yeah, for sure, man. They
Right?
took
And
a lot of
sometimes
out
a
of each
win.
other.
And here's another thing, right? I'm gonna land it with this, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes a win can be very deceptive to the reality of what you need to work on.
For sure, man.
So that's what
was
I
a
think
good ass
is
fight,
what we
though.
saw tonight. What'd you say?
That was a really good ass fight, man. But the fight that I was really, really interested in was obviously our friend Adam Azim, man. Basically, Adam Azim versus the USA guy, the guy from America. Was it Kurt Scuby?
Yeah, how did that fight go?
Bro, obviously I predicted Adam Azim to get the knockout and he knocked him out, you know? But obviously when you got like money on the line and stuff like that, you know, it's kind of important, isn't it? Do you get what I mean? Because you want your money to come in, and obviously Adam Azim, he didn't let me down, and like he's a very good guy, man, very good boxer, and I'm happy he didn't let me down. Not only that, like my friends, they backed the same, and you know, I'm happy I didn't let them down. And he did the business, you know. All credit to Adam Azim, man. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That was a really
so
good fight.
it
Did
was
you
a
catch that?
decision win?
Huh?
It was a decision win?
No,
by,
Adam
Azim?
Azim knocked him out. He knocked him out in the 12th
what
round.
round? What round?
Round 12, bro.
Wow. Now
Yeah,
that's
literally.
the best type of knockout right there.
Bro, I needed the knockout. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Because like I had my money on the knockout, innit? So I had to get the knockout, bro. And luckily he pulled it out the bag. It looked like it was gonna go at points though in round 11, but then yeah, he managed to hurt him at the end of the round, and he just capitalized on it onto the 12th round, and then yeah, luckily like he put some good combinations together and they landed. And Kurt Scuby, credit to him though, because he took a hell of a lot of punishment, man. And I thought he wasn't gonna be able to take it. You get what I'm saying? But eventually it took its toll, man. At the end, he got him hurt. You get what I'm saying? I think Adam had to box carefully here because, you know, Scooby had some power. Do you understand? And all week, you know how Americans trash talk a lot? He was trying to get into Adam Azim's head, bro. And, you know, that's what the sort of bravado he was putting on. Do you get me? And luckily it can get to some fighters, but luckily with Adam Azim, he's so level-headed, cool, calm, and collected that he wasn't phased by it. Do you understand? He stuck to the game plan and he didn't rush for the knockout. But eventually, because he boxed so well, eventually Scuby, he was very defensively shelled up, you know, because I think he realized from early that Adam Azim's hand speed is really, really quick compared to his. Do you understand? So I think that's what shelled him up into a show, and it made, when someone's there and he's not engaging, he's there trying to survive, it makes it even harder a little bit to get the knockout because the guy's not really letting off any like shots, you get me? So he's covering up. It's difficult, but eventually, because Azim was boxing him and the body shots took its toll in the end, and you know, because he was losing so bad, he had to take a few chances. And whilst doing that, Adam Azim got his shots off, and one shot he didn't see coming. I think it was a right or left hook and to the body, and it just propelled him to the floor. But very well done to Adam Azim, bro.
I love fights like that where they go back and forth. But speaking of back and forth, we have one going on right now with Kopylov and Rodriguez going back and forth. Raul says, I have curly hair, so I support this curly hair fighter. He's talking about Kopylov that is fighting Rodriguez right now. Victory, which is Marty Miller. That's the name of the MMA gym that he trains out of. He says, bruv, that's to you, Zane. He's saying, bruv, what's up? He says, are we in between fights? We are between Kopylov and Rodriguez right now, while Zane was recapping the other major combat sports event that was going on today, which is Chris Eubank Jr. Versus Conor Benn. Now, how about 50 Cent, man? 50 Cent's walkout. What did you think about the 50 Cent walkout? Let's talk about that for a second.
Bro, I didn't expect it, you know. I cannot believe 50 was there in London. That's crazy, bro. Like, 50 Cent to be in London, that's big, bro, because, like, he's very big in America, you get me? And, like, he's done a lot for the rap game, to be honest. And, like, you never ever see 50 come to London like that, just, like, out of the blue, you know what I mean? So I was very surprised, but it was good to see him there. And, unfortunately, the fighter he came out with,
like, what's his
he didn't win, though.
with Chris, right?
Yeah, I wonder how did that relationship come about? Because, you know, that's mad. That's a mad link up, mad collab, you know? But I like that gave me like Eminem and Terrence Bud Crawford vibes. You know, when Eminem came out with Terrence Bud Crawford in the Spence fight, that was sick. And you know,
I just think that think that when you have a rapper that is you know, a fight fan, naturally he's going to just gravitate towards guys like that, right? Or they're just going to run across each other in gyms or at parties and link up and network, you know? So that's sort of the message, right? The important message that I think a lot of content creators, YouTubers, rappers, and people in the entertainment business, even fighters yourselves, right? You know, who are looking for sponsorships, right? Always network at all times, right? And obviously, because of that, it gave us a good show. But at the same time, man, you know, I feel for Chris Eubank, right? Bad timing. Very bad timing.
You gotta feel sorry for him, innit? Because obviously it was a big rivalry and both of them, they both wanted to win it, innit? But obviously that's just the way it goes. It's like one's got to win and one's got to lose, innit? At the end of the day, it was it's a very emotional thing for both of them fighters because they've been through a lot with their fathers and stuff, you know, history and that. And that was a crazy fight, man.
Speaking of which, between, you know, people that, you know, one has to win or lose, now that is full round going to a decision right now with Kopylov and Robocop, man. Very back and forth fight. This was right here. We're going to find out who won this one. Usually in between, by the end of the fights, I would be able to predict and tell you, all right, well, I think this guy won or this and that. I think the judges are going to sway it this way. This is going to be a very hard fight to for either judge to sway one or the other. Do you like the crisp striking of Kopylov, or do you consider some of the takedowns that Robocop was able to pull here? But on any regard, man, we're leading into the main card in just a few right now. So, yeah, man, we got the Bo Nickel fight coming up next. A little controversy on this fight. A lot of people didn't like that this fight was not on the main card. But a lot of people don't understand television placing, right? Think about it. The reason why they wanted to put him, Bo Nickel, the next fight that is coming up right now, the reason why they put him in that slot is because that is the last fight before they go into the pay-per-view. So they want to be able to promote that portion of the card. Because remember, there's 14 fights in a UFC card, right? So they got to spread it out evenly, right? To sort of obtain the how do I say this, attention span of the fans. Okay, so now we got Bo Nickel to sort of end the prelim main event, right? Well, now we go into the main card. What is the main card fight? You got the Dariush fight, and then so on and so forth. But yeah, that's the controversy, you know, on the next fight that is coming up. All right, so right now, let's see who won this fight right now between Roman Kopylov and Rodriguez. Who's the winner here? All right, so Robocop is the winner by unanimous decision on that one, man.
Okay. But yeah, I hope Islam Makhachev beats Jack Della Mela.
Yeah.
Yeah, my phone just dropped. Yeah, so I hope he wins tonight, man. Islam Makhachev, man. I really want him to win for Khabib's sake, you know?
Yeah.
And I remember you put out a video where you mentioned Khabib's gonna retire from coaching. So I just wanted you to elaborate on that.
So what it is that once Islam is done with fighting, right, he's probably going to assist in some sort of coaching capacity, right? And then the next guy up, it's going to be Usman. Usman is going to be signed by the UFC. He's already a world champion outside of the UFC. So he's going to come and clean house in the same division that Islam Makhachev left behind. And then Umar, he's got his own story going on. Obviously, they all can't be undefeated like Khabib, right? So they all have different stories. They all have different paths and career challenges. So they're all going to complete it in their own way. And once all of that is done, then Khabib is going to ride off into the sunset. In the meantime, he is still training Islam. But while he's training Islam, while he's in California, and you happen to be around those training sessions, he's going to train you as well. But once the clock runs out for Umar, Usman, and Islam all together, that's where he retires and really hangs it up from MMA, period. Whether that is coaching, whether that is not necessarily training, he'll always train, but what he won't do is participate in any kind of way.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. But yeah, what's your prediction on this fight, though? This Makhachev fight?
Well, I did give a prediction on it on my live stream, and I did say that I think that this fight is going to have a back and forth where Islam is going to be challenged. There's going to be a few times where Jack is going to be able to hold the takedown, stuff him down, but eventually gets taken down within the scrambles. As that goes on, Jack is going to make a mistake. He's going to give off his back and will potentially get choked out with a rear naked choke. And even with the boxing prowess that a lot of people are giving Jack credit for, I argue that I think even Islam will outstrike him and outbox him in this scenario. Now, why do I say that? Well, the reason why I say that he's going to outbox him in this scenario is because even though on paper, JDM is supposedly the better boxer, Islam is the more athletic fighter, and athletic fighters will always overcome and over-adapt those fighters that are over-experienced. And what was that example that I told you in boxing in our private conversation? It was Klitschko versus Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua is a specimen of a human being, but doesn't have the caliber and experience and the Soviet pedigree of the Klitschko boxing style. But he has the athleticism to outpunch, outspeed, and out strength and outpower the likes of Klitschko.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, thing that I see out of Islam Makhachev, and we're just talking striking alone. Okay, we're not even talking about just the grappling that he has in his back pocket.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. Do you think he's gonna land the most significant strikes?
Do I think? I think that he'll land enough strikes. I don't think that it'll be high, but I think it'll be. I think there's going to be that one shot that knocks down. I did say in our private conversation that I think Islam will knock him down. I did say that. I did say that I think he's going to knock him down, and from that knockdown, he's either going to grab a submission, right? Similar to what Nate Diaz did to Conor in their first 2016 fight together, right? Yeah. He was able to submit Conor because he knocked Conor down. That's the same thing that I see Islam doing here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, knocking him down, and as a result, come into a submission. If not, take him down multiple times, and then while Jack gets up, he's going to get knocked down anyway. So what I'm saying is, wherever this fight goes, he can't do anything to him.
I hope so. I really want Makhachev to win as well.
There's nothing that he can do.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I hope he don't land a lucky punch or something, you know? Yeah. I'm really excited for this fight, man. The atmosphere is going to be crazy and electric, you know?
So the first loss that Islam Makhachev had, right? I think is what will prevent that notion that you just said right now. I think that because he's been there where he's been knocked out before, he's going to know and say to himself, you know what? No way. I'm not going to accept this again. Right. So he knows where not to go. He knows where not to overextend. He also knows where not to overfight with, high emotions that leads him to, let's say, you know what I mean? That leads him to mistakes. So, yeah.
Inshallah, man. I hope he wins, man. But what was it? I was gonna mention that he's moving up in weight. Do you think that's gonna affect him or his performance, or is it gonna enhance it, you reckon?
I think that it will only advance his strength. Look, so here's the thing, right? Moving up a weight in boxing and MMA are two different things, right? Sometimes in boxing, you can get away with a lot of speed advantage that you have, which is what you're going to see out of Islam in this one. But the only reason why guys put up a lot of muscle moving up a weight class when they move up in MMA is because they want to be able to push and grappling pressure against you. So the more weight that you can push, the more, Oh, by the way, the Bo Nickel versus Adolfo Biero fight is happening right now. And also, so weight matters a lot in grappling is what I'm saying, Zane. It matters a lot, right? Because once somebody takes you down, and if they have a lot of weight on you, Man, listen, I've grappled with a dude that was 350 pounds in the gym, right?
Yeah.
When he got
How
on
was that?
top of me,
Hmm.
bro, when he got on top of me, okay, you know, when we're on the feet, it's all good, right? But then, you know, like, let's say if we're just working on positions, right? So, all right, you know, let's say, all right, let's start with me on the bottom. I would never get up. I could never let him just start with me on the bottom. Like, I would have never been able to get up, and I didn't because, you know, the only time that we were, you know, that I'd ever let him get on top of me is, you know, is if we are, you know, let's say working positions. Like, all right, let's start in this position, like that type of workout, right? Like, not like, you know, let's start on the feet. But okay. Speaking of starting the feet, there's a German suplex by Bo Nickel. Wow. Man, he like literally threw him up in the air and now he's ground and pounding away. Really making a point right now, trying to show American wrestling on the map right now. The former Penn State wrestler in Bo Nickel. Wow, man. Yeah, he you should have seen that, Zane. That was beautiful. He German suplexed him in the air.
Okay. Crazy.
And
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the house and get the stream on as well.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Yeah, so bear with me 1 second, yeah? I'm just gonna be quiet.
Yeah.
bit
No
late.
problem, man. No problem, man. You can always hit the you know,
The mute button,
the camera button there, you know, to like, you know, hide the video, you know, and then the mute button as well, you know, if you need.
Yeah. Okay. That should be all right. But yeah, just bear with me 1 second, Kyrie, yeah?
Yeah. All right, so far here's Bo Nickel right now. Now both him and Rodolfo Vieira back in the boxing stance right now, kickboxing stance. A few leg kicks that Bo Nickel opened with. There's a high head kick attempt right there. Now going into a guillotine. Look at this. Looking to choke out Vieira. Wow. Okay, he was close to getting that one. Yeah, Vieira got out of that one right there. Oh, good elbow by Bo Nickel. Okay, good straight hand by Bo Nickel right there. Yeah, 20 significant strikes by Bo Nickel so far. And the majority of those strikes came from the grappling positions. Nice front kick right there by Bo Nickel. So now Bo Nickel is sort of steering away from the wrestling now, right? He opened up with the wrestling in the beginning of the round. Right now, getting a little too comfortable with the kickboxing ranges. Surprisingly, right? Really not looking to take this fight into the ground. There's an oblique John Jones kick attempt right there by Bo Nickel. Very creative striking on his part right now. Now the crowd yelling USA for cheering towards Bo Nickel. Oh, nice hook right there by Bo Nickel. What round, brother? We are in round number 1 with Bo Nickel and Vieira right now. Right, opened up with a huge German suplex in the beginning of the round. 17 seconds, 15 seconds, 13, 10, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Oh, you just got back to your house, you mean? Like in terms of actually being able to tune in for the main cards? Is that what you mean? Yeah, let me know if that's what you mean, Victory. All right, so we got Zane back with us right now as the first round between Bo Nickel and Rodolfo Vieira just ended. Good round by Bo Nickel, man. Opened up with a huge German suplex, got into that body lock position and took Rodolfo for a ride. The majority of his significant strikes, the significant strikes of Bo Nickel was on the ground, constant ground and pound, just frantic with those shots, really looking to finish it off. And then throughout the whole fight afterwards, he just sort of slowed down on the wrestling, maybe sort of conserving his energy for more wrestling rounds in the second round, and then just proceeded the entire fight in a kickboxing motion from then on. So here we go. Now moving into the second round right now between Bo Nickel and Rodolfo Vieira, the main event of the prelims as we head into the main card of UFC 322. Will Donald Trump show up tonight, right? If he does, we're probably going to know. He says the great white American hope, Savachi Financial says. Is that in regards to Bo Nickel? Is that in reference to Bo Nickel? He is, though. He is their great white hype, if you think about it, right? You know, but obviously it got derailed by D. Ritter. And you've seen what happened to D. Ritter as time went on. He got spanked by Brendan Allen. And, geez, you know, that didn't look too good for Bo Nickel either. Seeing a guy who slept him get basically, you know, beat up in a way where he just was forced to give up. All right, but good exchanges between Bo Nickel and Rodolfo right now. Very good kickboxing between the both of them right now. There are some oblique kicks right there that he's sort of throwing John Jones-esque in his, you know, use of these oblique kicks. There's a long jab by Bo Nickel, overhand right, sort of firing off those shots at each other at the same time. Mario DeLeon Jr. says, Fluffy, the uncrowned champ. Man, shout outs to him, man. You know, I would like him to be champ if it's not for Khamzat. Obviously, you know, it would be great to see a guy that I shared a card with in Reno get that championship as well, right? You know, because I had more heat with his opponent than he did that night, you know, with Fluffy. So Victory says D. Ritter talked about quitting. You know what? So that's the thing, isn't it? You know, sometimes you just live to go and fight another day, right? Sort of self-preserve yourself to, you know, to bigger fights later on. Even GSP has admitted to quitting at some point. So, you know, is Mamdani there? You know what? I have some slides regarding Mamdani, right? Fully owned it. Glad he didn't try to make any excuse. Yeah. I have some slides regarding Mamdani. So there is Mamdani, right? Mamdani wins. New York's first Muslim mayor. Obviously, Zayn here, right, is no stranger to having a Muslim mayor in Muslim Khan. You know what I mean? You know, and Khan is not exactly... Yeah, Khan is not exactly one of Trump's favorites. I mean, you know, Trump constantly slags him off. And all the white English dudes that, like, hate Muslims, like, cheer on Donald Trump every time, like, he goes at Khan. He's like, yeah, Donald, you get at that wanker. You know what I mean? Like, they all cheer him on and stuff like that. And if you think about it, he really didn't have a lot of competition going into this, right? Look at this competition that he had going into this race. It was either the guy Cuomo, okay, or should I say Chomo, Andrew Chomo, the guy who was alleged to have been in the Epstein Island, okay? That was the other choice. And then this other dude right here who wears a red beret, right, was never in the military. None of our U.S. military has anything to do with a red beret whatsoever, right? But then he just wears one for the heck of it, for fashion. You know, maybe it's like his
way of getting in touch with his French side. So anyways, that was his race that he had going on, right? He either was going against Andrew in the race or Curtis in the race. So it's like, out of these guys, who are you going to choose? And, well, the New Yorkers chose, this guy, Mamdani. And then he wins. This is him at his acceptance speech. So, yeah, if he was there that night, imagine if he was there that night and then Islam wins. What did he say here? Where are you from? Where are you from? Where am I from? I am from Sacramento, California, represent, and my man Zane right here is from London. He says the red beret guy was cooler than Chomo. You think so? What was I don't know too much about him. You know what I mean? Like, obviously I know a little bit about Mamdani's politics. I don't agree with all of it. He is a Muslim brother by the end of the day, and for whatever reason that upsets a lot of people in New York. Meanwhile, here's Bo Nickel right now with a front rear choke. Right now, ending the second round. Ab says Islam will win this fight. I think so as well. 900. Yeah, I think so as well. Let me know in the comment section below what method and what round you think that is going to happen. 900. Let me know, my man.
Are you nervous about this fight, Kyrie?
No, not at all. I think that Islam is just, levels above this guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to hear, man.
Look, you want to know why?
You obviously know I got my money on
Mcconico. About MMA, my man. In order to be really good at MMA, you have to do nothing but MMA.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Jack grew up playing rugby, right? Just like any Aussie boy, just like any English boy, any Welsh boy, or this and that. And that's all good. Okay, but in Dagestan, there is no American football. There is no American basketball. There is no Premier League funnel systems. There's none of that. What they got is fighting. And that is what they know. That is what they do. You're either going to be a Sambo MMA fighter like Khabib and Islam, or you're either going to be a boxer like Beterbiev.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That is what they know how to do, is fight. And they know how to do it at a very high scientific level. So, in hindsight, and look, in hindsight, anything can happen in a fight, right?
Yeah, anything can happen, yeah.
Guys that are the two best sample size population that you can measure from a person that is from, from, let's say, what do you call it? The Western world, right? The Western Pacific world in Australia, and then somebody like Islam Makhachev. Is it over yet? No, it's not. They are in the third round right now with just 1 minute in between Bo Nickel and Vieira. Basically, Bo Nickel ended the second round out grinding Vieira, and now they are back in boxing range right now in the third round between Nickel and Vieira right now. And Bo Nickel's throwing these long jabs at Vieira right now as Vieira is, trying to play peekaboo with Bo Nickel. So it is now 4:41, 4:39, 4:38 of the third round. I would say Bo is up 2 rounds. Yes, victory. I would say that as well. I would agree with that notion. He is up 2 rounds for sure. Aussie man making Americans look like wussies. Mario, I'm going to have to agree with you, right? I will say that, the white Aussies are probably tougher than the white Americans, right? Let me explain why. Think about the population that they have going on in Australia, right? And by the way, this is not speaking towards like Americans like Bo Nickel, who grew up wrestling like, like I did and like many others did who grew up in that system, right? I'm talking about like just, regular old Aussies versus regular old Americans, right? The white Aussies, they got to live in a population with Samoans, okay, which, by the way, are, very rough individuals. They got to live with Arabs, people who come from Lebanon, people who come from Iraq, war-torn nations. Oh! Bo Nickel just knocked out Vieira right now. He just knocked him out with a headshot.
Oh shit.
Wow.
Yeah,
Bo
I've
Nickel
seen
just
it.
lit him up
Oh
with that
my days.
headshot. Dead. Headshot.
Oh wow.
Bang. Wow.
Oh my
Wow.
days.
Who saw that coming? Joe
That
Rogan
was
said we
brutal,
did not
bro.
see that coming at all, man. Wow. Out of
Oh
nowhere.
my.
Out of nowhere. Wow. Did you see that knockout, Zane? That was insane, bro.
Crazy, bro. The UFC gets me excited though, I can't lie. I do like it, man.
Wow. Great knockout by Bo Nickel, man.
That was a great knockout, yeah, I agree. For sure, man.
Yeah, man. Greatest sport in the world, man. You know, I mean, you know, obviously boxing it has you know, historical significance, but you know, this is the most exciting sport in the world as well.
Yeah, it is exciting.
Head kick.
Talking
Man.
of excitement,
Man.
when is Khamzat coming back? Khamzat's I can't lie,
Probably the
Khamzat is
White
my
House.
favorite UFC fighter.
They're probably going to bring him back to the White House.
Is it who's he likely to face next, you think?
In the White House, maybe Anthony Hernandez.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe
Who
Anthony
is that
Hernandez.
guy?
Knockdown. Nothing like it. Yes. Better get you excited. Well, good for him. He showed up. Damn. Who
Bro,
are you talking about? Are you talking
it
about
was a
Bo
leg
Nickel,
kick to the
victory?
face, isn't it?
What was that?
Bo Nickel landed a leg kick to the face, isn't it?
A head
Knocked
kick.
him out.
Yeah. You see,
That's crazy.
Islam had that same head kick towards you know, towards Volkanovski, right? This is what happens when wrestlers really
Crazy.
learn how to, you know, torque that head kick in, man.
Man.
He says, yes, Bo Nickel. Yeah, man. You know what, man? It brought him back for sure. The hype train is back. I'll bet you Brendan Schaub Monday, Brendan Schaub's going to be like, oh, you know, I'm back on the train, baby. I'm back on the Bo Nickel train, baby. It's USA versus everybody, baby. I'll bet you that's what Brendan Schaub is going to say Monday. Right? He's going to glaze Bo Nickel to the max because he is like the biggest Bo Nickel fan ever. Like, he gets so sad when he loses, and then he gets so happy when he wins. So for sure, he's like, oh, you know it. Yeah, you already know it, man. You know, Brendan Schaub with his thing where he goes, we're going Sizzlers. We're going Sizzlers, baby. Yeah, this redhead ginger right here definitely went Sizzlers on Rodolfo here. Let's hear what he got to say. He said, and Schaub always picks against Islam too. Sizzlers. Yeah, man. Because I don't know, man. I think Schaub is, you know, maybe he's like, what do you call it? A secret QAnon, you know, supporter who hates Muslims. Maybe. I don't know, dude. You know what I mean? All right, man. Well, awesome job of Bo Nickel. You know, I'm happy for him. Of course, I would love to see him fight Khamzat one day, right? There are people out there that still believe he is a bad matchup for Khamzat. I don't seem to think so. I don't really see any threats that he can offer to Khamzat, at least not right after the loss that I seen out of him against D. Ritter. Right? Obviously, a loss like that, I'm going to be like, nah, you're not doing anything with Islam, with Khamzat with a performance like that. But nonetheless, this right here put him up there, right? It didn't put him up there yet, but it's like one of them things where, all right, you lost, but now we can bounce back and see what we can do from here. All right, guys. So on to the main card. The main card is about to start. Beforehand, I'm going to play this video for you guys, react to this real quick. 9 months ago, Conor spits at a Khabib fan. Remember, all the videos that I'm playing in between are all Khabib and Islam themed.
all culminating to tonight. So what happened when Conor McGregor spit at a Khabib fan for saying, let's go Khabib, and why did that trigger Conor McGregor so much? Let's find out. 9 months ago, let's go back in time. Now, the other side of that, a lot of people are going to look at it and say, well, you know what? You're immature because you believe in this honor culture thing. Well, yeah, some people believe in that. In fact, a lot of people believe in that. You know who believes in that the most? Not just gangsters or people in the underworld, but fighters. They absolutely believe in that. They believe in the honor culture. That if you say something to me, I got to go back and do something to you or confront you about it or let you know that's not going to be tolerated. It's common. And people want to ignore that as if this is not a way of life for some people, but it is. And for this guy, just like the Jake story that I just told you, a former coworker of mine that made fun of Chad Mendez and me on the following Monday of Conor McGregor knocking him out, you really don't understand how personalized it is for some people. So that means we can go on and say, you know what, Conor, you should have known better. You should have been the bigger person. You should have walked away. You should have been Kevin Garnett, in which Kevin Garnett did nothing, in which people would have expected him to intervene. But even worse than that, now you look like the guy that was actually doing the beatdown. In fact, he probably got away with it because of the fact that he did nothing but being a spectator. Rather than interfering, now you look like you were part of the problem if that person was to pass away on any regard. But as for Conor McGregor, yeah, he should know better. But that's not the conversation here. The conversation here is fan behavior around famous athletes or famous people. And that's what I mean, man. Many people don't look at these athletes like human beings. I promise you they don't. They look at them like video game characters. I'll give you an example. When Kobe Bryant died, I had a buddy of mine from New Jersey who's on my Facebook, basically making fun of Kobe Bryant. And I thought to myself, man, you know what? I could never do that because let's take this into account. He's somebody's father, somebody's husband, somebody's brother, somebody's son. By the way, son of an international basketball player, hence his experience living out in Italy and Japan and all these other places that made Kobe a very interesting person. And out of nowhere, he died of a helicopter crash. Okay? After dying of that helicopter crash, I started thinking, you know what? This could happen to anybody. And then look at the modern examples right now, present day examples. Look at all the plane crashes that have been happening as of late, right? With, I believe, Alaskan Airlines. I believe there was a few that happened in Korea. There was a few that happened in, I believe, somewhere in the East Coast. There was a helicopter. Yeah, so that's what brought me to the Kobe Bryant thing, and reminiscent of it was a helicopter crash being involved in that plane. So this guy was making fun of him, and he had no regard of understanding that this could have been anybody. It could have been any of us that would have been on that plane. And
It just so happens that it's a famous person, but you don't look at it the same. Look at the LA fires that have happened recently. By the way, shout outs to LA and my Los Angeles Cup right here. For all those that passed in LA, this one's for you. Because, you know, I don't drink alcohol, but I do like a good coffee, and I wanted to share that with y'all, just so you can, yeah, you know, for all those that passed in LA. But with that, you also can't forget that there are many people all over the world that are suffering even worse than people in LA. And it's not to diminish one side over the other, right? But when those people's houses in LA got burnt to the ground, many people did not show a wide sympathy as they should when that went down, because a lot of those people were celebrities. So it was very easy. It was very easy for people to dismiss these people as human beings. And this is kind of where I'm getting at with Conor McGregor. Do you walk up to anybody randomly and say, hey, F you, or this and that, or hey, bro, or I don't know, like, you don't, there's a certain etiquette that you have with strangers. Am I right or wrong? There's a certain etiquette. And for whatever reason, this person did not want to share this etiquette to Conor McGregor because he was a famous person. Not understanding that Conor McGregor may have some brain injuries, because let's be honest about something, right? There are fighters out there that have serious brain injuries, and we just don't know, don't show, or even really care. And we don't understand the effects that is being impending upon them. We don't really understand the extent of it. As a result of not understanding the full extent of these brain injuries, we're not going to understand how they behave, how they act, or how they react when put in a certain situation. Now, look, the one thing that we learned from Conor McGregor is that he is not shy of confrontation whatsoever. What about yourself? Are you shy of confrontation? Because when this guy got spat on his face, he did nothing. And he realized that, man, what am I supposed to do? This is Conor McGregor. He has security. And he's a world-class fighter. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I could never live to be that guy who got spat on. Even though it's wrong, and even though it's horrible, and even though it is reprehensible on the part of Conor McGregor, and you can cut it up any way that you like, because all of that is correct. What is correct is that you are correct for understanding that Conor McGregor is really abnormal in his actions here. But at the same time, you can't blame him. Because even though saying let's go Khabib is as innocent as it sounds, there's a microaggression towards it. And I know what people are thinking, man, microaggression, these are liberal terms or this and that. Yeah, I know. But that's what it is. It's a microaggression. Microaggressions really do lead to violence. You see it in all cases of violence. It's a reality. So if you are that guy and you know that this is Conor McGregor, why would you piss off a dangerous person? But here's the other subject that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. Many people are not grasping the idea that this guy may not understand who Conor McGregor is to the fullest extent. And what do I mean by that? Well, we know Conor McGregor is a fighter. We know that Conor McGregor is a world-class athlete. We know that he's a commercialized hype and the face of the UFC in terms of video game posters and selling merchandises, right? We know this. But the average fan does not know that Conor McGregor is a real-life gangster. And I think a lot of people are having a hard time swallowing that. When it comes to the gangster world, whether it's in Los Angeles, whether it's in LA, or what am I saying? That's two the same places. Whether it's in LA, Dublin, London, Chicago, New York, Miami, the one common trend when it comes to gangsters is that they will always diminish another gangster, and then they will recruit everybody else around the world who are fans, watchers, and observers to join in and say that guy's not a gangster. 50 Cent did it with Ja Rule. Tupac did it with Biggie. Kendrick Lamar now did it with Drake. Drake tried to do it to Kendrick, but, you know, it's quite obvious there's an element that protects Kendrick in Compton. We understand that now fully. But amongst that world, there's people that always say, well, that guy's not really gangster, or that guy's not really from the hood. There's a lot of this diminishing that goes on, right? And I think that's standard. I'm going to tell you why. Because in the world of gangsters, it's an honor culture, just like the topic that we're talking about here, like why Conor went off on this guy, because he operates on the ethos of an honor culture, okay, an honor street culture at that. So you got to understand that by operating in that particular matter, okay, a lot of people get underestimated in that world because there's often a lot of people that are going to diminish one guy over the other because that's what you do. You earn respect by disrespecting sometimes. And I hate to say it, but that's really what it is. And that also goes for the fight game as well. The fight game is very notorious in that aspect, in that regard. They are notorious for people earning respect by disrespecting others. And even in this world of YouTube content creation, it's the same matter at hand. Many people give respect when they disrespect others. Okay, just like any conflict that I've had, I literally had to disrespect someone, show them what's up, pull up, and let them know that, hey, you know what? You're going to have no choice but to respect me. Because it's an honor culture. But in that regard, it doesn't mean that these people are fake just because the other guy is diminishing him. Just because Kendrick Lamar is diminishing Drake, it doesn't mean Drake doesn't have real shooters. Just because Tupac diminished P. Diddy and Biggie, it doesn't mean that they didn't roll with real gangsters, not only in the East Coast, but in the West Coast with Southside Crips, which were the rivals of Death Row Records. This is why I may have to title this entire video, Conor McGregor spits at fan, Conor McGregor, the new Tupac. And then in the side-by-side, I'm going to have Conor spitting the picture, and in the other side is Tupac spitting, because I got to tell you, I compare Tupac to Conor McGregor, and a lot of people don't like this comparison. But guys, I'm not talking about the illustrious career of Conor McGregor or the illustrious history of Tupac Shakur coming from a Black Panther party and then ending his life as a Mob Piru gang member, because that's the reality of Tupac. No matter how you want to cut it, he ended his life as a Piru gang member. Conor is no different. Conor is a real life mobster. You got to understand that Conor bought his position into the Irish mob. Okay, that's the reality of it. He was never that type of guy before. He was 100% focused on MMA. And then MMA brought him all these other riches and all these other luxuries. And in the midst of that, he wanted to live out his gangster, immature lifestyle that he always wanted to live but couldn't, because he had to remain disciplined that whole entire time. And I got to be honest with you, I could relate to that. You know who else could relate to that? Suge Knight. Suge Knight spent his whole entire college career in a 4-year college, and in the midst of that 4-year college, he had to remain disciplined. He had to remain in a team with certain grades, because you got to make grades when you're playing for a varsity team. You got to at least have a C. At least a C is it's passing, but nonetheless, you got to have a C in order to play. So there's a lot of discipline involved in college and playing college sports. Then you got to make all your training sessions. So there's a lot of discipline involved in that. After all 4 years of UNLV football, Suge decided, you know what? I'm done with all this discipline stuff. I'm just going to take my discipline and transfer it to business, transfer it to bodyguard services, and then transition those skills into the music industry. And lo and behold, this is what you got. But he also did it by using neighborhood tactics that he's learned growing up with the Mob Pirus. And just like Conor McGregor, he bought his position into the organization. That's really the best way to put it, right? Because you got to understand, I'm not going to go there. I was going to talk about leadership and this and that, but the reality is nobody knows who the real leaders are of anything, right? And for better, it's probably better that way. But understand, Suge was a very prominent person in his neighborhood due to the fact of his connections and this newfound success that he has gotten. And as you imagine, Conor McGregor was able to do that in the same way that he did with the Irish mob. So in other words, Conor McGregor is not only a world-class fighter, not only is he a businessman, not only is he an entrepreneur, but he's also somebody that's really with it when it comes to that lifestyle. So what do I mean by with it? Meaning that they live that honor culture, gangster lifestyle. And being the fact that he's also one of the most dangerous fighters in the world, you have to proceed with caution. You got to know what you're getting yourself into. And that's all I have for this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope I have dropped every single topic and subject that needs to be talked about in this subject. And I hope that I made it as interesting as possible, adding different comparisons to this particular matter and story at hand. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Inshallah. All right, there we go. And we transition into Benoit Saint-Denis versus Beneil Dariush. My man Zane, what did you think about that, my man?
Well, this fight.
What's up?
The thing you was playing, the segment of your video.
What did you think, my man? You know, what was it like? You know, I wanted to like capture like a
It was
West
good
Coast
because obviously it's giving me a perspective of Conor McGregor as well, and you're going into a bit of detail on that as well, and his gangster background. You know, it was quite good and quite informative. I didn't really know much about Conor McGregor outside of the UFC as well. It's quite interesting, really.
And you're not going to hear that from any regular Kicks and Punches channel. I mean, obviously, I could go into kicks and punches and techniques as well, right? But when it comes to history and background and not investigative, but you know, the sociological sides of things, you know, but
yeah, man, that's what makes your channel good, man, Kyrie, because you give a lot of information which another channel don't, you know, and you cover things which are really interesting outside of the ring. So that's really good as well about your channel, bro.
That's right, man. That's right.
But yeah, what do you think of this fight? This fight, Benoit, what's it? How do you spell his name?
Benoit Saint-Denis. All right. So what we got at Benoit Saint-Denis, he is French Special Forces, and just like that, he just got a knockout right now. He just got a knockout right now, my man. That is crazy. As I was talking about him, I was just about to tell you that he was a French Special Forces soldier, and out of nowhere, he gets a knockout.
Crazy.
He gets a knockout.
I can't believe it.
Now that is
was
insane.
quick. That was quick, bro.
Oh, that was really too quick, man.
That fight just started as well. Is this the main card, Kyrie?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Wow, that was quick.
Yes, it is. It's the first fight of the main card. Wow, that was a quick knockout, man.
That was a quick one, bro. Damn. That was easy money.
As you were saying that to me.
Did you predict this as well? Did you predict this guy to win?
No, I actually predicted against this guy, man.
Oh, wow.
Quite honestly, yeah. I predicted against this guy. But look at this. So this is what happened, right? He thought that he was safe once they got into the clinch exchanges because he thought that, you know what, I haven't really seen a lot of tape of this guy being very dangerous up close and personal, right? And not in a close range position. So he got a little bit comfortable. If you notice right here, after he threw that knee, Dariush got laxed. As he got laxed and he felt like no sense of danger, he lost the sense of alertness. And from then on, you notice that his hands were down. He would have never expected for him to get hit in the head right there. Usually, the reason why most guys don't get knocked out straight away when they hold their hands up high in like a phone booth, telephone position is because they have their hands up and their mind is telling them in their physiology that, hey, you know what, I got you, right? It is a shock when you are exposing your head in a way that he did, indicative of how loose and how relaxed he was in that position after he threw the knee. And then he gets hit like that, and now it becomes a shock to his system, and he gets knocked out.
Hit him at the side of the head, isn't it? And that's how he got knocked out.
Yeah.
Wow. That was over quick. Wow.
Yeah. That was a 16-second knockout.
Huh, crazy. It's quite explosive, isn't it, this UFC?
Yeah. Because
No messing
anything can
around,
absolutely
straight to business. Talking about straight to business, I hope Islam Makhachev takes him down in the first minute, man. That would be good. That would be good.
So here, as I was, imagine, right? As I was, you were asking me about him, and my only first two words before he gets off that 16-second knockout is he's French Special Forces, right? All right. So I'm going to tell you the pros and cons of being a Special Forces, operator and being a fighter at the same time, right? The number one con that I have for that is that I could tell you that military work will grind you to the bone, where it's going to give you sustainable injuries in your back and in your knees, right? So that is reality of military work. It is going to grind you down.
But the
However,
other guy looks a bit old, like he's got grey hair. Like a lot of his hair is grey.
yeah. But he,
That's crazy.
trust me, he was very skilled though. It's
Oh, is
kind
it?
of Callum Smith, not not Callum Smith, Liam Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah,
Like that,
yeah, he
like
looks like him. Yeah,
Smith will
like his hair.
beat the snot out of some top guys still, right? And he
Yeah,
has
yeah.
gray hair. So
That was
exactly.
quick though. I couldn't believe how quick it was over, you know?
So the other pro of being a Special Forces guy is they're used to kicking down doors.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? When they're used to kicking down doors, they don't know what's behind that door when they are, at a target's house, right? They don't know what is going to happen. So you got to move quickly. Sometimes it's a very quick thing where the door gets kicked down and the next thing you know, you're in a gunfight, like one of those types of things, right? So that is the advantage that he kind of has. And you've seen how explosive that got. Right?
Yeah, for sure, bro.
Benoit wanted an explosive fight, and for whatever reason, Dariush obliged to him, and he paid for it as a result.
Yeah. I was like quick, bro. But yeah, we move on to the next one. What's the next fight, bro?
The next fight
Is Sean Brady fought?
Not yet.
Do you think he's gonna win that fight?
I think we have Leon Edwards next.
Oh yeah,
Leon Edwards. Hey, hold on, let me timestamp.
I saw the face off on that. That other guy looked. I saw his opponent. He looked a bit like he was excited for the fight, and the face off, like the weigh-in.
Cortez? Yeah, dude, listen. That guy smokes cigarettes, and he's a world-class fighter.
No way.
Yeah. You know what? But there's a lot of Muay Thai fighters, a lot of fighters in Thailand that smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, I know. There's quite a lot.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But also even boxers on, maybe the regional level of England, I suppose, right? They there's guys that are like that. Mayorga.
Yeah.
You remember Mayorga back in the 90s, the Panamanian fighter that said he was going to do something to Oscar De La Hoya's
white. I remember him. Yeah, he was like that as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he smoked cigarettes as well. So
Yeah. Oh, let me.
It's crazy though. People can, how athletes, some of them can do that though. It don't affect them too much. But I suppose they're never gonna get to that level anyway, you know, the world level. But that's crazy though that they still at least compete, you know.
Well, protests, I mean, this is world level. If you think about it, he's fighting a former world champion coming off of a loss from a top contender.
Yeah. What do you think? Who's gonna win? Sorry.
What was that?
Who's gonna win, you think? You think Leon Edwards wins? Or the other guy pulls
Do
up
I
the
think
other?
he's going to win? You know what? I think that he is the more well-rounded fighter out of the two.
Okay.
So he's the more well-rounded fighter out of the two, right?
Mm.
And as a result of being the two well-rounded between them, I think that he has a higher chance of winning. Because, look, Carlos likes to fight Muay Thai, right? And so does Leon Edwards.
Yeah, I think Leon
So,
would win.
being that,
Yeah.
but
I'm just
if
seeing
let's
the
say they
interview.
get into a stalemate, because if you have two high-level strikers, you know, if you have two high-level strikers, you have a stalemate of a striking match. So what happens?
Okay.
What has to be the equalizer? The equalizer has to be the wrestling. And Leon Edwards has the better wrestling because he's the more well-rounded mixed martial artist. He's a former world champion, indicative of the reality that he actually mounted Kamaru Usman. Very
Yeah, I
few
remember
people at that point of Kamaru Usman's championship reign even took Kamaru Usman down, let alone mount him. Leon Edwards mounted Usman. That's how good his grappling is. You know, so you know when they say English guys can't wrestle or grapple, Leon Edwards has something to say about that. Obviously, Tom Aspinall as well, but you know, Tom Aspinall just knows how to choke people once he gets them in the right position.
Yeah.
You know, he has a hard time taking people down, obviously, you know, indicative of the Cyril Gane fight. He had a very difficult time taking him down. So if Leon Edwards is going to have a hard time taking down protests, this fight could look like Cyril Gane versus Tom Aspinall.
Yeah. Kyrie, 1 second. I'm just gonna go to the loo. Yeah, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna read some comments. He says,
Yeah.
Schaub always picks against Islam too. Sizzlers. Bow striking looked very good. It did, man. You know, good head kick by Bo Nickel. Schaub is a crybaby for sure. Benny beating BSD, not so much now. Believe Yoel Savachi Financial, shout outs to you. Dylan Dennis got stomped. LOL. Yes, Dylan deserves to get jumped. If anyone. He says, yes, a lot of people agree with you. Dennis seems to get jumped in every city around the world. Dariush Benoit Saint-Denis next. Team Khabib just jumped that bitch. He says, let's go. Benny got Link. No. Yeah, Benny got slumped. He did. He says, who won? Well, who won? We are up to Carlos Protest. The last fight was Benoit Saint-Denis and Benny Dariush, and Benny Dariush got slumped. Okay, and then here it is, man. He says Mario is looking for Leon to KO Protest.
Yes, bro. Back. Has the fight started yet?
No,
My
not yet.
stream's a little bit slower than yours.
Yeah, man. So Leon Edwards is on right now, Zane. And yeah, like I said, listen, look for Leon Edwards to get the takedown if the striking doesn't go his way.
Mm-hmm. He looks confident though. But yeah, let's see. Anything can happen in the UFC. It's so like, you know, like within a flash of a second, any punch or anything that happens can change everything, you know, at one moment.
Yeah, it's a very unpredictable sport, Zane. That is why it has grown exponentially the way that it did from the mid 2000s to now. Because, you know, if you market unpredictability, I think that there's going to be enough people that appreciate that. And then sometimes unpredictability becomes predictability when you have such a dominant figure like Khabib or Islam or Khamzat or, you know, people like John Jones, right? People that will dominate the game across the board, right? That makes it even more exciting. But then even more exciting when the unpredictability comes as major upsets come through.
Has it fight started yet? Because my stream's a bit of
No,
they're
they're
both in
just
the ring for me.
presenting. Yeah, they're just announcing
Yeah,
their.
okay, I'm on the same. That's all right then. Yeah. So what's your prediction on this one before it starts anyway?
I'm gonna go with Leon Edwards by decision.
Okay. How many rounds is this? 3.
Yeah, 3. It's for Leon Edwards, who's now used to fighting a lot of championship rounds, right? You got to imagine he's already like fought a lot of championship fights, right? This is going to be like a sprint for him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
Mm.
look to finish or start rather very fast and you know, very explosive, right? Because like I said, he's used to a certain level of pace.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But now, you know, he gets to explode a little bit because you know how it is. It's same thing in boxing, right? If you fight championship rounds, there's a certain pace that you kind of slow down on, you know, to keep up or
Yeah.
adapt.
Yeah.
Right? Now
Eventually
he
he's gonna slow down.
literally explode as he wishes.
Oh, Leon Edwards is the underdog. Crazy.
Yeah, weird. You know, these guys may not understand wrestling, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because Leon Edwards, man, yeah, Leon Edwards has such underrated wrestling. Like, I really rate his wrestling, right? Like, if there's one thing I can really, you know, say like, oh, you know what, Leon is really dangerous, it is the wrestling.
Okay. Okay, here we go, Kyrie. Round 1. Both guys a bit cagey, isn't it? Oh, there's a leg kick from Leon. No, leg kick back from Cortez. Leg kick Cortez. Going shooting for the leg kicks right now, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Only a matter of time to see where they take this Muay Thai fight. Because like I said, they were going to get into a Muay Thai fight. But now the equalizer is the clinching, right? To sort of really understand who is the more well-rounded fighter out of the two.
Yeah. Oh, good. Leon Edwards
What
is doing
what
good, you
time
know.
do you have? Tell me your
354,
time clock.
350.
Oh, 354. Okay, okay. I'm a
Where
little
you at?
ahead, okay? So I'm gonna
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Say no more.
okay. So
You can say
I'm
whatever happens.
cognizant of that since I'm a little ahead.
Oh
But
shit.
okay,
Leon
so
Edwards is
far,
doing good though.
I'll from the point of where I know what you're saying. So what I'm seeing right now, and what you're probably seeing is now
Go on. Yeah.
in the clinch positions. Right now, we
Mhm.
can now try and determine who among them in these clinch positions are going to, let's say, be dominant in their imposing of wills, right? And also testing who's going to be the more well-rounded fighter out of the two. But sometimes it can get really stalemate in these certain positions, and sometimes just used as a way to reset.
Mm. Man, he was an underdog as well, you know. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And remember, look
He
out
picked
for
that right
Leon
as well. Good one, bro.
get the takedowns here.
Good call, man. Edwards is winning this round.
What was that?
Edwards is winning this round, Leon Edwards. But so far from what I'm seeing.
I told you these MMA bettors don't understand wrestling.
Yeah, you're right, man. That was a good call, Kyrie. You even said Edwards, obviously, he's winning the fight so far. So, yeah, so far, so good, man. It was a good call.
And with wrestling, too.
Yeah.
Because, bro, you know what? They're looking at Edwards and said, oh, he's British. Yeah, so he can't wrestle.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But he
Yeah.
can wrestle.
He's wrestling. Oh, shit. He
Yeah.
dropped him. Yeah, he's having him up, bro.
And he knew that he had to do that. Bro, this dude had 100 Muay Thai fights in Thailand.
Who? Leon Edwards?
No. Protest.
Oh, Cortez. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's where he learned
Wow.
smoking cigarettes from. Victory says, how much Zane have on the main event? They're asking you, Zane.
I got 1,000.
Okay, well, there you go, chat. That's, yeah.
Yeah, I got 1,000 on Makachev. And he has to win by submission or decision.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
it can't be a knockout. So I'm hoping he wins by
So what do you think
submission
about
or
what
decision.
Leon Edwards is doing right now?
Bro, if anything, I should have put my money on Leon Edwards, bro. Look, because I would have made like good money because he's an underdog. And he's just taking the piss out of this guy, bro. He's literally hanging on him like he's like a lamppost, bro.
all the American wrestling guys are like, dude, he can't wrestle. He's
I
from
wish I
England.
betted on Leon Edwards, bro. Fuck, you know, you was right as well. Good call, Kyrie. That's how I know you know your MMA, man. You
Yup.
picked an
He says,
underdog as well.
good bet.
Crazy.
This is MMA, LOL.
No, it would have been good. That would have been. Oh shit! Yeah, he's fucking him up, bro. No, I
He
would have
says,
won.
yeah, Leon was champion. People were sleeping on him.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, they were, man. You see, I should have asked you before what was your prediction on the whole card, you know, but I really was like emotionally invested in Makachev winning this fight because, yeah, we support the Dagestanis, you know,
Yeah.
so.
Well, I
Yeah.
had a live stream about it. You know, I usually with big cards. Look, I don't always do predictions for all the cards, but man, for big cards like this, I will be on it. You know, and I was on it for this one, not on a video form, but in a live stream form. And yeah, you know, I did do breakdowns on this one, and we're seeing it right now play out.
For
Leon
sure,
Edwards,
man. Hit the nail on the
showing
head,
as
bro.
much as he can in his striking and his Muay Thai kickboxing, but then go into what he knows. which being a former champion means that he's going to have the better wrestling. Even though Bilal Muhammad out-wrestled him, you know, he's still going to be a better wrestler than Protez. And being a former champion, he knows how to win and knows how to win in long 5 rounds and persevere in 5 rounds. This guy was getting out-grinded.
Bro, this guy looks shit, man. No offense, man. This guy, Protez, he looks whack, bro.
You know why?
Is just having
Because
his
what
way.
Protez has going on right now is like a very plot stuck in the mud.
I really don't like his style, Kyrie,
Oh
man.
my goodness.
Oh shit. Something happened, yeah. You might as well say it, bro, because I'm gonna see it anyway.
No. Just, you know, the usual technique as usual, getting the takedown and
Oh, okay. So he took him down as well, yeah?
normal stuff.
Damn, I should have put my money on Leon Edwards, bro. I don't even know
And
what
at
happened.
this moment,
Say what happened, bro. You might as well say it, bro. Oh shit. Oh.
and it was at this moment he
Oh,
realized
shit.
why he should not be betting on these fights.
Oh shit. He just got knocked the fuck out. Oh my days. That's why I don't bet on these fights, bro. Someone like Islam Makhachev, he don't drink or smoke. He just lives a clean life. That's someone you can like make a calculated risk on. But even then, you just don't know because anything happens in the sport. Fucking hell. I'm glad I didn't bet on Leon Edwards then, but it looked like he was winning. But yeah, like you said,
Well, yeah, look at
anything can
Nikolaev
happen.
and his
Crazy. He just got knocked the fuck out. Oh. But he looked like he was winning that fight, but wow. All it takes
You
is
see?
one lapse of
And this is
concentration.
why.
Crazy.
This is why
Wow.
fights like this will make knowledgeable people like me look like idiots.
But it
You know what I
happens
mean?
though, innit? It's combat sports, bro.
He says, "What happened? Sorry, I'm trying to deal with some stuff." Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Victory. What do you call it? Protez just knocked out Leon Edwards. Wow, a big win for his career there. Well, here's the thing about that victory, right? He says, yeah, my picks are always wrong. Well, think about it. Why are your picks wrong? Because my picks were the same thing, and your mindset was exactly as it follows. That Leon Edwards was going to go and out-wrestle him, take him down, control him. That's exactly what he did. And it just so happens that Protez is a Muay Thai fighter with over 100 fights in Thailand and can knock you out at any given time. He says, wow. Mario says, one big punch. That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah.
Wow, he just smoked him. Shit.
He said overhand. Yeah. Like, what would you call that? An overhand or more of a straight?
Probably overhand.
Yeah, overhand.
What do you think? Yeah. It looked like it, yeah.
Yeah, and he definitely didn't see it coming. Like, okay, no, it was straight.
It was straight?
Yeah,
Yeah, it was straight,
like,
wasn't it?
It was straight while kind of walking towards Leon. Like walking
Crazy,
towards
bro.
him as Leon was
That was a
backing
mad knockout.
backwards.
Bro,
Yeah,
so
Leon
what do you think about
good.
Kamzat? I mean, not Kamzat. I mean,
Says don't make me listen.
Makhachev winning by submission or decision. Is it a good chance?
I think he finishes him, man. I honestly do.
I think he do as well. I think he does.
Yeah.
I just have that feeling, but you never know now. After what happened just right now, imagine if Makhachev loses, bro. That will be. Oh, I'm just seeing the replay of that knockout, bro. That was brutal. It was out on the floor. That
Which
was
one?
great. Oh, Leon Edwards, the knockout.
Oh yeah.
Oh, brutal. Yeah, he was out, bro. He wasn't getting up. Yeah, there's no. Yeah, good stoppage.
Yeah, there's
What's the next
protests right
fight?
there talking. You know, like Sean Brady
And then is
and
it
Michael
Makhachev
Morales.
after that?
Michael Morales is like the women's championship fight.
Oh, okay.
Zhang is doing the same thing that Islam is doing, which is moving up a weight class to compete for their second weight class title. So there's like hard, you know, which is interesting. Yeah, man.
Crazy, bro.
Victory says, do you think Khamzat will fight different next time because of criticism from the DDP fight? It will depend on the opponent. For example, if he was to fight Imavov, I think what he would do is, you know, fight straight head on, knowing that there is no takedown defense or submission defense that he can stop from him. Right? So, for example, let's say if he was to fight, let's say above a weight class, maybe somebody like John Jones, right? He would fight completely differently. You know what? At this point, I'm going to be honest with you. That's the type of challenge that he needs in his life. The very least, somebody like Alex Pereira.
Yeah, they've been going back and forth, innit? Him and
None
Alex
of these
Pereira.
fibers can touch him.
Mm.
I think that he finishes Fluffy. I think he finishes Sean Strickland. I think that he finishes any 185er that's coming up right now. Usman, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is. I think that there's a bad stylistic matchup there where Usman, I don't think that he'll win, but he has a chance of having a 5-round stinker with him again. Just like what they did in the 3 rounds, right? Obviously, Khamzat won that one. But at the same time, you know, Usman looked good, or at least made a good account of himself in that fight.
Mm.
Victory says, I just don't think JDM really has knockout power. You don't think he has knockout power? I don't know. I would disagree with that. I think he does. I mean, look what he did with Robert Whitaker, right? Or would you call that something else other than knockout power? Like, for example, there are guys that can knock somebody out based on a counter shot, right? Just because they can knock people out, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are per se knockout artists. Like Michael Bisping, for example, used to TKO people, used to make them quit. Max Holloway is an example of that. He can make people quit in between the rounds in a stool, but he doesn't have knockout power. But JDM, I would say he has knockout power to a certain degree. So he's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. He says, I don't see him winning any other way besides a decision. Yes, that's true. And maybe a second time around with DDP and Khamzat. Khamzat would have a camp once again with that scientist, that TJ worked with, and then they're gonna work the second time around, and it'll just be even bad for DDP. He'll get finished. He says, can he technically KO someone? Yes, but doesn't have the scary power that you can't get touched by. Yes. Like Francis Ngannou, as we had mentioned. So, yeah. All right. Sean Brady and Morales coming up right now.
Who do you think wins this one? They got similar records, though.
I'm going to go with Brady by wrestling. I think that he's going to out wrestle Morales. I just don't think that in the country of Ecuador that Michael Morales trains out of, I don't know if they've had really enough of grappling resistance in the way that Sean Brady has. Listen, man, you know how good of a grappler Sean Brady is? He beat the coach of JDM, Craig Jones, right? Craig Jones is an Australian jiu-jitsu player. He's one of the best jiu-jitsu players in the world, right? And he beat him. Do you know what that's like? That's like having a heavyweight MMA fighter beat Usyk in heavyweight boxing.
Crazy, bro. That's mad.
And
so he beat JDM's coach.
That's Sean Brady. So, man, once he gets a hold of you, he beat JDM's coach.
I was surprised JDM beat Bilal Muhammad, to be honest.
Yeah, Bilal wasn't explosive enough to close the distance. And the thing was, Jack was just a little bit faster in order to get away from those takedown exchanges.
But I think what in that fight, Bilal Muhammad played into JDM's fight,
What was that?
I think Bilal Muhammad played into the JDM's game plan, and he started like trading with him. And plus JDM's takedown defense was quite good though in that fight. But I don't think he's gonna be as good in this fight. I think Islam's different. He's a different breed, bro. But I don't know. You're the expert in MMA, bro. So I don't know. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing, right? I think that like what I said about the Leon Edwards fight, right? Everything that I knew about MMA came to fruition, right? Until there was that one common denominator that changed the whole entire game, which was Protest knocking him out, right? What I think with the JDM and the Islam fight, it's one of these rocks, paper, scissors type of games, right? Like, for example, you know that a rock will always beat a scissor, but you know that a scissor will always beat a paper, but you know that a paper will always beat a rock, right? What I see out of JDM and Islam is that I see a paper and Islam, right? Smaller, lighter, but can wrap around you like a blanket, even if you're bigger and made out of a rock. So what I'm saying is that if all else goes wrong with the striking, the common denominator is always going to be the wrestling, the paper on the rock. So that's kind of what I'm saying. He says it tried to show his Canelo hands. He says, damn, I didn't know that. How did he win? He says, I agree, Brady, but who knows? Mike Morales KO's Brady. Who are you asking who won? Are you talking about the Protes fight? Oh, yeah, you got to give me context. I don't know if you're watching the fight or if you're just watching my channel elsewhere while getting updates on the fights. But yeah, you got to let me know on the context below so that I can get better and further understanding. So, all right, here's Sean Brady right now walking into the cage. Remember that night? I think it was that one night where I had reacted to Leon Edwards fighting Sean Brady, right? And I was telling you how surprised I was of Sean Brady out grappling Leon like that in London. He says Morales will KO Brady. Mario says. Yeah, Morales had some fans and some supporters show up and pull up for the what do you call it? The press conference, right? Fans from Ecuador that were pulling up. Victory asks, how did Brady beat Craig Jones? I think by points. Sorry, I asked a while ago while you were talking about Brady and Craig Jones. Oh yeah. So let's get it all on official paper. Let's see here. Right here. So UFC fighter Sean Brady defeated elite grappler Craig Jones via unanimous decision at Fury Pro Grappling 3, and that was 2021. So yeah, he didn't submit him, he didn't finish him, but he obviously took him to the scorecards and and beat the beating the world's greatest grappler is beating the world's greatest grappler, right? Regardless of whether he choked them out or not, right? He says, sorry, I asked a while ago. Okay, I remember that. He says, is Makhachev going to win by submission? I put my money on that. Remaking the movies. Okay, that's an interesting screen name. Remaking the movies. Okay, maybe they are a reaction movie channel. By submission, I would say so, but obviously, gambling is haram. But yeah, but I wouldn't put money on it because you never know what's going to happen in MMA. As we seen with the Leon Edwards fight. That's 2 rounds in a row, and the next thing you know, he had 2 straight shots in a row.
Nah, man, Makachev's gonna do it, bro.
Yeah.
Makachev is not Leon Edwards, bro.
All right, let me know your time clock right now.
Right now, bro, I haven't even started yet. They're introducing both the fighters.
Okay.
Has yours started?
Yeah. Just let me know when you are at
if something happens.
4:59.
Just explain it to the fans anyway, because I'll see it anyway. So, yeah. But listen, how confident are you Makachev's gonna win out of 100%?
I mean, there's never really a 100%, but like I said, right? What I said earlier about the rocks, paper, scissors thing, right? I think that he has a type of style that makes him the paper with the rock in front of him. And that style is always going to blanket the other. And I think that is just what is going to be the consistent, rinse and repeat performance in this fight.
Okay, well, the fight started now.
JC says, yeah, it's impressive that he didn't get subbed. Are you talking about Brady? No, he won. Brady won that. Never mind him not getting subbed. He won that match. He won that by points. There's okay, so now we are in round number 1 right now. I'm assuming that it already started for you. It's been started for me. So whatever knockout or crazy thing that happens, I'm going to let you react to it since you are, behind my
So
feeds.
you're not gonna react to it, yeah?
No. I'm going to let you
cool.
do so.
No problem. All right then. But how far are you? What timestamp?
In mid fight, like 3:20.
Okay, I'm at 3:50. You're 30 seconds ahead of me. No problem, G. If something does happen, go ahead and say it, bro, because I'm gonna see it anyway. But how are you seeing this first round going?
What was that?
How are you seeing this first round going?
Oh, with Brady?
Ooh. I think, oh my god. Morales is going for it. Oh shit.
Yup.
Oh shit. So tell me something, Kyrie,
it is,
yeah?
man.
I'm gonna ask you a question, yeah?
So,
You see where it says...
what did you think about the Oh, go ahead.
So I was gonna ask you, yeah? There is like a section where it says most significant strikes landed. What does that mean, bro?
Multiple strikes landed?
No, say if basically there's a fight, yeah, and you can bet on it, yeah? And like it gives you an option, like who lands the most significant strikes. What does that mean? How do you land a significant strike? What does that mean?
Like meaning who gets the most significant strikes in terms of
Oh
damage?
shit, it's over. Oh my days.
Yep.
Sorry, Morales just knocked out Sean Brady in the first round. Oh my days. That was quick, bro. Fucking hell.
It was it was, yeah.
Damn, we called Sean Brady as well, bro. Fucking hell. Morales won.
Told you, man, it's a very unpredictable sport,
Yeah, crazy. Madness. Boy, that was quick though. What time you think the main event starts at? 5? Well, yeah, well, UK time is gonna be 5. So is there one more fight, Kyrie, and then Makhachev's on, right? Two more fights. Okay. Oh shit. So yeah, as I was saying, what does that mean? most significant strikes landed? How do you like a
Within the
how do you
fight or
like
the whole card?
no, say you got like Islam Makhachev versus JDM. So there's a section that you can bet on who lands the most significant strikes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think a fight like that will land a lot of significant strikes. You want to know why? Because I think that he might end it, too soon, to where a lot of strikes may not really be thrown, even on his part, just
Okay.
based on the submission alone. So that would
Okay.
not be a fight that I would go with that's going to have a high, like a significant strike number.
But
Because if,
in
let's
terms
say,
on who you think would land the most significant strikes, will it be JDM or Makhachev? What would you think? I know you don't bet, but I just needed to ask you that because I didn't understand what that means. Like,
yeah, I
right?
don't understand, either. It would be, a better's language that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
but
But yeah,
just from, just from the outside, non-educated, outlook of it, it just seems that, they reward, they reward high significant strikes if you can predict that in some kind of way.
yeah. Like we did predict it with the what was it? Usman or Umar Nurmagomedov fight versus Paul Hughes. Or no, what?
Paul Hughes, yeah, Usman, and the PFL card. Yep.
Yeah. And there was one recent Umar Nurmagomedov versus who did he face?
What was that?
Umar. Who did he face recently?
Who did Umar face recently? Mario Batista.
Yeah. He won by decision, isn't it?
Yeah, he did. Which is why,
Yeah.
even his coaches, agree with the notion that he should get a few more fights before he goes and fights some more, with Merab, especially, with the kind of level that Merab is at right now.
Yeah, Merab, I think there was a post I was reading, and Islam Makhachev named his top 5 pound for pound UFC fighters, and I think he forgot Merab, but he also mentioned him to be on the list.
Mario
that's good
says
praise, you know?
who needs wrestling with hands like that. He says Islam needs to retire after he beats JDM. Wow. You know what? That would be a good way to go out on top, I suppose, right? They are talking about him perhaps fighting Usman, but I don't know if he really wants to do that or.
But did that happen? Is he really going to retire, though?
That's a speculation. Probably not. Just considering of what he has been saying, it seems that he has, higher ambitions of competition, in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So
ask me this question: If Makhachev is successful tonight, is that Ilya Tipura fight going to happen?
Yeah. But it would also depend if Ilya Tipura gets his win with Paddy, if he even gets the fight with Paddy. I think that they are working
Has that
on
been
that
signed
right now.
yet?
What?
Has it been signed yet?
They're working on it because they're trying to make a January card that opens for their Paramount deal. So they're going to make it into a free American TV because, as you know, once they sign with Paramount, there won't be, any more pay-per-views. So they want to make it big. What would make it big? Paddy Pimblett is big news. Look at the promotion that Paddy does with his work that he does with Liverpool FC. He, I think, works with the official Liverpool FC channel, right? He's an MMA fighter who commentates on soccer, right? And that brings him a lot of, supporters as a result of that. Obviously, Ilya Tipura
is a big star right now. And I think that they may possibly put Islam and Ilya, if all's works out, to the White House. As Islam versus Michael Morales next. Ooh, yeah, that would be a very interesting fight. Michael Morales is like a 6'4", 170-pound fighter. That would be a very interesting size, advantage, right? Size versus skill type of fight would be, an interesting matchup. He says, I would want that for Christmas. Okay. All right. So the co-main event of the evening is up right now. And that is Shevchenko versus Weili Zhang. And then afterwards is Islam Makhachev and JDM. Yeah.
What's your thoughts of Shavkat Rakhmonov? Is he the real deal? Because I know he's undefeated.
Well, so he was supposed to fight Bilal Muhammad, and obviously Bilal Muhammad had to pull out on that one when he was champion, and then Ian Gary stepped in. I think there's some holes in his game that Ian Gary sort of exposed in that fight, even though he beat Ian Gary.
Oh, okay.
And then this injury, will only, man, look, in MMA, injuries really change fighters, man. They absolutely change fighters. So I don't know if he'll be the same. Prior to that, he was finishing people. Maybe that's only indicative of the competition that was in front of him. But, how he's going to deal with the higher echelon of 170, man, that... you know what? He would be an interesting matchup for Islam, but I think even Islam can beat him. But I think that's what Shavkat is. I think he can beat a lot of other 170 fighters, but maybe not in the championship levels.
Fair enough. Yeah, I had to ask you because he's undefeated. And there's only a handful of fighters in the UFC that are, I know.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't become undefeated in MMA in vain, for sure.
Yeah, because in UFC, you always got to fight the best. Yeah.
Yeah, it means that
and
you
what
have
do you think?
something
Go on.
in style or just attributes that make you difficult and then successful every time, so.
What do you think of his teammate Zainikov? Was it? Am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah, you know what? Just like Zabit and just like all the other Dagestanis, like even Usman, right? It seems that they are sort of evolving their style in the striking realm, right? You notice that they are very different than the other Dagestanis, right? Just a lot more striking Muay Thai centric, whereas with the older school Sambo fighters, they are just a lot more grappling heavy, and then adding a little bit of jazz and pizzazz to that striking style as well, which is always good for their marketability, especially with Zabit as well.
Oh, I really don't want to see this woman's fight, man. But yeah, we just got to see it, I guess. Till
I think
main event.
I think this might end in a quick knockout.
I hope so.
A lot of people are saying that this fight is going to be, highly competitive, but
Yeah. Who you got? The Chinese woman?
No, Shevchenko. I think by early knockout.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah. by early knockout
Okay.
because Weili Zhang has already been knocked out
Mm-hmm.
by Rose Namajunas. So it's like it's not
Yeah.
highly implausible that that won't happen here.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. Valentina Shevchenko, she's quite good, you know.
Yeah, and a knockout artist as well. You know,
Mm.
really good head kicks, which, by the way, is what Weili Zhang got caught with. So, you know, there's a good chance that that's how it's going to go.
Mhm.
Wow, man. Yeah, that event went by rather quickly, man.
You think so? I think it went by a bit
You know,
slow.
already the main event.
Oh shit. You know what it is? It's because it's 5 a.m. down here. I'm getting tired.
It's 5 a.m., man. I don't know how I think MMA Guru is the only UK MMA content creator that goes live stream because man, if you're not doing it like on a prime time, you know, time slot, oh my
Mm.
god, man, that is you know, that's brutal. You know what I mean? Like it's I'll bet it's brutal for you right now, man, you know?
Bro, imagine this. I was been watching the boxing from like 6 o'clock to like 10 o'clock, and then I had a 2 hour break. Then we're back to the UFC, bro. It's a long night, you know? Because imagine I was betting on the boxing, and now I got a bet on the UFC. It's crazy, man. It's a roller coaster right
Yeah.
now. But all my picks came in with the boxing, though, so I was happy with that. I just need Islam Makhachev to win by decision or submission. I hope he submits him, you know that.
You picked Ben you know, earlier.
No, I didn't bet on that fight. I betted on Adam Azim. I betted on the other fights, though.
Why was it too risky?
Yeah, that fight was like, for me, I didn't know who would win that fight, honestly, because looking back at the first fight, I think it did take a lot about took a lot out of Chris Eubank Jr. But at the same time, I thought maybe the size would play a part again, you know, because he did win the first fight, but obviously I wasn't like I wasn't too sure in it. You get what I mean? I don't like betting when I'm not too sure. Do you understand? So I just tend to leave them fights that I'm unsure about. It's better to just leave them
So you
sort
felt
of
there
fights.
was a good chance that Ben was going to win that, right? Yeah, because you know what, man, Chris, you know, was really highly damaged from the fight in April. You know, it would have been very difficult for him to, you know, bounce back for something like that.
Yeah, for sure, man. I couldn't believe it, man. Crazy. To be honest, like when he knocked him down, I was surprised about that, you know, towards the end of the fight. It almost seemed like Chris Eubank Jr. was about to get knocked out if there was 1 more minute left, literally. And that was that surprised me, to be honest, because Conor Benn was significantly smaller than Eubank Jr., bro. So him putting him down, wow, it kind of cemented the win for Conor Benn. But
Was
hey,
there
yeah, let's see what's going on with this fight. Has it started for you yet?
Yeah, they're just walking out right now at the prep point. Now it was kind of given, right? I mean, considering how badly damaged Chris was, going into the fight. What I was going to ask was there a weight clause in this? Like, did they have like some sort of like weird weight class?
Yeah, I
Like
think it was.
152 or something like that.
Yeah. Eddie Hearn, they stipulated a 10-pound rehydration clause. So I think the weight limit was 160, but obviously they're given 24 hours after the weigh-in to rehydrate, and he was only allowed to rehydrate 10 pounds, so 170, and I believe that was the clause. He can't come any higher than 170. And to be honest, Chris Eubank Jr. is a 36-year-old guy. You know, he's no longer a spring chicken like a younger fighter. You know,
which makes it even worse. You know what? This is why Islam is sort of doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing, fighting at 170 right now. You know, because at 34, you know, going into 170, and then, man, 155 is a rough weight cut if you naturally weigh 190. You know, a lot of 155ers weigh naturally at 190, but it doesn't mean it's the, you know, it's the right thing to do. You know what I mean? Or the right choice per se.
Yeah, what I noticed though, Kyrie, is why do they tend to just lose weight close to the fight? Why can't they just lose the weight before, like 2-3 weeks out, and just focus on training? Why is it always like that?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? But sometimes it's really highly dependent on the person's body mass or their weight, or you know, or how long it takes for them to do so, right? And then also just the, you know, metabolism speed that they may operate in, and sometimes that can get slower over time, right? Over time, as you're just constantly cutting weight, you know, it gets to a point where maybe your metabolism starts slowing down, and then, you know, it becomes, you know, harder for people to make weight. That's why you kind of see a lot of dudes, you know, miss weight a lot, you know, even when they're trying their hardest, you know, hitting the sauna, you know, sticking with a diet, sometimes it just, you know, doesn't fall through. You know, but yeah, you know, I think that's what it is. And then it just really depends on a lot of different variations, you know, of a person's body and you know, and their experience, and you know, what part of the fight camp they are going into. But also the other reason, also the strategic reason, is because they want to gain as much weight as possible. You see, there's no hydration clause in MMA.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, we're gonna fight at this weight, you make it or not. And then, you know what I mean? And then you know, I'll see you at the scales, and then I'll see you in the cage. You know what I mean? Like, there's none of that. Like, hydration clause was made by boxing dudes that you know, that are essential businesmen, you know, that are trying to protect their assets, you know, like Floyd, you know, all the type of you know, all these sanctionings and you know, and clauses that Floyd has put on his opponents before.
Yeah, that clearly favored Conor Benn, though.
Yeah, it did. It was a matchroom card, right? You know, Ben Shalom was in there to sell Chris Eubank to Eddie Hearn.
Literally.
Eddie Hearn. Yeah, man.
To be honest, that was a good card today. Usually, I don't really like. I prefer like Frank Warren's cards.
Yeah.
But tonight, I can't complain.
I only seen the main event. I got to go back and see the other cards. You know, I was just like, man, I only have one bandwidth for the UFC today. You know what I mean? But yeah, I will check out the Adam Azim fight, as well as the other cards on the undercard. And then next week, obviously, is UFC Qatar. But then on top of it, you know, you have David Benavidez, right? I'm always excited to see him box Obviously,
Yeah, what do you think?
Yard.
What did you think of that? What's your prediction, man? Benavidez
I think
versus
he
Yard.
stops Anthony Yard, bro. You know, the Saudis
Yeah,
brought
I
in
think he
Anthony
stops him
Yard
as
to
well.
get slaughtered by David Benavidez.
Yeah, for sure. I think David Benavidez knocks him out.
Remaking of the movie says
yeah.
Makhachev starts 5:30. Okay,
good.
when you mean 5:30, I guess your time, whatever.
That's an hour.
You're at. Morales kills JDM and Islam. You said that.
No, it might come on
Morales
earlier
kills
though.
JDM and Islam. I
This
don't know
is
about that. Speaking of which, okay, so the fight is cracking on right now. Let me know what part you are in.
I'm just at the part where they're introducing the fighters of Valentina Shevchenko.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Do you know anything about these two competitors that are competing right now? Have you seen any of them fight previously, or is this your first time?
I'm not gonna lie, Valentina Shevchenko. I think she's been on a few cards, but I haven't really paid too much attention. But that name rings a bell, and I think you're right. She's gonna win this fight. That's what. If I was a betting man, I'd probably go Shevchenko to win this fight. But yeah.
And right now,
What's
as you
going on?
are going to start into the fight, one thing that you got to look out for is a sniper shot in this fight, right? That is the one thing that you got to look out for, is that one shot kill, because that is what
any good?
that is the whole entire stance of. Look, you know how some guys fight to know that they are going to go to a 12-round decision or a 5-round decision, and you can see it in the way that they fight. And then there are guys like Francis Ngannou, you know, an early Anthony Joshua, right, that will just go forward and try to really finish the fight. An early Mike Tyson, you know, that's Shevchenko. I think that, you know, the kill shot is the one thing she's going to look for here. And eventually, I think Zhang is going to make a mistake.
So it says someone's got 10 grand on Zhang. Shit.
Oh, they put that up on the screen?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. 10 bags. Shit. She best win, blood. 10 grand, you know.
Oh.
What do you think? Is that coming through, Kyrie?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. The skills
She started off well, though. Zhang has started off well.
For I know what part you are in right now, but what I'm going to say is, from my part to your part, is that the dynamics of skills is going to, you know, really differentiate themselves here in the next coming minutes.
Oh shit! Oh, Shevchenko's got her on the ground.
Yup.
Oh, that better's pissed, bro. He's gonna lose 10K, bro. Fuck no, bro. He's dumb, man. Why don't you put it on Makachev?
On top of that, this is you know, a weight class above. Okay, because remember, the theme of the whole entire card, she's doing the same thing that Islam Makhachev is doing, right? Vacating her title from her weight class to move up, but not really, because if she wins this one, they're going to wrap 2 belts around, just like with Islam Makhachev. They just want to continue and have the weight divisions moving. That's why they have championship fights with Ilia Topuria already. That's why they have, you know, Islam Makhachev going up at 170, while, you know, while they basically changed like 2 or 3 different divisions just for people to move up. And then Volkanovski is now back to being 145 champion after Ilia Topuria knocked him out. right? Kind of very similar to how Jose Aldo became 145 champion after Conor McGregor knocked him out, only for Conor to move up at 155 and vacate the belt. All right, so that's the end of round number 1. How far are you into the fight now?
Oh, bro, I'm at 140.
Okay, okay. A
Far
little
away, bro. Hey, I'm
right.
gonna get another stream, so hold tight, man, because this is too far off, bro. Hold on. How do you think the first round went as well, though? Who do you got winning that one? Because both women had both moments.
Shevchenko, easy first round.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised there wasn't a finish with that knee shot right there. Because that's what I was saying. I was like, you know, and then that spinning back fist right there, right? These are the type of finishing sequences that I envisioned would have happened. There's Islam right now looking into the camera right now, getting his hands wrapped, being examined by the New York State Athletic Commission. Yeah, bro, in boxing, so the corner of the other fighter comes into your locker room, right? They don't do that in MMA. They just, you know, they just trust that the, you know, commissioner or whoever's going to come into your locker room is sufficient enough, right? Like in boxing, they like request for your, you know, one of your entourage people to really walk up in there.
That's mad. They don't check them.
No, I mean, you know, only the commission that's in there, you know, and they're not being followed by like, you know, the opponent's corner or this and that, you know, and then sometimes the other person's corner doesn't even have enough people to really, you know, have that going on.
That's mad, bro.
All right. So every time before they get into the clinch exchanges, right, one or two things is happening, right? Either they are firing off, exchanging 1-2 shots, or getting back into the clinch and then bringing her back down in half guard position.
So what's going on?
Already they look at it. They're already commercializing one of the Paramount shows, because obviously they are signing with Paramount for the New Year's. This is one of the last ESPN cards that we are seeing right now. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are now in the second round of the co-main event of the evening, and we are waiting for the main event of the evening. Will Islam Makhachev get his second title at UFC 322? Imagine the symbolism behind that name, right, of the event. UFC 322, 2 2s, double champion, double champion, double champion. It couldn't fit any better, right? This is why it's the best card of the year. And this right now is the best epic breakdown of the fight as we are witnessing it right now, with a crucifix on the bottom position right now.
So who's got the crucifix? Sorry.
Shevchenko on Weili Zhang.
Oh, that better is pissed. He's gonna lose 10 grand, bro. Fuck's sake. I would have put that 10K on Makhachev. Ugh. 10K down the drain, fucking hell. Yeah, Shevchenko's winning this one.
Yeah, man. The weight, man, was just too much. And then on top of that, look, the Chinese fighters are not highly developed in their wrestling, right? Like I noticed that UFC PI that UFC has a PI center in China, And the one thing that I noticed was that they have good facilities, just like they have in the United States, right? Like if you are a UFC fighter and you go to the PI Center in Las Vegas, like everything you can eat there is for free, right? But you got to live in Vegas. So that's kind of like the, what do you call it? The attraction point behind it. I don't know, maybe for the gamblers to sort of like lure you into their world and make you accessible in, in getting into some corrupt stuff. Savachi Financial says, laughing my ass off. He says, Dennis got kicked out. What did Dylan Dennis get kicked out of? I'm sorry. I must have missed something here. She's going to F up Zhang. Yeah, she already is, man. Just total ground control time in this one, like probably 4 minutes into the ground right now with no response whatsoever. Okay. Dylan and Team Islam got into a fight. Oh, wow. Okay, so he is there on the ground in New York in the crowd. So what is Dylan Dennis trying to do? Get a fight with Islam, or maybe get signed to the UFC? But he's been trying to do that since 2018. Obviously, there was a lot of things going on in between then, and then he had that boxing match with Logan, and now continued on with Misfits Misfits MMA, or at least opening an MMA division. He's now a champion of a league where there's literally only like 3 people in the roster.
Damn, someone that betted on Zhang, I don't know why would they put 10,000 on. That was so stupid, bro. He's getting an ass kicked, bro.
Man, I just think that they believed in the hype, because look, you got to remember, listen, what the UFC does is they do a lot of different types of like promotion, you know what I mean, for like their foreign fighters, especially if they are like if they are from China or a country that they are trying to break into, right? So they build a lot of hype and they make them seem like monsters that they may not really be. You see what I'm saying? So hence you got a guy like that who's betting $10,000 on this fight. Wow. So according to the video, there's like 10 dudes banging on Dylan Dennis. Okay, so after this fight, we will look at that because the fight is still going on right now. So we will look at that footage in just a minute. So all right. So now we are in the 3rd round between Weili Zhang and Shevchenko. Wow, man. So Dylan Dennis got jumped by 10 dudes. That's crazy, man. Probably all Dagestani dudes.
Wait.
Yeah, we will after the fight. I don't want to get distracted from this fight yet, but yeah. Appreciate you letting me know that though, man. Oh, spinning back kick right into the stomach.
And 3rd round coming up, yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm a little up ahead, but if that's where you're at, yeah.
Yeah. So who's winning this round? Shevchenko.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. He said
so,
Zhang
yeah.
fighting off those tariffs. He says, oh,
That's
man.
funny.
Yeah, you know what, man? Listen, if Trump was not in a serious heat right now, he would show up for a New York City card. You know, but I think that he probably doesn't want to, because he probably kind of has a feeling that people are going to boo him because of the whole Epstein thing. You know, and then Dana, you know, probably is saying, no, you know what? Listen, Trump, you can't come this time. I don't want people yelling at the crowd, you know, Epstein, while Islam is trying to win his second belt. You know what I mean? Like, that's the last thing, you know, he wants. Like, imagine, you know, Islam's like holding up 2 belts, you know, from a couple of minutes from now, he's holding up 2 belts after he wins it. And then, you know, all the people just, you know, yelling Epstein because Trump is there. It would ruin the whole moment. Just like Weili Zhang right now, her whole entire moment of championship aspirations, or at least double champ aspirations, are getting ruined by Shevchenko right now. And there's Mark Goddard right now preventing the use of the cage. Mark Goddard looks like one of those typical UK cops, right? I know he's not a cop in real life, but he looks like, you know, one of those cops, you know, in the UK, you know, that likes you know, randomly search people like, hey, what you doing over there? What you got? What you got over there? You wanker, what you hiding? Are you hiding something from me? You let me know now if you're hiding something from me, or otherwise I'm going to lock you up in Scotland Yard.
You got a good UK accent, Kyrie.
That's from all the hours of watching Top Boy.
That is funny. Speaking of funny, is it still Shevchenko is still dominating,
half
right?
guard position, man. That's why I say all the time, man. Half guard position is the
Yeah, for sure, man. Shevchenko won this one.
What was that?
Shevchenko's won this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's unanimous.
Even more
Is it a
impressive is to get a
3-round fight?
finish, right? I would have already. I was expecting a finish already early into you know, into the contest, but now we're heading into the championship rounds. So
The 5-round
says
fight.
Shevchenko is fighting for Ukraine. Is that right? Is she a Ukraine supporter? You know, it makes sense.
She might be Ukrainian.
Yeah, it makes sense. But no, she's Uzbekistan though. But I think maybe you know, just parts of that country supports Ukraine. Yes, it is Ukraine. Russian newsman now doing impressions of doing Russian. First, we do impressions of English people, and then we say things like wanker, you know, you donk, you dosser, all these types of things. But now we say things like, this is #1 bullshit. All right, so on to round number 4. Yeah, just the constant takedowns and the trips are just the, you know, constant rinse and repeat cycle that is going on right now. There's Jack Della Maddalena right now getting his hands wrapped. Already Islam Makhachev with his hands wrapped and the gloves on. Already shadow boxing in the locker room right now where the Knicks play. So, all right, there's round number 4. Weili Zhang looking a lot more hyper than in the previous rounds. Looking to press the action here.
Harry, is this a 5-round fight?
Yeah, we're in round number 4 right now.
Oh, I thought it was a 3-rounder, for fuck's sake.
No, this is a championship fight, man. Because remember, the game is double championship. Weili Zhang is doing exactly what Islam Makhachev is doing, right? Vacating her belt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, vacating her belt to move up a weight class to challenge for a double championship. So, you know, it would have been nice, you know, to see two people win a double championship, but you know, it looks like only one has the possibility of doing that, and that's Islam Makhachev, unless, of course, she just knocks out Shevchenko out of nowhere. You know, like she makes a mistake and catches her with a head kick, but, you know, highly unlikely with, you know, a high-level striker like Shevchenko. Yeah, man. A lot of the fighters in China are just, well, right now, at least, you know, they are just, you know, a lot of hype, right? You know, and not a lot of, especially with the grappling aspects of MMA, right? Because they can build all the UFC PI centers in China, but the one thing they can't build is a wrestling program, right? Now, they have Sancho, which is the kickboxing art of China, right? Sancho consists of punches, kicks, and then takedowns and trips, right? But they don't do a lot of ground game or ground control or anything like that, right? So Sancho is just kickboxing mixed with some Muay Thai and a little bit of some kicks and trips, and then they don't go above and beyond that. No shooting for takedown or anything. It's, you know, basically a 75% martial arts, right? Kind of like what Muay Thai is, but with a little more emphasis on the trips. But when it comes to the wrestling, you know, it's just something that they have to, you know, try and develop. And right now you're kind of seeing the reason why, you know, she's getting out wrestled in this fight. It's just the, you know, underdevelopment of their wrestling.
You still around, Paul Curry?
Oh yeah. I'm still around. Just you know, wanted to, you know, pause there for a second.
No problem.
So 1:45 left into the fourth round right now between Wei Li Zhang and Shevchenko.
Are you seeing it 4-0 to Shevchenko?
Yeah, it was a shutout, man. I can't.
Yeah.
You know, it would just be giving participation trophies to Wei Li Zhang to even give her a round in any of this. It is like 4-0 right now. You know, 4-0 going into the fifth with just about over a minute left, and then there's another trip right there, and then back into the half guard position once again. So this is how you know Valentina is a championship level fighter, right? What most championship level fighters know how to do, and you'll probably observe this later on as we witness the Islam Makhachev fight, what he knows how to do best, right? And what championship level fighters know how to do best is maintain half guard position. So the position that Valentina is on right now, this is what you would call a half guard position, right? Now, usually in the world of just regular grappling, right, jiu-jitsu competitions or submission grappling competitions, it would be insufficient to just keep a guy in this position. Now, why is it very important to do this in MMA, and why is it even more useful to do it in MMA? Well, the reason why is because when you keep them in this position, you can throw strikes. Whereas in the grappling competitions, you're not really throwing any strikes. You're just constantly working for position or going for a submission in the half guard. Whereas in the half guard position, you can use it as a time, as a ground control time, while also using it as a mechanism of opening punches and ground and pound shots. So there it is, that whole entire round, just giving you guys the importance of understanding why a half guard position is very much important in MMA. What do you think, Zane? What do you think about that that breakdown of the half guard position and how Valentina is you know, sort of imposing it on Wei Li?
Oh, this is easy work for her, isn't it? It just seems like she's the much bigger guy, a bigger person, and the size difference is taking a toll on her as well. But
And
yeah,
she's
you're right,
supposed to
man.
be a world champion.
Who's Zhang?
Yeah, this is, you know, a
Crazy,
champion
man.
versus
Oh my
champion
god.
matchup. Just like the next matchup in the main event.
I just want this fight to be over, man.
He said, this is Elite MMA versus Panda Express. Dang, bro. So he's saying that Weili Zhang is not even the real Chinese food.
She's soul food.
Yeah. But you know what, man? Sometimes, man, you know, I like Panda Express more than real Chinese food sometimes, though, because you never know what these, like off the chain, restaurants would do. But with Panda Express, at least you kind of know that they freeze up their vegetables and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I guess it depends. Different Panda Expresses sort of handle their food differently. So yeah, we are in the fifth round right now. 420, 419, 418 of the fifth round. What do you think of this fight right now, Zane?
What do I think of it, bro? I think
Yeah.
Shevchenko is dominating, man. I don't see a round where Zhang won, to be honest.
Would you prefer to see a finish to sort of seal it off, or do you think that
Yeah,
she
I
should
think
not
it's too dominating,
over?
man. I'd rather see a finish, and I'd rather see the Makachev fight, man. Do you know what I mean? To be honest, like
Yeah, it's all right. 3 more minutes into this.
3 more minutes, yes.
3:40 to be exact.
Okay. Yeah, you're way ahead of me, actually.
Yeah, Joe Rogan is even expressing right now, listen, it is not her weight class to be competing in this
Yeah.
at all.
He looks
You
too
know,
small,
so
bro.
yeah. So at this point right now, from 6:24 into the live stream, I'm just going to predict that she's going to win this by unanimous decision, 5-0 shutout. The whole entire
Yeah, I
fight,
think.
okay? This is what she did. She would test herself out against Weili Zhang on the feet, and even she was successful at that. I told you this is going to be very similar to the Islam Makhachev JDM fight next. He's going to beat him
Okay.
everywhere. So she tested herself out on the feet, finds out that, hey, you know what? I am the much more superior Muay Thai fighter. Now let's just take you down on the ground and show you that I am the better MMA fighter. I am the better grappler. And once again, championship level, technical choice. What does she do right now? As you are watching ahead or maybe a little bit behind me, she is once again back in the half guard position. Okay, she is once again back in the half guard position, on the ground and maintaining that all throughout maybe the next 2 minutes left into this fight, and then it's going to ride off into a victory. And I just think that Weili Zhang was way in over her head. She's a very power reliant type of fighter, right? If you've noticed, a lot of her wins have been via knockout, knocking people out with head kicks, knocking people out with headshots, and as a result of that, it can't translate in the upper weight class.
Yeah. Crazy, bro. This was easy work for her, man.
Yeah, man. So go ahead, take it away for the next couple of minutes into this fight. Let me know what you thought about this whole entire fight as we are witnessing domination by Shevchenko on Weili Zhang.
Yeah, bro. So basically, Shevchenko has literally won every single round of this fight. She's literally bullying her to the floor every single fight, every single round. Multiple takedowns. And yeah, Zhang just looks like she shouldn't be in this weight class, to be honest. But this is going to be a different contrast to the main event, though. I think Makachev will dominate JDM. So yeah, on this occasion, the weight jump is a bit too much, though, on this fight. Oh, she's almost stopping her right now. Is she going in for the? Was that a guillotine? What is that? A choke? Kyrie, did she get the finish? Obviously, you're ahead of me. Oh shit. Oh, she might get her, you know. Is there a submission, possible submission here, Kyrie?
We will see. We will see. But I think Willie Zhang may have a good chance of defending it.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's been totally dominated though. If I was a betting man, then I would have put money on Shevchenko. I'm gonna look out for her though, because she's quite good. She's not bad at all. What's her record, Kyrie?
Very underrated though, right? I mean, obviously had a couple of losses. A lot of those losses, by the way, came from like double championship opportunities, right? Kind of very similar to this one, right? Against Amanda Nunes, one against Alexa Grasso, only for her to come back and beat her again. So, I mean, not totally undefeated, but, has one of those, GOAT status.
Yeah.
From time in and time out again, you know what I mean? While also, challenging against, top level competition, sometimes even way beyond, her own weight class.
Yeah.
So, yeah, one of them type of things, bruv. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the UK accent, Kyrie.
Is one of them type of things, bruv. But you know what, man? She's no longer one of them youth, yeah. You know what I mean? You're no longer one of them youth, yeah. All right, so there it is, man.
You know what I
Obviously,
found? Oh shit! You know what I found funny? When Drake does that accent.
Oh, when he does, oh yeah, he does, bust out some UK accents, here and there too.
When he raps UK,
Yeah.
that is funny. Yeah, the fight's over.
Yeah, man.
Thank
All
God for
right,
that.
man. Well, now heading into the main event of the evening, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out for this one. Right now, I'm just lying down, but yeah, it's like
You said you're
5 a.m., bro.
get out.
I'm getting up to watch this fight, bro.
Oh,
Because I
gotcha.
got
Okay.
money on.
Got it.
Yeah. Hey, how did you think Makachev looked on the scales, considering the weight jump?
Yes, even Shevchenko said that she was concerned for the knockout power, indicative of how she was going to perform in this one. Just trying to fight, in a very careful manner.
She probably won by decision, innit? Yeah, she's won. That was easy. Easy money. Damn. Someone had to be really stupid to put 10,000 on Zhang. That's stupid, man. What a waste of money.
Says, look at that Dylan fight. Okay, let me go. I think you sent me a link on that one. All right, so let's hear. Let me put this on a timestamp. Yes. Jump. Okay. Dennis getting jumped. Here we go. We are going to react to Dylan Dennis getting jumped right now. Let's is it in the IG that you said?
Hmm?
Oh no, someone sent to me.
Oh, okay.
We're looking for the footage of Dylan Dennis right now. Hold on just a second here. Maybe they're translating for Wei Chang right now as we await the footage of Dylan Dennis getting jumped in UFC 322 NYC.
Yo, Kyrie, give me a thumbs up when Makachev's coming out, yeah?
Hold on, I wanted to update this footage right here. Okay, here we go.
Go! Oh, punches to the back of the head. That's illegal. You can't punch in the back of the head. Here they come. Shoes are going everywhere. My goodness. Ears are going flying. Hunter's saying, get the fuck out of here. Oh my God, they're still going. Remaking choke for security. Oh, it's Dylan Dennis.
Dylan Dennis. He said, oh, it's Dylan Dennis.
The fuck is that shoe he's holding? Is that a slipper or is that a shoe? What the fuck is that shoe?
He says, what the F is that shoe? Oh, wow. So this was on from the background. From what I observe out of the background, it seems that this was going on while Weili Zhang and Valentina were about to walk out, right? Just, you know, that's what I was, okay, is that what you mean when you're saying you guys are behind? Okay. So, all right, let's take a look at it from a different angle again. You see in this, Zane?
Sorry, bro. Show me
Shanko
again.
punches Dylan Dennis. Okay, so it's Shanko. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, wow, there it is. Wow, man, there's Dylan Dennis right there getting cracked.
There you go. So he's getting jumped right now, baby. Basically. Damn.
Man, he says, oh, he says, no, you're behind talking about it. What do you mean behind talking about it? Dude, this literally just happened while Shevchenko was about to walk out. You know what I mean? But it's crazy how people already made a video about this straight away as soon as it happened. All right. One more angle before we concentrate on this fight. Let's see here. Another angle. There's Hunter Campbell right there, all scared, like, hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on here, huh? What's going on here? Stop doing this right now. You know, knock it off. You know, like one of those 1980s, you know, football coaches, you know what I mean? Like in a Tom Cruise 1980s movie. Like, hey, guys, come on, knock it off. Oh, man. Knock it off, you guys. Knock it off. Or as in England, like the head master of like the school, you know what I mean? Like the headmaster of the boarding school or something like that. You know, like, knock it off now, knock it off, lads. Come on now. Come on now, everyone of us. You know, straighten this out straight away. All right, man. So here we go, man. Main event of the evening. Okay, one more time before we get to the main event of the evening. All right, yeah, nothing too crazy happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, you know, a Charlie Kirk video or anything like that. So I think we should be all right. You know what I mean? I was a little bit concerned for a second, like, all right, you know, maybe playing this, you know, will get me flagged, or maybe these videos that I'm reacting to, maybe they'll get flagged at some point. You know, after all, it is rather new, but on any regard, yeah, that is all that we have for that one right now, because right now we are now heading right into the main event of the evening. He says, I thought he was banned from the UFC. I don't know about that, man. I mean, banned from the UFC, maybe banned from the UFC, but if he can afford to, you know, have a ticket to be there, I suppose, you know, I suppose he has every right to be there, right? You know, but it just so happens that, you know, he may get into a fight with some fighters that recognize him, and that's what it is. All right, so there's Islam Makhachev right now, so in the video package, talking about the glory of becoming a double champion with the likes before him, like Randy Couture, BJ Penn, Daniel Cormier, his teammate, Conor McGregor, right? The list goes on of those people. But Dylan Dennis, yeah, I don't know if he's banned from the UFC or anything like that, but at least not banned from being an audience member. And then being an audience member obviously led to all of that. So he says after the Khabib fight with Conor, he was banned. Not banned. I think it was a 6-month suspension. They all got a 6-month suspension, including him, who was also like a licensed fighter at the time. So, all right.
All right, here we go, Kyrie.
All right, so the main event of the evening.
Shit.
The main event of the evening, man.
You're probably ahead of me right now.
Right now, they're showing highlights of Jack, showing highlights of Islam. Oh, yeah, the Gilbert Burns fight. There's the Bilal Muhammad where he stuffs Bilal Muhammad's takedowns. gets a few shots off of Bilal Muhammad. He says, I'm close to the dream. I'm ready to be double champion, brother. He says Islam's going to beat him in the first minute. Yeah, man. I don't know if it'll be that easy, but you know what? I would be very surprised. If, and you know what? Maybe not surprised because, man, look, I feel like Islam can almost do anything, right? But we will see. He says, I was just going to say that. He said he was banned from going to events. Yeah. Him and Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor. How about that, man? You know, I interviewed one of his training partners, Eugene Carrera, by the way, from Long Beach. Shout out to him. By the way, I interviewed him, I think, back in like 2022 or something like that. So,
Hey, Kari,
what's up, brother?
you know I might be going on the podcast, bro.
On which podcast?
There's a UK. It's kind of like it's like for roadmen.
Okay, so it's a Roadman podcast.
I'm gonna send you the guy's video. He's very blunt, like he'll give you like,
Roadman, yeah, he's one of them roadmen, right, bruv? You know, like one of them things, isn't it? One of them things, yeah. You know,
yeah,
you're one of them crazy type of youths, bruv. You know.
Yeah, he's gonna ask them questions where like there's no holding back. It's like full on.
Yeah,
like,
but you know,
where-
at the same time, dude, don't say anything that you know.
Yeah. I know.
You know what I mean? Like you seen what happened in No Jumper with Adam 22, right? You know what I mean? Like every dude, every blood or crip that comes up in there, you know, like all of a sudden, you know, Fed cases get put on them and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I'll send you a link to this
still, I'd
guy's
be down
thing.
to check out that dude's podcast. Heck yeah, man.
It's not even like a podcast. It's
Oh, it's like what? It's just his channel. All right, so here we go, man. Islam Makhachev now walking out into the cage right now. Really just a matter of fact about it, not really a big extravagant, you know, type of walkout or anything like that. Just non-elaborative black shirt, black gear with gold, and now is ready to walk out into the cage. Same thing with JDM. You know what's crazy, man? JDM was walking around New York and people had no idea who he was. But you know what? None of that matters, right, Zane? Because fighting is not about who the most famous guy is. It's about who the best guy is. And sometimes, you know what? None of that matters, right? You can't take your fame with you into the ring. Zane?
sorry, G, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh no,
What's going on?
I was just saying you can't take your fame into the ring with you.
No, you can't, bro.
You know what I mean? Like
Fame
because I
ain't
was
gonna help you.
I was commentating on how JDM was walking around New York all throughout this week and nobody knew who he was.
Okay. Bro, I hope Makhachev wins, bro. I got my money on him, bro. My homie's got his money on him as well.
Wow, man. Islam Makhachev looks like GSP right now, man. He's looking really, you know, really juicy at this weight
He's
class
looking
right now. Like
tuned in.
looking really big.
Yeah, he looks big. He looks comfortable though. He looks healthy.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
the good thing.
Like he belongs here.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to everybody from coast to coast, California to New York, where this fight is taking place, all the way out to London worldwide, coast to coast streaming live right now. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and also shout outs to the 2,000 people around the world that have tapped in with me and Zane and yours truly and some of my homies on the live chats from around the world.
Come on, Makachev, please, man. We need Makachev. Come on, G.
All right, now here's Jack Della Maddalena walking out to an ECDC song. Because I'm TNT, I'm dynamite.
You're a bit ahead of me, innit?
Oh, okay, yeah. So are you still with Islam walking out?
Yeah, literally, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, how about this, man? Both of their gears are very similar. Very similar,
Yeah,
right?
very
Black,
similar.
gold, you know what I mean? Obviously, they're both double champions, so as well as it should be. TNT, I'm dynamite.
But what a stat. Has not lost in 11 years. Islam Makachev.
All right, man, Madison Square Garden. This is what every fighter trains for, are moments like this. Right, from the regional scenes to the international scenes to title contendership, all the way to winning the title, and now the double championship in MSG. This is what every fighter around the world dreams of being in a position of, whether you are in boxing, MMA, or maybe even kickboxing, but yeah, mostly for MMA and boxing, right? This is where you want to be. This is the pinnacle of excellence in the sport of all martial arts.
Has the fight started yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Giacomo is in the prep point right now, getting his face oiled up.
Hmm.
Look, so a lot of people were sort of hinting at Jack's nose, right? I want you to take a look at Jack Della Madalena's nose, right?
Yeah,
I want you to
fucked, bro.
observe it, right? Do you
It
notice
looks like
something
it's
about his
leaning,
nose?
isn't it?
Huh?
It's leaning towards the left.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you're
Oh,
a Giacomo supporter, if you are a Jack Della Maddalena supporter, this should concern you. Okay, because to me, it's like, I see this as like, you know what? It's open wound. Like, yeah, I get
Yeah,
it. Maybe for other fighters that you're going to face, maybe it's like, you know, nothing. But when you're dealing with somebody like Islam Makhachev, I can see him absolutely exploit
bro,
that.
Islam looks huge compared to him.
Yeah. Jack is
He
only
looks small,
5'11".
bro.
You know, people
Yeah,
make
he
it
looks
out
very
like
small.
Jack is like 5 foot. I'm sorry, like 6'2" or 6'3" or something like that.
Yeah, bro. If anything, like Makachev looks like the bigger guy, bro.
Yeah. Facts, he does. He does, man.
He looks.
He looks like George St. Pierre, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and George St. Pierre was the greatest of all time in this weight class.
I just hope Makachev doesn't get caught by a punch. That would be fucked.
I can't see it.
I can't see it though as well.
Yeah.
He's not lost in 10 years. Wow.
All right, there's Giacomo. A little bit of the peekaboo Mike Tyson thing that he's practicing. All right, man. He says, everyone kept talking about JDM's size. Victory says, I didn't think that he was that big. No, not at all. Right, Victory, right? I mean, honestly, we're looking at two men that are literally the same size. You know, the only
Makachev looks
difference
bigger
is that
than him,
maybe
to
he
be
has
honest.
1 inch, you know, taller than him, and that's not really a lot, man. You know, they are virtually identical, as Mike Goldberg, the former UFC commentator, used to say, virtually identical. right? I mean, yeah, literally, like, you know, almost the same, you know, body type as well. All right, man. He says, I just hope he doesn't get caught by a punch, Zane. He says, I hope he doesn't get caught by a punch. Oh, okay. He's quoting you. He's quoting what you're
Yeah,
saying.
I hope he don't get caught by a punch, bro. Because that's the only chance this guy has, to be honest. But I don't think he is. But yeah, let's just hope he doesn't, for money's sake, you know.
I want to see if Islam shoots in very early on.
Yeah, I want to see him get a takedown. Has it started already for you?
No, not yet. It hasn't started yet. They are just they're facing off right now.
Okay. I've got that madman Bruce Buffer just shouting out their names and that right now.
All right. Here we go, man.
Oh shit.
Now,
Tell me if
I'm
something
going to
happens
be,
here.
you know, very cognizant that you're a little ahead of me. I'm sorry
Well,
that
I'm
I'm a
ahead.
little
You're
ahead
ahead
of
of me.
you.
Bro, just say it, man. Just tell me. Just react how you're reacting, bro, because I'm gonna see it anyway.
Okay, I am. Okay, I'm at 455. I'm sorry, yeah,
What's happening?
453.
What's happening?
Islam opening up with a leg kick as Jack is trying to swing on him. Islam is circling around. 440, 439. There's more calf kicks right there by Islam Makhachev. Very easy, slow, methodical approach. Victory says, I can't wait to see how JDM does in the grappling exchanges. Well, so far, what we are seeing, as I told you guys, that Islam is really going to try his luck in the striking department. There's a nice front kick right there by Islam Makhachev. Oh, man, good counter shot right there by Islam Makhachev.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, shoots in for a single leg. He takes him down with ease. With ease.
Yeah?
I told you,
Oh,
with
yes.
ease. Yeah, man, tell us what's happening, LOL. Yeah, he takes him down with ease. And
Tell us
just
what's
like
happening,
what
bro.
Valentina did, it's like as if we were just here not too long ago. Half
Oh,
guard
yes.
position. Half guard
Yes.
position.
The money's coming in. The money's coming in. Come on, man.
Half guard position. And
I've just started the fight
it's
now, Kyrie. Can you
maintaining
believe
the
it?
half guard position right now.
Wait, so he's got him on the floor?
Are you? Okay, okay. All right. I'll curb my enthusiasm a little bit, okay?
No. Tell me what happened. Oh.
Yeah.
You're not gonna say it.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. It is he's actually making this way easier.
Oh,
my
Makhachev.
goodness, man. Jack is a weak ass BICTH, bro.
Oh,
At least
okay,
that's
okay.
how Islam is making him look like. Obviously, Jack is way tougher in comparison to like most men in the planet. That's a given. But right now, Islam is making him look like the biggest bitch ever.
That's good. That's what I like to hear, bro. But what, has he
Oh, wow.
taken
And
him
look at
down?
this. He has no listen, bro. He has no answer for any of this. Even with the look at this and the back.
these are dangerous positions right here that you don't want Islam in, because these are, you know, curtain closing scenarios. Back into the half guard position again. He says, what happened? Right now, it is Islam Makhachev maintaining top guard position right now. Half guard position, for that matter. What I tell you guys, half guard is the most useful in all of MMA.
I'm at 3:30, Kyrie.
Okay. I'm a little ahead.
What, are you finished round one?
120, 119, 118.
What's going on?
Half guard, maintaining the half guard position. Basically the same thing.
I hope he submits him, you know. You think there's a chance?
Yeah, Islam Makhachev is maintaining half guard position up top right now. He's looking to submit him right now, really looking for some neck chokes right here, but just coming up with cranks, really. But there's submission attempts for sure. He's getting a lot of submission attempt points here. Listen, you imagine how heavy Islam Makhachev feels right now.
Islam looks huge, bro. Yeah.
Like how heavy he feels. So I want you to understand, right? The reason why he put on weight is because once he's in this position, right, bro, it's going to be very difficult for him to get up. And then on top of that, listen, man, Islam Makhachev,
Islam is a beast. Oh my days.
He has the highest grip strength out of everybody in the UFC.
Oh my days. He's taking the piss. Oh
Hey,
my.
that's illegal. Oh, that's an illegal shot.
Who by Madalena?
Yeah, up kick, some up kick positions from the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is the round finished?
He says you could have paused it so you guys were synced up.
No, it doesn't matter, man. I'd rather know what's happening in real time, you know, because I got a bet on the line. Oh shit.
Gotcha, man.
Where you at, Kyrie? End of round one?
Round one, yeah. I'm at end of round one right now.
That's a Makhachev round,
Did you see that single leg entrance that he did in that trip?
No. I haven't. What Makhachev did?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was serious,
Single leg
Took him
opening
down.
and then right into the trip.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was sick.
Like he made him look, it looked easy. And look, man, look at the veins popping out of Islam right now in between the rounds. All right, so we are now into round number two. At least within live time right now, there's a front kick right there by Jack Della Maddalena, and Islam follows suit. Very good boxing. I told you guys what you expected out of Jack being the better boxer. Islam Makhachev is showing you some Soviet-style boxing right now. And what exactly do I mean by that when I say Soviet-style boxing? Take a look at Beterbiev and Bivol, especially Bivol. The way that he throws his jabs and straight right hands, he sort of, jabs and bounces along with the jab, right? That is sort of what Islam is doing right now. And that right there is a perfect style of matchup for Jack Della Maddalena right now. There's a head kick right there by Islam Makhachev.
Hey, that was a bit naughty what he did at the end, isn't it? Flipping Maddalena. But yeah, what's happening? Kyrie?
Yeah, oh, hold on. My things are freezing up a little bit. Hold on a second here.
Okay. Where'd Kyrie go? Sorry, guys. Yeah, and I'm on round 1. Round 2 is just starting for me, to be honest. Makhachev win round 1. Just starting round 2 now. So I'll let you know who's winning the round once Kyrie comes back. Oh shit. Where did Kyrie go? So Makhachev is slightly winning this round as well so far. Don't know. Oh my god. This is so awkward. The way he's got Jack Magdalena up on the side of the cage. Yeah, so Islam Makhachev is pretty much on top of Jack Della Maddalena, and he's dominating literally in this second round. He's trying to go for submission, but Maddalena's takedown defense is quite good. But yeah, he's got him on top, you know, Makhachev on top of Magdalena. I wonder where Kyrie's gone, man. Because I know he's ahead of me, so obviously, you know, I want to know as well what's happening in real time. But it looks like so far, Makhachev is winning this second round, just by ground time as well, on top of Magdalena. Sorry, bro, I'm a little bit slow. Yeah, we still win second round. Makhachev still having the ground play here on top of Jack Magdalena. He's pretty much dominating. Yeah, this looks so far is easy work for Makhachev. I hope we don't have no surprises though. It don't look like everybody's gonna be one though. So yeah, man. For those that bet on Makhachev, well done, man, because it looks like it's coming in, man. Kyrie, how are you? Where are you? You back, bro?
All right, here we go. Back. Sorry about that, man. Yeah, I had a little bit of some
I
technical
got scared, you know. I thought you ran away because Makhachev lost,
Oh,
bro.
no, it's all good. Just had a little bit of some technical difficulties there, but
No problem. Well, where you at?
no,
What round?
heck no, man, dude. Even if that was the case, bro, I would still be professional and you know, and cover that here, even if that was the case. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
know. I
run.
got scared, bro, because I got the money there.
You know, I mean, the show still goes on. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, of
you
course,
know
of
how
course.
that goes.
It
Yeah.
does, it does.
Oh, is it? Yeah,
does.
I didn't mean to scare you if that's what you thought, but trust and
Yeah, I
believe,
was like,
I will
shit,
never
man, where you
run
going?
from a result. That's for sure. You know what I mean? Because you know, like the show always goes on, you know, no matter what. So you know how that goes.
But
You know what I mean?
that's 2-0, bro. I'm just ended the second round. 2-0,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, 2-0. You're right. You're right. 2-0 for sure, man. For sure. It's
Is it end of second for you? In the second round.
Okay, he's asking winning how. Well, Islam Makhachev is basically just outpointing him the whole entire time right now, right? Outpointing him on the ground and
Yeah.
even on the feet. Zane, you know, behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
The conversation that me and you had, right? What was it
Mhm.
about, right? I told you that even in the boxing exchanges, Islam Makhachev is going to outbox him because he is just the
Yeah, you're
more
right.
athletic fighter. He says,
Yeah.
you guys are really dropping the ball on the play-by-play. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so there's a front kick right now by Islam Makhachev, 3:44 in the third round right now. He says, Guru is totally against your boy Islam. Of course he is, man. He hates all the Dagestani fighters, you know, but I tell you what, man, you know, me and MMA Guru need to have that fight. I told you, you know, if Tom Aspinall and John Jones fight, I'm going to go train with John Jones for that one because obviously, you know, MMA Guru is a 6'3", you know, tall English Welshman, right? John Jones is a 6'4", you know, athletic guy. He'd be the perfect training partner for me to get ready for MMA Guru to punch his head in and then for him to, you know, beat Tom Aspinall. You know what I mean? So, you know, as like, what do you call it? Ultimate Fighter MMA streamer series. Like, me and MMA Guru coach against each other. He trains like English fighters. I train like American fighters, and like, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, he definitely hates Islam for sure. All right, now here's Islam Makhachev once again back in where? What position is this, Zane? What position is he in?
The half guard.
The half guard position. Yes, the best
Yes.
position in MMA. Because you know what? In regular grappling, this would not work. You know why? Because think about it. There's no punching in regular grappling, right? So you would just be sitting on top of a guy really doing nothing, or unless, of course, you're really going for submissions in the half guard position, which is what Islam might be going for right now. The same arm triangle that he hit Charles Oliveira with.
Crazy. Yeah, he's dominating him, bro. This is just light work.
Mario says Volk did better than JDM. Yeah,
Yeah, facts.
Volk did better than JDM. Yeah. Jack has no answer to any of this. None whatsoever.
He ain't doing nothing, bro.
MMA Guru is so mad right now because he so badly wants the Dagestani fighters to lose. He is so mad right now.
Oh shit.
He is so
Yeah.
mad right now. Let's get a live reaction. And now we tune in to MMA Guru, you know, when his sorrows away. Okay, he's going to get a lot of commercials here, though, real quick. But hold on, let's hear what he has to say here.
Elbows to the guard from.
Watch him scream, you know, at JDM. Which he's going to start calling JDM a bum. This is his live, by the way.
Still in half guard here. Elbows up
Does
there.
he bet on him or something?
Huh?
Has he bet on JDM?
His arm in. Makhachev going to threaten
Oh,
the
yeah,
neck
he
again,
bets
make
too,
him fight
bro.
the hands,
He's
and he does.
sponsored by
Looking to pass
Bet
over the top
Point.
to
He's
side control
sponsored by
here.
Bet
This is
Point.
big for Makhachev. Nope, still in half guard
shit.
on top.
Yeah, he's a big.
Bro,
I don't know if he's a
your
big
stream
gambling
is
guy,
better
but
than
he's
his.
definitely
Elbow to keep busy so
by
they don't stand it up.
gambling entities.
Makhachev still laying on top in half guard. Looking to pass over. Makhachev still in half guard on top. Another round of half guard for Makhachev. It's looking like JDM to his knees. That's a good sign. But it's just always too late. Just too late in the round for it, you know? He's back up, but it's too late. Makhachev gonna. Oh, he gets his no good reversal from Makhachev.
Okay, let's hear
Ended
what
around
he
though.
says
That's a
in
good
between
sign. We got back up.
because he's going to get
We're
unprofessional
getting better. That
here.
was better than the first two.
No, bro, change
That was
it,
better than
man.
the first
Allow
two.
this guy, man. This guy's a wanker.
That was
bro.
better than the first two.
This guy's a wanker,
There you
bro.
go. That's okay, dude. I know he wants to keep it boring in half guard, but we got to work. We got.
What's going on in the fight, Kyrie? What round are you in? Four.
He's coping right now. He doesn't like the fact that he's holding on. What's that?
What round you in?
We're in the fourth round right now. Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm still in the third. But what's going on? Same thing? Much of the same, really?
Fourth round right now. Well, right now there's some, low kick right there by Jack. His kicks are now starting to look lazy. I think Islam putting all his new weight on JDM, I think, is really affecting him right now. Right? And even Islam, his kicks and his punches are looking a lot stronger right now than
He
than
looks
that
strong.
of Jack. Jack is looking labored right now. Absolutely labored.
Literally.
And then that wanker MMA guru is coping. He's like, whoa, that's not what real MMA is. A real MMA is fighting just, with your hands and your feet, and that's about it. But yeah, you got to make it fun. You know what I mean? But no, that's MMA is using what works. And obviously Islam is showing us what works in this fight right here.
Uh-huh. Is there more of the same in the
High-level
fourth?
boxing, high-level kickboxing, and then just setting up the takedowns when it opens and presents itself. Right now, it's just a little more boxing. What I tell you guys, did I not tell you guys that even Islam is a better boxer than Jack? Who's the better boxer right now?
Bro,
And then the takedown once again. The takedown once again. All right, so now Jack Della Maddalena is stuck once again in the half guard position of Islam Makhachev. He's trying to scramble out of here a little bit on the half guard butterfly position, but Islam Makhachev is maintaining this top position, now gets his back. Okay? As he was working on the half guard position, Jack was trying to get up. Now he gets his back. Now he's looking for a rear naked choke. Islam Makhachev now has the figure four body lock right around Jake right now, right around Jack. Full figure four body lock in, 216, 215, 214 of the fourth round. 209, 207, 206, fourth round. Now Islam Makhachev is looking to get his back, man. Just complete domination.
Yeah, literally.
All these dudes talking about, oh, but Jack has a chance, bro. Really?
Easy money. So we need Makhachev by submission or decision.
Huh?
Need Makhachev by submission or decision.
I could see him get a submission in the fourth round. But you know what? Credit to Jack. Listen, bro, his coach is a world level jiu-jitsu player, right? So he's going to teach him a few things about submission defense. It's not going to be easy submitting Jack here.
Yeah.
But he's doing very good. At least on the submission defense side of things, it's just that Islam Makhachev is the one scoring all the points. And once again, what position is this stuck on right now?
They're in the half guard.
Position, half guard position. That's
Oh,
right,
nice.
man. Half guard position. That, man, listen, the half guard position in
MMA grappling is like the Philly shell of boxing.
That's
You know
good,
what I mean?
man. I'm
Always
so
remember
happy,
that.
bro.
The half guard in MMA grappling is the Philly shell of, like how the Philly shell is in boxing.
Mm, right.
Now he's looking for a Kimura in this position.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Almost got the submission there. But you know, full credit to JDM though. His defense is good,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
With this
Full credit
offense.
to him for sustaining all of these submission attempts towards him. But he
Mm,
just looks really helpless here in the last seconds of the fourth round.
yeah, he does. He looks.
Jack looks so discouraged right now. Okay, in between the rounds, he looks so discouraged that he feels like as if he doesn't even want to be here anymore, right? But at the same time, he knows that he has to fight, once more and at least try to, take, a final run stab at it.
Bro, Makachev is something else, bro. He is a beast, bro. The way he's just manhandling them, bro, like it's nothing, bro.
Wow, man, his coach is telling him, hey, listen, go all out. If he's going to catch you in a darce, go let him catch you in a darce, almost as like really, giving up.
Mm.
Like really having this like, defeatist mentality really late into the fight.
He looks
And
really labored.
man, I've never seen Jack look this distraught. Like he looks like, yeah, he looks really distraught right now, man.
Yeah. Are you in the fifth round?
Yeah, yeah. Right now,
Okay.
450, 449, 447 of the fifth round. And there it is. Takedown once again, very early on, literally within the first 20
Oh,
seconds.
shit.
So he tries to box with Islam Makhachev, right? Tries to throw a kick. Islam Makhachev changes the levels and takes him down. Now he's got him in wrist control in half guard position. And now he's looking to get a Kimura right here. I think it is like as if Islam's like, all right, you know what? I went and put on the minutes and rounds as a 170 fighter, which I would be surprised if he, well, of course, he's not shedding this. I mean, Jack is really that tough, but he's going for a Kimura right now.
Crazy.
Someone said that this was going to look like the DDP fight with Kamzat, and I'm seeing the similarities to it, obviously.
Yeah, we're seeing
Like
it.
very similar to it.
Yeah. It's total domination, isn't it?
Because just like DDP, you know that he's a dangerous striker, right? Even though it doesn't look like the prettiest striking, it's the most effective MMA striking, right? And Kamzat knew that. So he knew that he had to try and mitigate that danger by doing exactly this. Well, Jack is obviously considered the best boxer in 170 MMA. And so this is what Islam has to do to neutralize that. And even with that, he was outboxing him, showing him that, like, I can beat you literally anywhere. So right now, Islam Makhachev is just about 2 minutes away from becoming the double champion of the UFC, 155 and then 170. The only person that has done 155 and 170 was BJ Penn, right? But BJ Penn did more of his runs at 155. And, he had some good runs at 170 as well. But, yeah, Islam Makhachev is now following that path of BJ Penn from the 155 to 170 mark.
Oh, he's fucking him
And
up,
throughout
bro.
this whole entire fight, Islam Makhachev absolutely schooled him. Okay, he schooled him
Absolutely.
all throughout this whole entire fight. There is no doubt about it.
Easy
He had
work.
no answer for anything here.
What's the time on yours, Kyrie?
137, 135 of the 5th round.
It's gonna be a points win, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be an
Yeah,
easy
points.
points win for sure.
Easy. Yeah, I'm happy,
But
man.
not bad, especially considering that this is moving up the weight class. Oh, no,
Moving
maybe
up in
not.
weight as well.
Maybe
He
not.
looks strong, bro.
He's looking for a submission here. North-south choke. Okay, so now he's in north-south position right now. This is a north-south
is he gonna-
position for those that are wondering.
Is he gonna submit him?
Islam looks like it's a 69 position. That's actually called a north-south position. No Diddy, but no. I think Jack is going to survive this one right here.
Okay.
He's going to
But
survive this
anyway,
one, but it is
this
Islam
one's a domination.
that
Pure domination.
now the whole crowd is yelling Islam, Islam. Yeah, Khabib is cheerleading the crowd on as we count down to the last 20 seconds of this fight. All right, has the body lock on him, ends it right here, and that is the end of the fight. That is the end of the fight. All right.
Yes.
And sign of sportsmanship between the men. JDM knew that he lost it.
That was such easy work for Makhachev, bro.
So now he ties Anderson's.
What did you think of the performance, bro?
What I thought of the performance is when you have a tough challenger,
total
or I'm sorry, when
domination.
you have a tough 170 fighter like Jack, this is what you have to do to win. But it also shows that Islam Makhachev has different wrinkles to his game. You know, when people say that, hey, you know what, we don't really know a lot about a person because he finished them too early. Well, we've already seen Islam finish people left and right. Well, now we're actually seeing Islam go through 5 rounds being challenged.
Yeah. This was actually a unknown territory for Makhachev because we've never seen him there, and he just dominated him so easily. I mean, that
And
was
he
the
had
easiest
to move
5
up the weight
rounds.
class to do it.
It's crazy, bro. The
That's
skill that
another
he
thing
has.
about it. He had to literally move up a weight class to see that.
That's crazy, bro. The skill he has is crazy, though, Makhachev. Like, he can do it all, isn't it? Really and truly. He's such an overall rounded fighter. And that showed tonight, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm
I mean,
happy
what
with
a
that
wonderful
performance.
moment.
For Khabib as well, you know?
Zane, you know, we put in another classic in the books, man. We put
Bro,
in
that was good, man. I had
put in
fun, bro.
another
Can't lie,
classic in the
bro.
books.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on as well, bro, man.
Oh man, likewise, bro. Likewise, man. You know, thank you for you know, holding down the fort when I had that you know, technical difficulty. And of course, you know, you're always welcome here. And you know,
No
it definitely
problem, G.
there it is, double championship right there. There's that sight right there of getting the double championship belt.
Bro, I'm so happy, man. But yeah, man, I'm gonna let you go, man, because I'm just so knackered, bro. But we'll definitely catch up tomorrow, innit?
Yeah, for sure, man. For sure, brother. Listen, it was great having you on. You know, always
Yeah.
great. You know, I'm gonna continue on and yeah.
Continue on.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue on and then maybe make some content tonight and then drop it tomorrow. You know how that goes. Hey,
Yeah.
listen, you know, just
like
Well,
you know
thank you
how
for
this
having
game
me on,
goes,
Kyrie,
right?
man. And make sure everyone tune in and subscribe to Kyrie's channel, man, because he knows about his MMA, you know? Like he saw tonight, you get me? So make sure you subscribe up, share the channel, like and comment, you know? Because we do this for all of you, you know? We're just trying to promote our channels and big up Kyrie, man, because he knows his MMA. So thank you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks, Kyrie. We'll catch up tomorrow, yeah?
Likewise, man. Likewise, man.
Assalamu alaikum,
Definitely.
bro.
Hey, and you know what Mario says here? Said it right here. Volk did better. He definitely did. Volk definitely did better. But you know what? That just shows. Walaikum salam, brother. See you around, man. But that definitely shows that what do you call it? Islam Makhachev is just way better at 170. That's just what it really shows, man. It just shows that he is a much better fighter at 170. And as a result of that, this is what we got out of it right here. He says, this is my plan the whole entire time. This is no secret, he says. Lower that just so. All right, man. So Joe Rogan says it's congratulating him, saying it was a pleasure to, you know, see his fight, call it. Man, yeah, me too, man. It was man, it was an honor for me to even you know, call this fight right here. It was there it is, man, the double champion. All right, there's Kamaru Usman right now. Yeah, Islam Makhachev definitely has different challenges ahead of him at 170. That's for sure. Yeah, definitely one of the all-time greats, man. There he is, man, doing a little judo hip toss on Ali. He's like, hey, brother, I was practicing this on you all time. Yeah, man, the way that they train, it is no secret. It is no secret whatsoever, man. Wow, man. Yeah, man, he would destroy Ilya Tapora. There's no doubt about it. Islam Makhachev would destroy Ilya Tapora, hands down, man. Wow, man, amazing night, man. Really amazing night for sure. Yeah, Carlos Prates with the win tonight. That would be a good fight between him and Usman for sure, man. All right, man. Let's do a little bit of a post-fight recap, shall we? Let's do that. Let's see here. Yeah, man. 170 has been great again for sure, man. Yeah, make no mistake about it. This does not make Jack Della Maddalena less of a problem whatsoever. You know, it will always be a problem for people out there. But all right, here we go. Let's go recap this whole entire event, shall we? All right, so we'll start from the top. Obviously, Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev. Okay, so throughout the whole entire fight, it was a rinse and repeat cycle constantly, right? 4 takedowns the whole entire fight, but that doesn't tell the entire story when it comes to, let's say, the ground control time that Islam Makhachev had on him. Jack couldn't do anything. He was down there the whole entire time, couldn't get up. That was all she wrote. Couldn't do anything. 5-round decision. I think Jack had great defense, but by the end of the day, the grappling of Islam Makhachev was too much. Valentina Shevchenko, no different in that fight. It was the same thing. Just constant ground control time, and Valentina was even better on the feet. How about this? Islam Makhachev was the better boxer in this fight than Jack Della Maddalena, and we had Jack Della Maddalena saying that he was the better boxer going into this. Sean Brady was doing very, very good until Michael Morales knocked him out.
is 19-0. Welterweight is great again. And how about this? Carlos Prates making the 170 division fun again. Obviously, there's a knockout of Leon Edwards, right? Not easy to do, right? Very few people can knock out Leon Edwards, but he did. Wow. Benoit Saint-Denis, very early on, man. That was so quick. So quick. Just came out of nowhere. 16-second knockout. Look, anything happens in MMA. Anything happens. Bo Nickel gets a third-round head kick, right? Really stamped the deal for this one, right? We know that he could wrestle. We know that he could fight on the inside, but gets a third-round head kick. He really needed that win. Robocop gets decision over Roman Kopylov. ERIN Blanchield gets a submission over Tracy Cortez. Not a lot of surprise there. How about this? The upset of the evening. Ethan Ewing gets a win in Madison Square Garden, the home of Patrick Ewing. And Malcolm Wellmaker was the guy that was hyped up by the organization. That Malcolm Wellmaker is not going to have a great career moving forward, but it is what it is. It happens. All right. The rest of the fights, Carlos Daukus against Gerald Mershad gets a submission. Chipe. Fatima Kline gets a decision over Angela Hill. Bug Sungar Sakurayev gets TKO over Eric Mcconico. And obviously, first fight of the evening, Camilo gets a decision win over Borshchev. All right, guys, listen, I think that is all that we have for this one tonight. Everybody around the world, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream coast to coast. Really interesting fights tonight. Really had a lot of fun. And congratulations to Islam Makhachev and his team. And hope everybody around the world enjoyed it. Shout out to the 2,000 people around the world, 2,000 plus, close to 3,000 people around the world that tapped into this live stream tonight. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah.